Oh, are we live? I think we are. Hola, everybody. Hola, hola. And welcome to 2023. I hope everybody had a great new year. I certainly did. I spent it with family and friends, actually, friends, because I don't have any family here in Mexico. But my friends feel like family. I don't know what that is. I guess when you're out on the road and you are by yourself, you really aren't ever by yourself because your friends really do become your family, your village, your tribe becomes your family. So, welcome, family. If you're new, my name is Sandra. And welcome to my channel From Lack to Legacy. On this channel, we're all things money, investing, and mindset, particularly how to go from a scarcity mindset to a mindset of abundance. If that sounds like something that you're interested in, please stay. Please, please, please. You are more than welcome here. And I see some of my friends coming in. Hey, Bumpy, I was worried about you. I hadn't heard from you. Okay, gotta check in. I'm assuming that you had a great holiday. I hope everybody did. I had a good one. We had to get together here at my house. My friends came by. We ate good. It was just a good time. Everybody had a good time. Let me shut this door so we don't get this glare. To be honest with you guys, this place is not the best place to shoot. It's just not. It's not. I've had better setups than this, but it's what we got, is what we're working with. Good morning, Frank. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Hey, Elle. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So, what did you guys do? What did y'all do for the holiday? I guess I better wait a minute. While we talking crazy, I better get over here and look at what QQQ doing. Let me get over here and see. The bell rang. It must be. I'm on silence, I guess. Okay, so the bell just rang. Okay, there we go. Can you guys hear it? I'm gonna move this down to the 3 just because I'm anxious to see how the new year is going to start. Oh, come on, Q Q Q. Who's got time for this crazy? 267. Hold tight, guys. Let me go. David, if you look at this market, you're going to see mega tech. I'm gonna go make sure everything is straight with my account. So hold tight. I didn't do much over the break. As a matter of fact, I didn't even look at the stuff, to be perfectly honest with you. Are you sure you want to close people's portfolios enough that they can bottom, and they're all trading with each other. Okay. I didn't see Apple pre-announce today, which is actually good news, because we know that they had a supply problem. But I look at these stocks and think, you know what? They're still no good until they make radical changes, until Zuckerberg addresses. I'm getting ready to just go look over it like Market Watch and everything, because I don't have a clue. I think the day is supposed to open positively. Some people go. We just don't have that yet. Let's see. And you guys, I was messing around with my watch list, and so now I need to go in and fix it because it doesn't look like what I thought. I'd much rather be in companies. Okay, so QQQ is up. Okay. Infrastructure. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, I'll bring you guys back in so you can see what I'm looking at. Of the last board you saw, there was Tesla. Speaking of, I'm trying to get to Market Watch to see if it's going to be a good day. And questions about whether it's bottom. So there we have it. Not yet. Hi, Deborah. Welcome, welcome. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Hey, Sandra. Welcome, everybody. So if this is your first time here, don't forget to like, hit the like button, smash it when you come in. Don't forget to share and subscribe. Yeah, and 47% for production, but below what analysts had anticipated. I'm gonna be working on. Remember, they had pulled in their expectations a couple of months back as well. So I like it, and it's getting hit yet again. Of course, this has been one of the more interesting scenarios. That's on the horizon for me, y'all. A new destination. But as you can see, it looks like it might be a green day from our Market Watch. It might be. Let's go check out the chart and see. Okay. I'm going to clean my glasses too, so y'all know I'm getting myself back into the routine. It's been days since we had time to talk. So let me go get something. I'm going to clean my glasses. And QQQ is doing what she does.
Well, I think you need to know, is he able to sell SpaceX shares? And there's a valuation apparently here of 138 billion. We need to know how far along he is in selling Tesla stock for.
Well, he says he's done.
So what did everybody do for the holiday? What did everybody do?
I can tell you I'm done. I think you'd say, Jim, if you aren't done, I'm uncomfortable for next year. Because
okay, I'm just going to pull this over where I can see.
David,
okay, I can't see anything without my glasses, so. I know Bumpy in the house. I know we got a couple new faces in the house too. Sandra and Deborah. Thank you all for joining us. Sandra and Deborah, how did you all come to the channel? How did you come to find out? How did you hear about us here From Lack to Legacy? I'm always curious. Really, I want to know, is my Instagram, Facebook, is any of that stuff working? Because I'm posting everywhere. So I'd like to know where people are coming from. So I know what's working and what's not working. Or do you guys know me from Exodus Summit? Because a lot of our friends here are from Exodus.
Can buy Tesla at what really ends up being a 25 multiple or something like that, based on 23 or 24 numbers. I mean, we can always look at
a brand new Facebook. Oh, but you need to put me on your Facebook so I can at least instant message you, because it's time for me to get okay. Bumpy, actually, you can get in touch with me. I've got two. It's a From Lack to Legacy Facebook page, but my regular Facebook is still up. It doesn't say my name. Does it? I do. I think I got two. One in my name and one From Lack to Legacy. Hey, lovely lady. Stephanie Perry's last live. Let me hear. Yes. You are my family. Instant family. Lovely lady. That's why I was asking Deborah and Sandra. Are you guys from Exodus as well? Because that's where a lot of my sister friends, my travel sisters, my exodusing sisters come from our live chats. So we have just really this expansive kind of live community where we get together on Saturday and chew the fat, y'all. It's good. It's just good stuff. This whole online community thing, 10 out of 10. I definitely approve.
Yeah, China's, as always, somewhat opaque, I think, in terms of really trying to understand what's happening.
That's where
there are numbers that seem to indicate.
I want to say Maryland. Do you all, lovely lady, do you know Maryland?
Significant rise in activity. But at the
who
same
else?
time, you've got COVID running
Lucille.
country.
There's several ladies in the in our community that are from Exodus. Yes, 10 out of 10. I definitely recommend. If you aren't familiar with Exodus Summit, do yourself a favor. If you're a Black woman, because it is primarily for Black women, so Bumpy, you got to sit this one out. But if you aren't familiar, please check out Stephanie Perry, Adelia Abordache, and Rashida Dow. They are helping Black women get free. I mean, whether you want to leave the country or you just want to bop around or you want to actually expat and move to another country, they have a wealth of information, I promise you. And the community is so loving and so supportive. So do yourself a favor. Go check them out. Exodus Summit. I think Adelia is Picky Girl Travels the World. And Rashida is Sheeta's on the Loose. Hey, Frank. I may need to help the Black man. Yes, it's work for everybody. Yes, Frank. I told you. I said that to Frank long ago. I was like, Frank, you need to do a group for guys. Because I'm about to tell something. I know that it can be, you know, a lot of feminine energy, a lot of female energy. And sometimes guys want their own stuff. So, morning, Linda. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Is anybody trading today or am I the only one? Please don't let me be the only one out here. And I'm going to wait. Y'all know I like to wait. I usually like to wait for the market to settle down. Unless I see a move just pop out, I don't fool with it. I let it do what it's got to do. Like I'm gonna switch this over to 5 minutes just so I can see. I'm switching my time frame over to 5 minutes because I just want to get the overall mood for the last 5 minutes. And you can see this first candle that came in here. I'm going to turn this volume down just a little because on tomorrow, as a matter of fact, we have a class on candlesticks. And for me, candlesticks are one of those really kind of basic skills. And the beautiful thing about candlesticks, you guys, is you don't need any previous knowledge of anything. There are no prerequisite skills. It's nothing. It's just you're learning what they mean. And so let's look at this first red candle because that first red candle is telling us a lot. Number one, it's 5 minutes worth of buying and selling. So this is the first 5 minutes of the market. This is going into the second 5 minutes. So you can see the market opened at 9:30. We are at 9:39, about 10 minutes roughly. This was a full 5 minutes, and this is almost a full 5 minutes. In the next minute or so, another candle will be developing. So every 5 minutes, another candle will start and finish. And on this first one, it's red, and that tells us that sellers, yes, sellers were in charge. Sellers had the predominant, there were more sellers than buyers in that first 5 minutes. But what's interesting about this candle is that red candles open at the top. So this candle opened around 268, 62. You all know I'm just estimating because I can't really get in there. And it closed around 261. I'm sorry, 268.51. So the open and the close wasn't that big a difference. But what is really interesting is when you look at the wicks. These things that are protruding above and below are called wicks. And the wicks tell a story of their own because at one time the price got as high as 269.23, but it couldn't sustain. So buyers were in there buying, 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 and the price was going up, 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 and up. The sellers came in and said, not so fast, not so fast. And the price came down. Well, sellers really were applying the pressure, and the price got all the way down to $267.60. But buyers came back in because this is just a constant tug of war. Buyers came back in and then brought the price back up here to where it finally settled and closed. And then the same is true for this other, well, not the same is true, but here's another candle. You can see that this candle is green, which means that predominantly the buyers were in charge for this 5 minutes. And here buyers are in charge again. And hold on, y'all, excuse me, but y'all already know I got a couple calls in. I do, I already went in. Because I already knew what kind of day it was going to be. And we are making new highs. If you watch the futures report before in pre-market, you can kind of get an indication of what the day is going to be like. So I'm going to go briefly over this green candle. Then I got to go check on my money. Okay, so a green candle opens differently. Remember, we said that a red candle opens at the top and it closes at the bottom. Well, a green candle opens at the bottom of the body and it goes all the way up and it closes at the top of the body. But you'll still notice you've got a little wick at the top and a wick at the bottom, which means at one point the price got as high as 269.52 and it got down as low as 268.17. So candles represent buyers and sellers, and it just tells you who's in charge. And then you can come down here and look at our volume and see as well. So it's lots of volume, means lots of people were in the market that first 5 minutes. You can also see, because this volume bar is red, that I gotta pay attention, that sellers were in charge, and here buyers are in charge. So that's just a really brief, for anybody who's new, that's just a really brief overview of candles. I'll take my time and go back, but for now I gotta put y'all on hold because I gotta go check out my cash. Okay, I'm back in here. Hola, everybody. Welcome, 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 welcome to my channel From Lack to Legacy. If you're new, welcome. Stay, chat with us. If you're trading, drop it in the chat. Let me know what you're trading. If not, just chill with us for a bit. I got to go over here and check on the money. And that's what I'm doing. Okay, so let's see. Where are we? Chart. We're at 269.92, 269.92. And we got up as high as 270.15, 269.65. Okay, so I'll bring you back in so you can see how these buyers and sellers, they're just duking it out this morning. And this is why I stay out of the market the first 15 minutes of the day. I don't go in because it's like crazy town. So let me just peek and see. Yes. Okay. Let's see what we're doing here. Okay. I'm going to go down to the 3 minute because I need to see. And then I'll bring you guys back in with this chart because it's doing well, but it's looking a little funny. Like, we'll see. We'll see. So, what you guys get to see is me basically learning to trade. I started in August, sometime in late July, August. I am not an expert, but there are some experts in the community, and we just come together to work. Hold on, y'all. Shoot, hold tight, hold tight, hold tight, because QQQ trying to take a turn. I may need to just keep watching her because I don't know what this is about. Let's see, 268, 50, 47, 68, 269. Okay, we get back up there. All right, so let me bring you guys back in so you can see what I'm looking at. Yep, hold on tight. I just needed to get settled. So share screen. All righty. And I'm going to move this over just a wee bit. Okay.
For the losing sectors.
Is there anybody in the chat who has a specific question? If I know the answer, I'll do my best to answer. If not, there's probably somebody in here. C-Bar has been trading for a while. Johnny's been trading for a while.
What was the big winner last year? Energy.
And I want to say Lady Vice has been trading for a while. So those people, if I can't answer a question, and I don't answer very specific questions, and I definitely don't give any investing advice, you guys are really just watching me learn. And I invited people into my kitchen to learn with me. So I am not an expert. I am learning, but I'm passionate about it. This is my thing. I love watching the market. I love watching candlesticks come in. It sounds so crazy, but that's my thing. And once I discovered it, it's like, oh man, I could do this all day. Hey, Miss Vice. Hey, Happy New Year. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So if you have a question, drop it in the chat because I know we've got a couple new faces. Feel free. I promise you, this is a very non-threatening environment. I tell people all the time, I ask questions, very simple questions, all the time. And there's generally somebody in the chat that has an answer or can help me get to the answer that I'm looking for. When I tell you guys, I started with zero knowledge. I traded stocks. I understood that part of investing, but nothing about options. So you all are watching me learn. And I don't want to see these big old red candles. Excuse me. What? What the heck kind of crazy is this? So volatile. So what you see too is I would consider somewhat volatility because it's up and down, up and down. You just can't really get a feel for it. That's not, we call that chop. You don't want to be in this chop. But I am still trying to figure out like what kind of day is QQQ prepared to have. Let's see. She's up 0.6.
But it's fairly rare occurrence.
It's good to follow earnings trends, folks. That's why you're buying stocks largely. He also noted that we've had
I want to
up years
hear what
after
they're saying.
large
I'm going to turn the
rate hikes in
TV up because it
82
sounds
and
like he's saying
85.
something
So yes,
interesting.
we can have an up year with earnings down, but it's a really tough struggle to get through. Finally, just want to point out, David, this is the anniversary, January 3rd. 2022 was the height of the stock market. That was the closing high that we had. That was
I'm taking you out because I'm going to check on money because those red bars got me concerned.
Exactly below that. 1 year ago, we closed at an historic high. David, back to you.
Okay, Bob, thank you. 1 year ago, of course, we have not performed well in the S&P since then. And we haven't performed well in the bond market, which we'll get to in a minute. Of course,
this is shocking to me. I was not expecting this. So we'll see.
Sign up, find out more. CBC.com/join
I have
the
some
club.
surprises.
Just point your phone at the QR code on the screen. All right, speaking of bonds, before we head to break, because remember, last year was also, again, a horrible year for the bond market. Let's see what we're doing now.
267.
Well, yields are down.
Yeah.
Hence, prices
43.
are a bit higher. That 2-year note edging out at about 4.36%.
We were at 270.15 at the height, so we lost just that quickly. A little more than $2. 269, about 250, 260. QQQ moves like that though. She can move. She can be up and turn for a nasty turn. So you just have to be willing to take the ride and just, kind of settle yourself. Trading will definitely show you who you are. You will learn yourself in trading. She's at 267.58, 267.63. See, yeah, 267.69. This jumpy price, that's not normally how this ETF moves, but it's the first day of the new year, so who knows? Okay, let's see. I'm going to add the chart back into the stream. Hey, Knights in Egypt, Happy New Year, and welcome. Yes, you can paper trade. Yes. If you do a consultation with me, I'll help you. If you're new, really new, because some people have been trading for a while. They don't need this kind of support. But if you are new and you need to get your Thinkorswim platform set up and you want to start paper trading, which is the practice, that's where you can do this. You could follow along with us. And instead of putting money on the line, you could follow along and just be paper trading. And so you play with the house's money. But what it allows you to do is you have the support of your community, which is us. I call out, like if I'm going in, I say I'm going in. When I get out, usually I say, okay, y'all, I'm coming out of this trade. If you wanted to do that, mirror that, that's on you, but you could be doing it on paper. It's low risk. You're getting to know the program. It's cool. It's a cool way to kind of learn. And there's a low barrier of entry. You can open up a Thinkorswim account with TD Ameritrade. It's their platform, TD Ameritrade. So you open up the account with TD Ameritrade. Initially, you don't have to put money in it to open the account. So don't let that stop you. But you could start with as little as $100, $500. It's not, you don't have to have $20,000 or $5,000 to start investing with options. So if you're interested, let me know. There's a link in the description where you can schedule through Calendly a time with me, and I'll go through it with you. Whether you need somebody to help you set the account up to make sure that you set it up appropriately, because there's some things you do need to watch out for. You don't want a margin account. Oh, my Lord. Jeebus. Hey, that's 3 minutes, y'all. I'm going into this trade. I'm going to get some puts. Hold tight. I got to take y'all out. That's 3, 6, 9, 12 minutes of down, and it's really going down. Frank, is anybody else getting in on this? 3, 6, 9, 12?
Crazy.
Paramount and PayPal, of course.
Jeez, I sat here through that. 3, 6, 9, 12. Right? That upgraded that stock. Yes. Forgive me, y'all.
We're gonna have to stop trading the Jim.
I'm trying to see. 266.64. I don't know what to do. Okay, so maybe I will wait. It's still early. It's not quite 10. Somewhere between 10 and 11, I will go ahead and make a decision what I'm going to do today. Somewhere in between that time. So I'll just keep watching it. But somewhere between 10 and 11 o'clock, I'll kind of figure out which way this thing is going. So let's look at Market Watch. I don't know. It's a mixed bag. Meta is up, Ford is up, Microsoft, but they aren't up by a lot. Apple and Tesla are down. Whoa, look at Tesla. Sheiks. See, this is where the money is. I need to be over there fooling around with Tesla. Y'all, look at Tesla just tanking and hitting the ground. That's all. That's cash money. Nobody took the Tesla trade. Y'all, I might have to go in on this Tesla because this is insane. I just don't like Tesla. I don't care for I don't like their contracts. I don't know it very well. So let me look. I'm just gonna look and see what the price of Tesla contracts are. And everybody knows I usually buy in the money contracts with plenty of time because I'm a new trader. And what that affords me is if case something doesn't go the way I planned and I get, in the trade and I get down, I've got plenty of time for that trade to work itself out. So generally I come over here. And is that implied volatility? That's open interest. Okay, so we've got open interest. What's this one? Oh, yeah, that's implied volatility. That's a call. Let's see. I would want a put for Tesla. 8.3, 8.2. It's down $10. That was a lot. That was a lot, a lot, a lot. And QQQ is dropping too. What the stink? Let me let y'all look at the chart. Y'all need to see the chart. What the heck? That's Tesla. Look at QQQ doing the same thing. Oh, she about to get a put. See y'all. I'm sorry. Let me put y'all on hold. That was a whole ton of cash money right there, y'all. Okay, so I'm taking you out because I'm about to go into my account. Nah, we about to get those. This is QQQ. I can't understand that. Let's see. Trade. Yeah. Man, that was some money. I can't talk, y'all. I gotta go make this money. But 266.44. We gonna see.
When you have two other companies that I think are hopping. So I'm looking for winners, and a lot of times the winners are right here.
So you're not a believer. I don't know what.
Y'all, it's been so long since I did this. I don't even know what I'm doing no more. This is my put. I want to confirm and send. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's been days since I did this. Okay, so let's see. 266.43. 266. Man, sorry. I don't know what's going on. But I got my stop and everything in place. So let's see. Rejected your buying power. Okay, so what we got going on here? Hold on, folks. I gotta go check out some stuff.
So let's just be careful. You're winners.
What we got over here?
You're winners. But if you get a stock like a Regeneron,
up you go.
Doing everything right and doesn't
Did I look at those?
Slow down. Don't mind that it was in the top part of the.
Okay, hold tight, people. How did that thing get red so fast?
Well, I like to go over at the beginning of the year.
That's crazy. Charts. That's crazy. Let me get over here and try to get this done. Let me get focused.
For the club, David, at 2:00 today.
Let me get focused.
The home stretch with Jeff Lawrence. It's a podcast. If you remember the club, it'll be around 2ish. 2ish. Shut up. All right. I miss you, and I'm glad to see you.
It's good to be
back. And it is good to be back.
All right. Our other partner here as well. We have a lot more.
I'm looking for a good contract. Theta, open interest, lots of open interest. Yeah. Okay. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. You see, I am focused. I have to be focused when I do this. And that's what I'm learning too, you guys. I have to be focused. Let's see, 260. Lord Jesus, this thing is insane. Okay, let's get in here. We got to get in here. Okay, I'm still watching. I'm just watching. Let me get in here and see what the money doing. I'm on my money page, so that's why I don't have it up, you guys, because it shows like all my stuff. And I got to be careful because y'all know I've already exposed myself to the whole world. So now I'm being a little bit more careful when I'm pulling up my personal account stuff. I've got to figure out a way because I saw a guy who had his stuff blacked out right across the top. I just don't know how to do that. I wish I did because that would make me feel a little bit better. I'm sorry. I mean, say, girl, y'all, this thing is dropping like bananas. Is anybody following along on QQQ? Is anybody following along at home? Who'd have thunk it? It fell out the sky. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm going back in. Hold tight, y'all. I'm going to just check on some money stuff. Holy smoly cannoli. I got to pay attention. So this morning, I probably won't be doing a lot of teaching this morning or talking. I need to stay focused because this thing took a turn I didn't see coming. I didn't see that coming. I sure didn't. I watched the futures market. I tuned in. I knew, I thought we were going to be okay. So let me get back over here on my grind, y'all. Because we don't need no trouble. I got my stops in place and everything. Thank you to C-Bar and Frank. I learned that. I learned how to, put my stops in. And Frank and I were having this discussion. It's like, do not take those stops off because it could get ugly. 260s. It looks like it's sitting at 265. So I'm not bad. I'm not mad. If it keeps going that way, go that way. Okay, I'm going to expand and look at some different time frames. So you guys just bear with me only because that kind of caught me off guard. I didn't see that. That was 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes of straight decline. It went from 270. I never saw that before. It lost $5 in 20 minutes. That's a lot. That was rapid. So let's see what we got going here. I'm going to go down to the 1 minute. Nobody trades on the 1 minute. It's some neurotic thing that I do. I always go down to the one to just kind of see what's happening.
Let's get some economic data that's crossing the tape right now. Let's go over to Rick Santelli for that. Rick.
Construction spending for November.
I'm going to turn this up so y'all could hear.
0.4%, a much better number, up 0.2%. And last
and I'm still just looking, trying to see if she's going to continue down.
Believe it or not,
or
only
go
a 2/10 positive read is the best read
this
going
is
back
not
to July
looking
when
good.
it was up 0.8. And the low water mark for the year was down 1.1. That was in August. That was the weakest since April of 2020. Right now, interest rates hovering in the 10s at 3.72% is the lowest level since the 27th of December and very near even earlier comps going back to the 23rd pre-Christmas as interest rates start to dip and give back much of their gains from the end of last year. Sarah, back to you.
All right, Rick. Thank you. Rick Santelli. We're now 30 minutes here into the trading session. Want to point out three big movers we are watching, starting with the casino operators. Wynn gets an upgrade to overweight from equal weight at Wells Fargo on Macau reopening optimism, giving another
I don't know what to do. I've been in this position before where I don't know what to do. And so when I get there, I usually just breathe. You know, where you don't know which way to turn, whether to stay in a trade or get out of trade. That happens. And I don't know if it happens to you guys, but it certainly happens to me. So generally, when I get in that mindset, it's just like with anything in life, I have to stop
and the broader market as well.
recenter myself and just keep the big picture in mind and step back. You know how you can be too close on something? And that's how I feel about this trade. It jumped right out the gate. QQQ wasn't playing today. I haven't even been able to look at the chat. So let me pull it up on my other computer. At least that way I can keep up with you guys.
Versus a year ago, if nothing else. But you're absolutely right.
Who else is trading today?
Still kind of operating under the overlapping shadows of a recession that almost everybody expects to hit, and then a Fed that still feels it has to lean against inflation for the time being. That's been the story for, just the better part of this past year. Now, what has happened over that year is valuations did get pretty radically reset to an unusual
That was
degree
a
in the
beautiful.
12-month
Anybody
period.
caught that
S&P
run this
500 goes
morning? That was a
21 times
beautiful
over earnings
run.
down to below 17
That
right
was
now.
a good
Below
one.
17, it's not cheap. The earnings may not come through. It's still skewed toward the heavyweight growth stocks. But I do think
Okay,
it's
so
important to
who?
recognize
Okay,
that
I'm
is
going
the
back through the
average
chat
over the last
because
20 years. That's the average multiple
100% down.
over the last 20 years is around 16 and a half. 10 years of that, we operated below 15. So no saying we hit a floor.
Can I trade
We have
using
a
my
yield
personal
cushion that
account,
got rebuilt. A year ago,
or
we were
do I
102% of the
need
10-year. Now you can
to
get
send cash to
investment grade
Fidelity
yields,
or
very safe index
Ameritrade?
level bond yields,
Pence Up
4.5
Wanderlust,
to
we'll
5%,
talk.
if not more.
I'm just trying to
That
keep my head
enables
in the
bonds to act
game.
as the backstop for a
Y'all,
portfolio and essentially
forgive
allows you to
me.
take
You
more
are
risk
seeing
on
real
the equity
life.
side. Maybe
Y'all,
this is
I'll get to the
the
chat
play
in
in the
like
right
30
mode.
seconds,
Finally, expectations
but
are
I need to
relatively
be
low.
paying
Maybe they should
attention
be
to this
relatively low.
cash
I
over
don't think
here.
this whole reset
Because that
is
thing
over,
took such a
but
turn
a
so
year ago,
quick.
the consensus strategist forecast for the S&P was 5250. Okay, top tick of the year was 4818 on January 4th. Right now, people are saying, oh, maybe the S&P gets back to where it traded 3 weeks ago. Right, so that's kind of I think the difference.
I don't know. I don't
versus
see
then.
this.
In other words, the consensus.
I see
was
her
dead wrong
continuing
last year.
down
And I
to the
think on the
ground. I
economy,
don't see
too.
this
Remember when it was
getting.
all about
I don't
transitory
see this turning
inflation?
around.
The consensus on the economy,
Even though these
I think
indicators
most of
look
these
like
Wall
they
Street
might
forecasters,
be,
is that we manage
yeah.
a soft landing. We either avoid recession altogether or we go into some sort of mild recession.
I
And
don't
do wonder, Greg, even
know.
though you said
I'm gonna
expectations are
stay
low,
right where I am
that
for
is
just
too
a
rosy of a
second, you
forecast.
guys.
The other expectation
Y'all
built
do
in
what
from
you
an
gotta
economist
do.
is
But I need to
raising
study
interest rates
this
by middle of this
seriously.
year.
And I feel rusty because I haven't traded since
Something the Fed is not
whatever. I don't know. It hasn't been that long, but it feels like it's been forever. I literally couldn't find the send button. So
I think for the most part, if you did the weighted,
yes, Pent Up Wanderlust, please don't worry. I think the Zoom will help you so much because we're just going to go back to the basics. We're going to go all the way back to candlesticks and keep it real cute. Keep it real simple. Keep it real cute.
Coming off its worst year also ever.
Let's see. Those are.
Want to hit Tesla?
Look at this chart.
We're sinking even lower here on some delivery numbers. I think we've got Phil LeBeau with us on those numbers, Phil, which missed consensus.
Let me pull out. I'm pulling out to the 5 minute just so I can see like where we headed.
Shares, Sarah, that are trading down at just over $111. $111. There is a possibility. Don't be surprised if later this week, if things continue on this trajectory, we see shares of Tesla dropping below $100 for the first time since August of 2020.
Are you chasing? No. Where's Maryland?
Delivery numbers.
Yes, Maryland is really my voice of reason. What is that? Everybody needs a Maryland in your life. Everybody needs a Maryland. I don't think so. I think I just made the wrong call. I think this morning's play was a put.
And the analysts today, here's their reaction.
So yeah, you know, what you gonna do? Y'all know what? I'm going to paper trading. You already know. I said it. But when I get up in the morning and I see it, especially if I see a trend, Miss Vice knows. Maryland y'all want to know what it is? Maryland's approach is like my grandmother. My grandmother raised me basically. And she had just this way of saying, she would call me Niecy. That was my nickname. She would say Niecy. And she didn't have to say anything else. I would be like, yep, you're right. You know, it just would bring me to my senses. So I think Marilyn reminds me, she puts me in that. It's never judgy. It's never like, why are you? It's always just like she appeals to your reason. And that works for me. Because if you tell me don't do something, there's going to be at least a period of time where I do this. But Marilyn never does that. She's just like this very reasonable, like, she says very positive things.
The
She's a
bulls are gonna say,
doll.
well, they never said they're going
And
to
she isn't here, so I'm gonna be looking for Marilyn. She isn't in the chat yet.
They're going to come up
So let me get back
well
over here,
50%
you
over the next
guys.
several years in order to offset that. That's why when you take a look at shares of Tesla, and we're showing you a 3-year chart here, remember that they report earnings on January 25th.
They're talking about Tesla now.
When we will hear from Elon Musk, that's the expectation that we will hear from him. And that's also likely when the company will reset guidance, if it does reset guidance. But that will certainly be a focus of the conference call, in addition to what's happening with the gross auto margins, which are no doubt coming under pressure as the company cuts prices. Guys, back to you.
Bill, is there anything to glean here about what's happening in China for Tesla on production and on the demand side, which has been one of the big worry spots for the
y'all,
entire
today,
market, but for Tesla in particular?
I think
also
I'm
with
going to
that new
reserve
appointment
my
of
teaching
Chinese
brain
leadership there within
for Wednesday.
Look,
If you
the
need
appointment
the
of the Chinese
Zoom
leader is going to
link,
get a lot of
just
attention because people
email
are always
me
saying,
at
who's going to run Tesla when Elon Musk is gone?
from lack to legacy at gmail.com. Tomorrow night, tomorrow's Wednesday, we at 6:00 we have a Zoom meeting, just a Zoom little community, learning community get together. And we'll be talking about candlesticks, just what we talked about very briefly this morning, candlestick patterns and an RSI setup that Johnny's going to go over. But I was looking at all of the candlestick information. It's a lot. It's a lot. I don't think we'll be able to get it all done in an hour. So I was thinking of ways to break it down. And I think maybe we should just do candlesticks, period. And then another one for candlestick patterns, because there's a lot that goes into, we could go over a lot. I don't know that you need it all. This thing is really doing its thing. So let me see.
Let's get more on Tesla, of course, as we do look ahead for what this year has in store for the company. Let's bring in George Generikas. He's managing director at Canaccord Genuity. Got a buy rating, $275 price target on the stock. Nice to have you. You wrote in a very recent note that you thought, at least in your opinion, that these numbers that we got on production and delivery were better than at least the worst case fears. Market doesn't seem to be taking it that way, George, does it?
No, I think everyone's now waiting for the conference call. Elon Musk gave a chat on Twitter Spaces a couple of weeks ago.
I think I have stabilized this situation.
The company is going to value unit over margins as we head into the cyclical downturn in autos.
So let me turn my attention to the chat. What's going on, y'all? I felt like I didn't even get a chance to really say good morning to you before the thing kicked off. Make sure we're good. Let me get some news up.
Unit over margins. If you think about it, every time they sell a car, there's a $15,000 opportunity to add software to that vehicle. That's 30% gross margin in addition. And that $15,000 is autopilot. Right now, we assume they're at about a mid penetration rate. But as that product
I'm back. Y'all, I just had to get settled. Okay, I'm digging this. 265.
So that's one of the
price is 26521. This thing is determined to hit the ground. So let's look at Market Watch. Tesla is killing them. Y'all, anybody watching Tesla? Look at this chart. Jeez.
And if you compare this to the
wow, they're down $11. They're down almost 10% this morning.
It's incredibly attractive. This is trading at close.
And so Tesla's a big part of QQQ. Apple is down, Nvidia, and QQQ and SPY. But at least we got Ford, Microsoft, and Meta. It's not a lot of stuff that's in QQQ. Let me put these down here. PepsiCo is in QQQ. Why don't we have Pepsi? Costco, do we have that? We don't have Costco. Look at Costco. All of these are red, Lord Jesus. And the other one was AVGO, broad. I think that's it. It's broadband or broad somebody.
Doesn't that have to get into
Broadcom
valuation as well? The fact that this is basically
okay. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What am I missing? We got Google. We don't have Google in here. I'm just adding them to my watch list so I can kind of see why QQQ is behaving the way it's behaving. Meta is up, Google is up, Microsoft is up, Broadcom is up. Costco isn't down by that much. It's Tesla and Apple that are doing QQQ in this morning. I should have been over there in QQQ with some puts. Ooh, are y'all watching this? Holy smoly cannoli. The only thing I can hope is that at the end of the day, it'll do you know how QQQ will do that whole, it'll hit rock bottom and then go right back up. So that's my hope for today. But we should be getting paid, whoever got puts.
George, that Musk is not going
Y'all
anywhere.
know he ain't gonna miss me. I got me some puts
I know you and I
too.
have talked about this before. He's tweeted
So
about
if you're
this a lot.
new,
I know he's trying
when
to
trading
find a
options,
leader
you
for
can
that
make
company,
money going up,
how much
or you can make money when the
visibility do you
market
have
goes
into that?
down. That's the
Obviously,
beautiful thing
Rick
about
had a question for
options.
Tesla.
Futures, I think, work the same way. I don't know, because I won't talk about things I don't know. But that's the way options work. So this is on 3-minute 369. This is the move. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27, 30. 33 minutes of solid dropping to the ground. We want to get in on that. 264.76. Okay. So that's what I'm looking at, you guys. I'm looking at these candlesticks. This is exactly what you want to see. This is the way I'm a novice. And so I have kept my trading very simple. I only buy calls if it's going up. I only buy a single put or puts if it's going down. And I just look for this trend. This is clearly a trend. Anybody could see that. It doesn't require any skill to see that this is a downward trend. It's so beautiful. It's a beautiful downward trend at that. And so you buy a put, you try to get in strategically, and you try to get out before the trend changes. For me, that's trading in a nutshell. You want to get in as soon as you know it's safe, and then you want to get out as soon as, if you think that trend is going to change. And so what helps me know that is I'm looking at all these indicators here. These bright red bars on my TTM squeeze say, oh, you can see where the trend started. It looks like we might be at the height. Or the apex of this trend. If you look at my MACD, you can see that, well, these are still fairly far apart and they're pointing down, but you can see the color has changed. And there's this dark brown. That lets me know that this trend is cooling. Well, that makes sense because now you're starting to see these green candlesticks come in, where before we had just solid red candlesticks. So this is a very good downtrend. Somebody who personally, I wouldn't have gotten in until this candle had I really been paying attention, but I wasn't. But to come through all of the simple moving averages, there's a 9, a 13, a 50, and a 200. That's what these lines are. And these lines represent price and what the average price was over 9 days, 13 days, 50, and 200. And so once that price dips below all of those averages, you kind of know that's significant. I always make note of when it dips down. And if it goes significantly below all of those, like in this case, I really pay attention. And when the SMAs are spread apart like that, it's just one of those things you'll see in a trend that has momentum, that's moving quickly, and it's moving, it's making big dollar moves and it's moving relatively quickly. You'll see those spread out like that. So I'm just hoping if we're going to do this downward trend thing, let's just stay on it, because let's make as much money as I can on these puts. And then you can turn right on back around and roll right back up to where you came from. And it'll be a good day for everybody. So we'll see what happens. We're down to 264.75. So that makes me, I pay attention there because we had been at 264.76 for a while, but I like this 264.62. Okay.
We're continuing this morning to follow
all
the
right.
chaos.
I am not going to be able to
crypto
keep up with
FTX
this
founder
chat
Sam Bankman-Fried
today.
is set to appear in a Manhattan federal court later today.
I am not
Our
going to be
Kate
able to keep
Rooney
up.
here with the latest. Morning, Kate.
Frank, you got in and got out. Who else got in and got out? I should have. Do you have a trading plan? I did have a trading plan today. So my trading plan changed because everything was green when I woke up this morning. I think as I was watching CNBC this morning, it was all green. The market was going to open. I think it was like I can't remember how much. That's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. So I had to change my plan real quick and catch up with these here puts. That's money, y'all, all day long. This is trading. This all you're looking for is this. This is a trader's dream. A long trend like that going on. Somebody made a whole ton of money this morning, because if you had gotten in here, that was $2.67. That's $3. That's a half a day. That's more than a half a day's move for QQQ. QQQ can move anywhere from nothing to $6-7 in a day. Generally, it's $3, $4. She'll play in that range, but this is beautiful. I'm not mad. I'll take the money, whether it's a call or a put. I'll take it. No FOMO, but I do have to go back in here though, y'all, and check on this cash. So y'all hold on 1 second, because I gotta take my thing off. So hold tight. I'm gonna go see what's happening. I'm gonna see. But we got 3 puts. I did my regular little thing. I didn't put my stops on because I'm sitting here, but I did have it queued up in my tray. When I went to do it, it rejected that order, and I didn't have time to like queue up that tray again. So I should say it correctly, I didn't have time. I forgot how they described it. Oh, to put my template back in place. So I just went in and put the 3 puts in manually. So now I'm going to go check on them. Okay. Let's see. Hold tight, everybody. Okay, let's see. Okay. What's the price on this joint now? 264.37. It's still going down. 264.38. Okay, let me bring you all 1 second. I'm gonna bring you back in. Okay, because if this thing starts to turn and go up, that would be good too, because we'll make money on the up too. But I need to make sure I make some money. I've got more puts than calls. So let me tell you what my thinking is. So I have calls, and anybody with half a brain knows that those calls are losing money. So what I did was just purchase more puts than I had calls, and hopefully my puts will out earn those calls. If it gets to be too bad, I'll cut my losses maybe, but no, I won't. No, I won't. I'll let those jokers ride, because they'll come back up. It's scary when you watch it, but they'll come back up eventually, I guess. I mean, what do I know? So that's what we're doing. Hey, Dark Chemistry. Oh, welcome. You came from Stephanie's Perry thing too. Yes. Let me get over here in the chat and talk with y'all. Yes. You came from Stephanie Perry's live. It's great to see live trading. You are welcome, welcome, welcome. I don't want people to be afraid of it because it really is nothing to be afraid of. But I think when we don't know, it's like, I just want to demystify it. I promise you. That's my whole goal. Once I saw it and that it wasn't like you had to have some really, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to see what I'm looking at. It's a trend. And so I do the simplest trading. I'm a trend trader. I look for a trend. I get in on the trend. I get out when the trend changes. It's really as simple as that. No hopium. My friends are in this chat. They keep me straight. Elle says no hopium, no FOMO. Elle, you know all the language. I cannot wait till we get together. Elle, we got to get together so we can get you up and trading. So I'm going to show you all this. I'm going to bring it back in so everybody can see what I'm looking at. And then it looks like this might be getting ready to do a little upsweep. So I may have to, if she changes directions and starts to go up, if it retraces, say back up to,
of course, what it really is though is potentially
I'm going to say 266. If it starts getting up there, another dollar, if it goes up $1.50, I may need to get out of, I may need to just take my profits on the puts. Just take my profit and just wait and see what happens the rest of the day. Because we're coming up on 11 o'clock. And generally by 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, QQQ has chosen, you'll at least know the direction. And so I think she has clearly made up her mind that this is a down morning. That's obvious. It started out with such greenness. So I'll show you what else I look at. I look at Market Watch. And Market Watch, that's all on my watch list. Let's go public. And since I trade QQQ, QQQ follows the NASDAQ. And here's the NASDAQ right down in this sector. And you can see Tesla is so bright red because she's losing a ton of money. Apple and NVIDIA. So it's a mixed bag. This is pretty green up in here. So we've got Amazon positive and Google is positive. Meta, Pinduoduo, and who else is in here? PayPal is green. So it looks like half and half. So I'm gonna go over here to my chart. It's worse. It's not even half and half.
We'll see a further
Meta, Google, Microsoft. Everything else, I'm gonna take IWM out.
But at the same time, we think inflation is slowing. We're seeing that in our portfolio companies.
Yeah, Tesla is killing.
Commodity costs.
Nobody got on Tesla today?
Which is encouraging.
Look at that.
But we think the Fed will hold rates once they finish in the next quarter.
Tesla's almost down 10%. $12. That would have been so much easy money. And you guys, I knew Tesla was going to tank this morning. I just don't fool with it, but I'm gonna have to break out of that because some of this stuff is worth looking at.
Possibility, but nobody's expecting any kind of hard landing or anything. Super
Tesla would have been a super win this morning.
Induced, and because we come from a strong consumer cushion, and that's really the key.
Where is Marilyn, y'all? Is Marilyn here? Hey, Marilyn. Yes, we just talked you right up. How are you? Good morning and welcome and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year and all that other good stuff. They were worried about me, Marilyn. We need you. I did. Because I was so up and ready. I did what you should never do. And I know better, which is to predict. You don't predict. You play what you see. You do what you see. You do what the chart says do. That's what you do. And so, yes, Marilyn, we need you here. I need you. Marilyn has the kindest way of calling your name. She'll just very gently.
We're back to work, but
no fear. She always has something positive to say. So we miss you, Marilyn, when you are not here.
Well, I'm talking about the public rates.
Right.
They're basically down 30% over the last 12 months.
I'm a buy and hold. I
Still to come,
know.
one
I
thing
know.
that Chief
And there's a
Investor
place for
Report
that.
the morning of a
Marilyn,
10-year
I'm sorry,
ahead
Elle says I'm a buy and hold
But first,
investor
check out
looking
some
to
of the top
become a
gainers on
swing
the Dow.
trader, but I'm
So
still
far,
tied to a
they were
9 to
little bit of
5.
the
So I want to learn more about the
losers of
parts
last year.
that
Our
I didn't
winners
understand in the
today, communication
classes.
services is your top
Yeah,
pick.
I
Right
agree
now,
with
along
you.
with
I
financials,
think
Dow
there's a
gainers,
place for
they were
all
one
of
hard
it.
hit last
I
year.
do. I
Boeing,
think there's a
Disney,
place
for sure. Nike,
for
11%
long
as
holds,
well.
of course.
So is Walmart. We'll be
I
right back here on
mean,
Swap and
and then I think options are good for if you have a stock that's doing poorly. You can, hedge against that stock. That's legitimate. I got some Target stock. I won't even look at it anymore, you guys. I don't even look at it. I don't care what it's doing because I know if it gets down too far, I'll just go buy a put, make that money back up. I don't put it back in there though, and just hold that so when the market turns my way. So there's some moving pieces to this. But Elle, I think you know way more than you say. I think you know way more. Let me do this. Hold on. I don't know why I can't get this. Okay. All right, Elle, we'll see you when you get back. Yay, Marilyn. We missed you when you were not here. I'm telling you. It's like I was a little doe-eyed over here. I'm like, okay. Because you'd have swooped right in and been like, you know what, Sandra? No FOMO. None of that stuff. Of course I saw FOMO. I saw that thing dropping. Oh my gosh. Okay, so let me get us back over to QQQ though, because I think we're currently looking at Tesla. So let me pull her back up. So Tesla's doing her thing. Let's look at QQQ, see what she's doing. They mirror one another. So whatever Tesla's doing, QQQ is doing the same thing. Did you guys notice that? Here is the chart for QQQ. And take a look. You see that a little bit up and then just down, down, down in that kind of swoopy. Watch Tesla's chart. Although Tesla came out the gate, she didn't even have the 5 minutes of good time in the morning. But you can see that it kind of mirrors that. And she's about to do this little hoppy thing. See, I don't study Tesla, but it looks like that same hop along the bottom of the SMAs that QQQ does. And let's take a look at, I'm just curious what SPY and QQQ kind of run together as well. So let's see. Yep, they look almost identical. That 15 minutes of up and then this whole thing just tanking. That is crazy. I cannot believe.
Bill's safety, DeMar Hamlin remains in critical condition in the hospital
after
he suffered cardiac arrest on field during last night's NFL game. Hamlin made a tackle in the first quarter and then collapsed and needed CPR. Players from both teams very emotional, shaken up as the second-year player was taken by ambulance to a local hospital. The game was suspended about an hour after his collapse. And as support continues to roll in for Hamlin from players on his team and across the league, fans are showing support by donating to a fundraiser he set up over the holiday season. The online toy drive on GoFundMe has raised over $3 million with over 100,000 donations so far. He had only set out to raise $2,500.
That's terrible.
It's just an amazing.
How old is he?
Absolutely, Bertha. Thank you. It was tough to watch. The new year kicking off with a big week of economic data as recession warnings continue to grow ahead of fresh Fed minutes tomorrow afternoon and a jobs report on Friday. Joining us now with his thoughts is former Atlanta Fed President Dennis Lockhart. Dennis, it's good to see you again. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
So jobs data this week on openings, we're still expecting millions of openings on the jobs report. We're still expecting resilience, right, and jobs to be added, even if that pace of growth is slowing. What's that going to mean for the Fed?
It will mean that they have to stay the course, I think, in at least the first two meetings
trading today? Am I the only one jumping in here all crazy, all willy-nilly first day of the year?
And as you point out, very
must be the only
importantly, the
one.
labor market data. I think the labor market data, in a way, are sort
Okay, so
of
we've
key
stabilized a
to
bit.
the outlook, the policy outlook at
I'm
the
gonna
moment.
go
They
in
need
and
to see
it's still going
some
down, y'all.
slowing in the
So
labor
let me go
market.
check
So
on
Friday's
these
report is
puts.
an important
I'm
one.
gonna take you all out because
Why,
I'm not
just to play devil's
careful
advocate,
when
why
I
do they need to see
expose
that?
my
Why can't we just
personal
continue to
stuff. So
have
I
job
need to be
gains
careful.
and wage
So
growth?
it's just
which
easier
is
for
good
me to
for
take it
America,
out.
If we see the overall inflation rate coming
So
down,
let's see
especially
what you
on
all are
goods
doing
prices,
over
can't they
here.
just continue to slow down and pause?
Well, you remember from Jay Powell's last press conference and the one before that as well, he gave an indication of how the Fed is thinking about inflation, and they're thinking about inflation in three buckets: goods inflation, housing inflation, and services inflation. And wage growth or wage inflation is a key element in the services inflation. Goods and housing both seem to have turned and are headed in the right direction, but apparently services inflation not yet really beginning to decelerate. So that's the reason why I think the labor market is the key thing to watch at the moment.
My time and sales, I use that
Just to pick
too.
up on Sarah's question,
So let me
if
bring
you go
y'all back in. I
25,
want to show
30
you how I
years, the
use
Fed had a
time and
theory that
sales
unemployment, maybe
to
couldn't
kind
fall
of
below 6%
see
or
what's
5%
coming.
without really accelerating
So-
inflation. You know this whole the data wars that were fought back then. And then we had
Here, want to make sure, because I've got puts, I want to make sure that this price continues to stay low, 263. And if it's going to turn, I want some heads up. So I look over here at my time and sales. I don't know if this is the correct way, and somebody who's more experienced, if you hear this, please correct me. But time and sales, I don't know. Somebody told me that the prices are already factored in, and then I heard something else, is that this is what's in the hopper waiting to be processed. Who knows? But I can see the range of price, and I can see that let's see, 263.93. I want to see how low, does it go any lower, or is it about to turn and go up? So I can see, I'm looking for the lowest price. I do see 264. I see 263.87.
just in terms
81.
Pointing to some of the parts of PCE, of the inflation readings that seem like they lag, right? The shelter component.
So I don't, yeah, 263.82 is probably the lowest price I saw over here in time and sales. Then I saw 264.20. So that's the high, and that's where we are now. And so this is going to come back down a little, according to this time and sales. 267. We should see 264.07. We should see 264.05. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. 264.02. That's good. It gets back down to under 263. So I do expect that we'll see some under 263 again. It'll kind of play around there. It doesn't seem to be making any big move. So maybe 264 might be a significant support, because it's been sitting here for a while. Let's see, 369. It hasn't gotten lower than 263.73. 263.73. Okay, we're gonna see. It hasn't gotten any lower than that. All right.
Rate increases, but still expect the rate to go significantly higher.
It's certainly possible, because I think there will be people on the committee who feel.
We got 26 people in the chat. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy New Year. Hope your new year was off to a great start. You all know what? I saw something. Oh, we got 26 people, but we only got 13 likes, 14. Hit that like button, folks. Hit it, hit it, hit it. It's free, totally free. It costs you nothing, but it helps me out. I promise you, it helps the channel grow. It helps, really what it is engagement and views help YouTube know that somebody's watching the video, number one, and they'll push it out. I'm telling you, it makes a difference. That little thumb up and comments, all of that stuff, it's called engagement. And so if your engagement is up, YouTube says, okay, they're into that, and they'll push the video out to more people. And then that's how the channel grows. So it's so simple for you guys to just hit the like. Don't forget to subscribe. If you're new and you haven't subscribed, don't just look, jump in, subscribe, hit the subscribe button. And stay with us for a little bit. But what I love about this forum is that we can come in and out. Nobody stays the entire day. I'm here. I don't even stay the whole day. Usually I'll take a break for lunch. I take a break like a human being. So I try to set it, get my day started. Everybody knows usually in the morning, I'll decide certainly by 11 o'clock. We're coming up on, it's 10:38. That trend didn't need till 11 o'clock. You could see that right away what that was. So, but you see how it's rounding out and it might be trying to turn up, y'all. Hold tight, hold tight. Sister gotta go. Hold tight. Let me take this off. I'm about to go because if this thing is about to turn up, we want to get out while we got big profits. Hold on. Hold tight. Hold tight. Yep. I'm going to get out of there because I don't know what it's going to do. I'm going to leave one. I'm going to sell two. Grab some of these profits. Let's see, what is that? 264, 42, 30. I'm going to watch it for a second and see if it is in fact turning up. Let's see, I'm going to sell two just in case. Let me save that. 264.28. And I don't want to be premature. So I'm waiting to see if it's going to reject off. I'll show you what I'm looking at too. I'll show you why I'm going to take my time and not necessarily pull out right at this moment. And if you can see what I see, it's hitting right here. But see, if that thing, that's three of them in a row. If it starts to cross over these, if it doesn't reject off of those, I'm going to come out because that was a nice long run for the morning. We got some profits on those puts. I don't want to give that money back hoping that it continues down. These are three in a row and it's going up into my SMAs. I'm not going to be greedy. I'm looking at my RSI is coming up. I'm looking at this. It looks like it's about to do a crossover. This trend is changing. And you can see from my TTM squeeze too. You see, it was building up. It was red. Now it's getting yellow and it's diminishing. So this is where I go look down on the one. This is why I look at the one. Because if it's going to fall apart, it's falling apart down there. And you can see this thing it has crossed over these two. And look, I don't know, but look at this. This blue is coming in too. Yeah, let me see. The communication services sector is still a relative outperformer as names like I think this joint about to turn up. So let me dump these. Hold tight, y'all. Hold tight. Hold tight, just me and y'all. Okay, yep. I'm going for it. I'm gonna grab some of this money. Create a closing order.
While Tesla right now, of course, the share's down as much as 10%.
Because I do want to make it out with something. Yeah. Okay. So I had 4 puts. I sold 2 of them because they were profitable. So let's see. I'm going back in to see.
Company last valued at $127 million during an equity round in May. They are also trying to find liquidity for existing employees. Yes. This is part of bringing in new money.
And were they not permitted to sell the insiders around
264.
It's been relatively stable.
62.
Valuation in the last several months anyway.
264. I'm just trying to see if it's going to reject off of those SMAs, and I wish it would. I wish it would. But no, this looks like this trend is coming to an end. I'm going to wait. I'm going to give it a few more minutes. 264.53. Nah.
Well, they've reached a lot of milestones.
If it makes it above, yeah.
Without a doubt. And then there's Starlink. You know, people now don't talk about SpaceX.
3.
Becoming a public company, but
See, this is where Maryland would say, up, get out. Take the wins. Don't be greedy. Get out. Take a deep breath. It's working. I know. I know. It is, Maryland. It's doing what it's supposed to do. And you're right. I can chill because it's just sitting there, 264. But if it goes up above, well, Marilyn, you will be proud. I sold 2 and took some profits from 2. It's a balance between not being greedy, you know, and not selling out too fast. That's why I've learned to leave what they call a runner. So instead of selling all of my puts, because I thought it was going to turn and go up, I sold 2 and I left 2 just in case. Because, you know, it'll bounce off. And I'll show you what I mean by bounce off of the SMA. And that's an important point, you guys. So let me bring you in so I can show you what I'm thinking and why I'm thinking this. So for the puts that I purchased, those go whenever you buy puts when your stock price is declining. And we were clearly in a decline. I think to sit here and just watch it would have been foolish. You know, it wasn't like I didn't have the money to buy those puts. That's just that would have been me just sitting here watching that money. Y'all, that's money. Sorry. So I purchased those puts. But you can see here, this trend doesn't go on forever. And you can see this crossover and you see that green starting to come in. So that's what I'm watching. I'm looking to see, will these candles bounce off? Because when candles come to support and resistance, or SMAs, simple moving averages, they can do a couple things. It can cut straight through it. That means it can reject that. It can reject the support. It can reject resistance. It can bounce off of it. It can bounce off and continue to go down, or it can get caught up in them and consolidate. And so that's what I'm trying to watch for. And the balance is you want to time your exit. You just want to get out when you can get the most money. And so here's what I'm waiting to see, because now they're caught up in here. So this could be consolidation. Consolidation isn't bad for me because at least it's not going up. But I was hoping maybe it would bounce off of there and keep going, but I don't think so. I think my RSI is saying it's going up. I think this green here is small and faint, but there's a crossover here and this thing is going, it looks like it may turn up. So I'm watching the price and you can see the price keeps going up. So yeah, I am going to wait maybe let me go look on the 1 and see what it's doing. Because if it's not about to turn around on the 1, I don't know. No. I'm coming out. I'm coming out of these. Yep. I think I'm going to take the money that I made on those puts, be happy I got it. And because I got a feeling this thing is about to turn up. It's about to turn. And so I'm just watching. Yep. It's steadily going up. So let's get out of those. Yeah. Okay, so cool. I got out of those. And now let's hope that this thing just goes up. I mean, it did a nice little run for the morning. So let me get back over here and peek. And then I got to go make me some tea.
Joining us is Michael Baker, D.A. Davidson, Senior Research Analyst.
Okay, cool.
Talk through how to deal with this space, Michael. The retail stocks.
Okay, I'm going back to the chart. I'm going to get my setup back, get back to the
slowdown from the consumer. Do you think 2023 will be different?
Well, we're actually a little bit more positive on stocks than we are on the consumer. The XRT actually has been a pretty good place to be over the last 6 months, different than the XLY. So consumer
Yep, we got them,
discretionary,
Marilyn.
that index, of course,
I
includes
got
Tesla, which has
out.
been
So I
dragging
did
it
make
down,
some
but
money.
the XRT,
Now I
is
had to
more of the
wait for
big
these
box
calls
retail
to work
space, has
out.
actually
We'll see
been
what
pretty
happens.
good.
I'm hoping that
outperformed it for the
QQQ
last
does
6
what I've
months,
seen her do
in the
before.
back half
She
of the year.
does
Now,
this
it
big
did
old
underperform since
U
Black Friday.
and then
That
just
happens
goes
every year.
right
Retail
back
does
to
not
where she
perform well
started.
around the holidays.
But I
For
didn't
the
want to
last
sit
13 years,
through
the XRT has
that
underperformed,
down,
the S&P
you know,
500
and
from
not
Black
make that
Friday to
money
year-end.
because
We actually
that's
think it sets
money.
up better for
So I didn't want to just
2023.
sit there
We know the
because I had
consumer's weak.
calls.
Estimates
I
are
wanted
coming
to
down.
grab
We think
that
that's a good
down,
thing. Margins should be
sell
better.
them.
And we
You
think
don't
a
want to give
catalyst
that money
could occur
back,
in the next few
and
weeks as
then
we get a lot of
just
negative pre-announcements. We
no
suspect in the next
hopium,
2
no
weeks we'll get a lot of
hopium,
retailers
but just
pre-announcing, but
know
that'll
that
lower
I know
estimates
how
again.
QQQ
And
kind of
retail
moves,
usually
and
performs
that
pretty well
generally
in
she'll
January,
do this
February when
thing.
the bar is set
And so
lower
it's
for the
midday,
next
we'll
year.
see.
Why do you
But
expect
we're
margins to
definitely,
be
it
strong
looks like
if
we're
the
about to go into
consumer is weakening
consolidation.
and
So here's what I mean when I say consolidation. Let's see.
Well, once it's all reported, will end up being way down. Should be better in
Just this kind of sideways trading, just kind of stuck right here, just trading sideways, not going up, not going down. And we've done that 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 minutes. My indicators all say that that downward trend may be ending. This is called an oscillator. But this is my MACD, and you can see as it was really involved in the downward trend, all of those were bright red. They were increasingly getting taller. That let me know the intensity of the trend. Did you notice that when it started to cool off and do this, look what color? These turned that darker, and you can see how it built up, it got to the peak, and now it's starting to wane. And that's exactly what you see up here. When they were bright red, this thing was dropping like hotcakes. And then as it got down here and the trend started to cool, you could see the candle. I mean, these aren't candles. These are volume bars. No, these are just bars. But you can see the color change in the bars. You can also see this about to do a crossover where, let me find a place where you could clearly see, because yellow's on top now, but you could clearly see where the blue was on top here. And the blue is on top, and you can see the crossover. Now the blue is on the bottom. So crossovers are significant. If you'll pay attention, like here was a crossover right here. And it went from being green to being, in the red. I'll just use that. And it looks like it may cross over again and start to pick up a little. So that's on the 5 minute. I'm just going to pull all the way out, you guys. And what I'm doing is I'm looking at this across time. So I'm going to look at the hour. What is it doing on the hour? Yeah, that was some nice dropping. It dropped for a good hour. Sure did. It opened up at 270. Oh, it got up to 270 and some change. And now it's down to 264.34. That's a big deal. Okay. So I'm going back to 3 minutes. And Elle shared something with me about how you should what time frame you should be looking on. I dropped that in the Google Drive. So if there's anyone who needs access to the drive, you have to email me. I need your email address. Email me at fromlacktolegacy@gmail.com, and I can get you the link to the Zoom that's tomorrow, and I can also give you access to our resource drive. And I wonder if I can pull that up, because Elle shared, it's I guess like just a graphic, an infographic that tells you what time frame to use if you're swing trading. And so if you guys want that info, just get it out the drive. Okay, the air is getting cold in here. I'm about to go turn the air conditioner off because it's so cold. Be right back.
Any softening of that is obviously going to hit expectations. So I think it's one of those deals where what do we pay for this company when it's not just purely about the stability, the buybacks. By the way, dip may be well below 1%.
All right. We got 24 people watching. Hey, y'all, hit the button. Hit it. Bing, bing, bing. I've been watching all these things that help you improve your YouTube channel. Is there anybody out there who wants to do a YouTube channel? Because I'm telling you, I'm learning that stuff too. I'm researching. There's a thing called, what was it I was looking at? TubeBuddy. And TubeBuddy helps you. Can't post comments to some destinations. We're not worried about that. So I've been watching TubeBuddy, and TubeBuddy tells you how to make your YouTube channel better and all these things you need to do. So if anybody, we got one. Oh, look at Rita. Hey, Rita. Wow. I'm not even sure when that came up. So you guys, this is something else that I just recently learned, that we can stream to YouTube, Facebook, I want to say Instagram too. So we're live today on YouTube and Facebook. So if somebody out there in Facebook land is watching and joining us, welcome, 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 welcome. You get the same love and the same welcome too. Ms. Vice says, I've been entertaining the idea of a YouTube channel for years, but haven't. You should do it. I promise you, you should do it. It is the most fulfilling thing, because you get to connect. And I'm telling you, people I would never have been able to connect for real with. I know that sounds so weird though. We're on the internet, but we're connected. But that's the truth. I have never felt so supported in my life. And that's for real. Because for me, I don't know, it's a little different. I'm not talking to strangers. You know, I would imagine like if you just started a YouTube channel from scratch, and maybe you were talking about, let's see, what is something? Maybe you were talking about gardening. You never know who's going to show up unless I have a built-in sisterhood. I have a built-in friendship, base. And so most of the people, at least the bulk that come to this forum with me, are people I know from Exeter Summit, or I know them from Playa. So my chat is full of friends or people who are connected to my friends. So I feel blessed in that way that because I had the benefit of being affiliated with Exodus Summit, it has been such a benefit to me and my channel. So I would suggest, get some of your friends, but start it. If you want a channel, please start it. It's like the support you didn't know you needed. It's like the connection you didn't know you needed, or you didn't know you would enjoy. Because some of us are going to meet up. We'll be traveling together. And so it's just cool, because once we get to see each other physically in person. It happened like this at the, if you aren't familiar with Exodus Summit, last year, we did a meetup in Cancun. And all my YouTube favorites, I was such a fangirl that day. All my YouTube favorites were there. If y'all don't know Kathy Hampton, y'all need to go check out Kathy Hampton's website. It's Wellside Retreats. I got to meet Kathy Hampton in person. I had been watching her videos, slightly stalking her on the internet. I got to meet Stephanie and Adelia and Rashida's mom. We had already met, but it was like a family reunion. So what YouTube has done for me is really, for real, create a community. And luckily for me, I get to connect with some of my friends in this community, not just here, but in other chats. And so it has been nothing but positive. But I will tell you this, if you're thinking about doing it, what I have had to learn is balance, because it takes some work. It really does. Unless you're really good at editing and all that stuff, and that's your joy, then it can be daunting to constantly be producing content. So I've learned some real tricks, like how to batch content, like how to make, I just saw it the other day, how to make 30 pieces of content in 24 hours in one day, and it can be done. It can be done. So you batch create your shorts. You make 5 at a time. So you do 6 different versions. You just made 30 shorts and you just store them and release them. What else did I learn? Oh, I learned a lot about editing. I'm telling you, on CapCut, I learned how to use Canva. It's a lot. You will learn a lot, but it's so rewarding. It really is. So yeah, if you're thinking about doing a YouTube channel, do it. I encourage you. And if you have some questions, I'll tell you everything I know. I'll tell it all on the internet for free. So let me know, Miss Vice. That would be so cool for you to do it. What would your topic be? Miss Vice, if you're still here, what would your topic be? She should do it, yeah. She really should. You guys, yesterday, I promise you, I stay on the internet. I saw a woman. I want to say it looked like she may have even been in a wheelchair, but she was an elderly Black woman. You could just tell she was up there. I want to say she looked like she might have been in her 90s. Y'all, she has a YouTube channel. And she takes her time and she talks. I don't know if it's her daughter there that helps her, but they, put the camera and stuff up. I'm assuming somebody helps her. And she sits there and she talks. And so, what a great way for somebody who can't get out. I never thought about that, but when I saw it, it touched my heart. I was like, this woman is 90 something years old, if not older. And I don't know, forgive me if she isn't that old, but the feeling I got was that she wasn't very mobile and that this was a wonderful way for her to connect. She probably got friends. And if their daughters or children will just, sit them in front of the computer, it's a wonderful way for them to talk to each other. They can sit there, you can keep that thing on all day. So that touched my heart to see a sister in her, the golden years of her life doing a YouTube channel. See, that just lets me know there are no limits. The age is nothing but a number for real. And I'm going to find her channel because it would probably make her day if we all bopped in at one time and just said hi, because I'm telling you, her speech is slow. You can't be, trying to get in and get out. I sat there for a good 20 minutes just listening to her talk, and I left her some comments. It was just, I'm telling you, it's another way to create community if you do it correctly. I'm sure there are people out here doing all kinds of stuff on the internet. Yeah, I don't know. But the way we have it structured, it is such a blessing to be able to do it. Ms. Vice says having trouble narrowing it down: travel, fitness, wellness, finance, but those markets are oversaturated. No such thing, Ms. Vice. I'm going to tell you what Stephanie told me. No such thing. Nope. Because what you need to do is find your niche. They'll tell you that too. Niche down, find your people. Because fitness, yeah, that sounds like, but what about fitness for Black women over 50 who don't like to work out? You know what I'm saying? That's not everybody. You have to call out. That's one thing Stephanie taught me, is call out your audience. Don't be afraid. We think if we narrow it down that we're eliminating viewers. No, you are absolutely tuning into your viewers. It's counterintuitive, but that's the way it works. Hey, Miss CAF. I would love to check her channel. Check out who? Miss Stephanie Perry. You better get over there. I took her YouTube 5-day YouTube challenge back in August, y'all. I started all of this stuff at the same time. I didn't know what my YouTube channel was going to be either. I thought it was going to be travel. To be honest with you, I had another channel, y'all. I could tell y'all now. I still do. I have a second channel, and it's called YOLO Solo with Puffs and Chucks. That's a long name, but because I always wear puffs, I always wore Chucks. So YOLO Solo, which is you only live once, and I'm solo. So I was going to do a travel channel, but that's not what happened. The pandemonium came. So I wasn't doing any traveling, or travel was difficult. And that's okay because I think I'm where I'm supposed to be. I just believe I am divinely, I just believe in that, y'all. I think our steps are ordered and you are exactly where you're supposed to be every moment of the day. Now, what you do with that moment is up to you. What you do, if you maximize it, if you poo poo on it, or if you polish it up, that's up to you. So I absolutely put it on hold. I promise you, the channel's still out there. It might even be, you probably could go subscribe. I think it is still up. YOLO Solo with Puffs and Chucks. I gotta see. But at any rate, that didn't pan out. That's not what it turned out to be. And fast forward a year or two later, I promise you guys, I was gonna do a podcast, bought all the equipment. I'm talking about the mics, just everything. And that wasn't it either. That wasn't it. I couldn't work up the nerve to do it. Again, I was alone. I didn't have a community. This was when I was in Spain and I cried every day, y'all. I cried every day because it was not every day, but I cried a lot of days. And then I came back home, regrouped, got up with Stephanie, and I'm telling you, it changed my life. Changed my life. So if you're thinking about doing a YouTube channel, do it. Even if you just do like I did, I just put the name up. Eventually you'll get it. Hey, Shauna. Hey, good morning. Welcome, love. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You see what we're doing? We're chewing the fat. After so much, after a certain part of the day, the tense part of the day is like right in the morning because you got to decide, like, what are you going to do? You need to find out, what the trend is going to be. Once 11 o'clock kicks in, we basically be here chilling. We're basically in here chatting and chilling because nothing's happening. You can see QQQ is in full blown consolidation now. She's in the 9 and the 12. I'm sorry, the 9 and the 13, those SMAs. The yellow and the blue lines are my 9-day and my 13-day simple moving averages. And you can see that the candlesticks are totally caught up in there. If anything, they look like they might be bumping on top, which is a beautiful thing. Marilyn, we got to talk about this. And I'm going to slow down and show you all what I'm talking about so you can maybe understand my logic for why I sold those puts when I did. It was time to get out of that trade. And I'm going to show you all the things that were signaling to me that it was time to get out that trade. The only thing I hate is that I didn't get in that trade a lot sooner because that was a very profitable trade because here was the downward trend. I probably wouldn't have gotten in at this candle, nor this one, but I would have totally, had I been expecting it, totally gotten in here and rode it all the way down to the bottom. So I wound up getting out of this trade somewhere around here. After I saw those 3 greens come in, yes, they crossed over the SMAs. That was one signal to me that this downward trend, can you see all these candles are underneath the SMAs? When they start to cross over and bounce on top, now price is going up. At least that's been my experience. Once they start doing that little bunny hop on top, and you can see we had our little crossover here. That makes sense to me because this crossover was totally in alignment with all of this red. And then you see this cross right here. Just as these greens start to come in, these lines start to spread apart, and you can look at our TTM squeeze. All this stuff coordinates. I mean, after you see it so many times, you kind of know. So what made me exit that trade when I saw these 3 come in like that? There's a name for these. I studied it in the candlestick pattern thing when you see those 3 like that. So seeing them go up into that SMA, the simple moving averages, seeing them cross over those 2 and start to do that, it was time to get out of that trade. Watching the MACD turn over from all red to green, it was time to get out of that trade. And all of the indicators were saying, go ahead, take your money. You're going to be okay. And so I sold those. But now And this is a position that you don't want to be in, but it's my preference. I have calls. Now, what I need this thing to do is go and consolidate and go right back up to where you came from. And that'll be a good day for everybody. That'll be a good day all around. So I don't know if that confused you more or if it helped you, but that was my thinking for getting out of that trade. And my only regret this morning is that I didn't get in sooner, because I think a good move would have been once it crossed under these 1, 2, 3, and this candle came in, even this one, because now you know, come on, that's 3, 6, 9, 12, 15 minutes. And at this point, let's see, even here, we were just at the opening of that candle, we were just getting oversold. I don't know. One thing I can say about trading is that it is not an exact science, but if you do it long enough, and I know people who've done it long enough, longer than me, I'm sure they get this. You kind of get a feel for, and particularly if you do like I do, I only trade QQQ, you kind of know. I can always feel if things are jumpy. Like that price jumpy this morning, that should have clued me in. I said it out of my mouth. I was like, this price is so jumpy, because it doesn't normally jump and vacillate like that. So that's it. You learned that on MBG. Wait a minute, let's see. Okay. I'm in a meeting, but checking the chat. Is this chit chat? I know. See, that's part of the fun. I promise you. I cannot wait till we get together. So when we get together, we're going to have so much to talk about, so much to kiki about. Okay. Miss CAF said, I learned that on MBG. Okay, so did you do Modern Black Girl too? Miss CAF, when you gotta talk to me? Hey, Shauna. Hey, girls. Miss CAF, did you do? I did them too. I took, that's where I started. I started with them in August. It was either July or August. I'm telling y'all, look. Here's what I would do. And I've said it, and I hope this is not offensive. I hope everybody understands what I am saying and receives it in the spirit in which it is given. I took the class. I didn't know much about options before I took the class. I wished that I had known something before I signed up, because when I say it was like drinking water out of a fire hose, it was coming at me. I knew nothing. I didn't know how to use the platform. And so many times I would be frustrated because I wanted to ask a question and the forum wasn't set up to really entertain questions, you know, the way I was doing it. So it was, I'm sorry. You know what caught my eye? QQQ just did a little dippity do. She better find her way to the top, because I sold my doggone puts. I sold my darn puts, and I'm not going back in. No, I'm not going back in. But at any rate, so my take on any class, especially if it's a totally new skill, is to do what teachers do. What we do is front load. If I were to have a classroom of 30 students and I wanted to teach them a brand new concept, I wouldn't just sit them all down and say, okay, and start teaching. No, I would check to see if they had prerequisite skills, because there were some things that would have helped me not be so frustrated. Like, had I known how to use the doggone platform, that would have been so beneficial while I was in class to be able to actually do and follow along. Had I just had some time for real questions and answers where I didn't feel like that's going to be a bother, or, yeah, I don't know. Unless, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? I know what I'm trying to say. It's where you just don't have fear, and you're welcome. It's relaxed. You can ask questions. Somebody's going to answer your question. There's not going to be or you don't feel like you're bothering that person. Listen, I was a teacher. I was a busy teacher too, and I understand. Sometimes you're like, look, I'm gonna get to it. Just hold tight. But sometimes you need to what we call front load. You need to make sure that the student, whoever it is, whether it's an adult student or a child, has the correct vocabulary. You can't just go throwing out vocabulary and the people sitting there like, what the hell does that mean? It's not as effective. So I found my experience would have been better had I had this. Had I been able to at least hear somebody tell me when I'm not on the clock, I was on the clock too. My time was going to be up. I only had 3 to 6 months or whatever it was to finish the classes. So it was a lot. But this is a non-threatening environment. You can ask questions till you're blue in the face. We do not care. We'll answer them if we can. You can sit in on a free Zoom. You can ask questions there. There are people in there who know way more than me. And so that front loading. So now when you go to a paid class, when they throw out a term like ATR, you're like, okay, I know what an ATR is. Or at least you know what candlesticks are. You know what a candlestick pattern is. You know what SMAs are. You know what a MACD. You have the language. I had none of that. And as a teacher, I'm sorry. I know better. I know better. And so I took the class. They were great. Their program is reasonably priced. I didn't really get to meet a lot of people because it wasn't a chat like this. We had a Discord group. And so I didn't connect. I think this forum is better for me because you guys can ask questions. We can just be it's more social. Maybe that's what it is. I like the social part of it. So Miss CAF, you did the beginning week, just finished the replays, but I'm broke and I'm starting to paper trade. It's okay. You're in the right place. Yes, I needed to know how to use Thinkorswim to really understand. Yeah, it would have been helpful had I had that before. I understand what you mean. I was a second grade teacher until COVID. Yes, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you really want to give students the best chance to succeed, you got to meet them where they are. You can't just be like, well, hey, I'm giving you the info. Can't you catch up? No. That's not how that goes. No, that's not how that goes. So that's what I'm hoping to do. So hopefully I have put together enough resources, but you still have to be a go-getter. You got to want it because I can't read the articles for you. But if you go to the community tab on my YouTube page, I try to drop videos, shorts. So we've got videos over there. Even if you look on my YouTube page, there is a playlist of candlestick videos. So you don't have to go wading through the stuff. I already sorted it out. I already looked at the ones that I thought were crappy, and I tried to find the best ones. I tried to find long ones, short ones. So there are several places. If you want to know more, of course, you can come and sit here and chat it up with us, and you'll pick up some things. But go to the YouTube page on the community tab. There are videos there. There are handouts there. Anything that I can put there. If you go to the where playlists are, there's a playlist about candlesticks. If you send me your email address, or if you email me, I will send you the Zoom link and you can sit in on that. That's even more intimate because we really get a chance to see each other, which is so cool. That's so cool. So I have tried to put together resources or pull them together so you don't have to wade through all of the crazy. And together we've tried to talk about, like, what do we need? What do I need to know? So I think Marilyn and some of the other ladies, and probably Bumpy too, expressed an interest in just learning the basics of candlesticks. And so that is going to be our first really kind of teaching. Because C-Bar did the last one and she did a great job. Because I'm telling you, it didn't take me any time after going through that with her to figure out how to get that OCO order done. So I don't have any fear about doing it anymore. Great. I mean, she did a great job. And so Johnny will also be presenting more or less. And I'm hoping more people do the same thing. Because again, y'all, I didn't know this stuff. I had to go watch the videos myself. Even though I took the class, I knew some things about candlesticks, of course. And, just working with it over the last 4 to 5 months, I've learned some things along the way, but I still watch, I still study. So I watched all the videos about candlesticks and candlestick patterns. And that's when I realized it might be too much for one session. So what I'm going to do is break it down. And I think even when you talk about candlesticks, just getting to know them, it's a lot. So we could do it this way. We could do bearish and bullish, or we could just do candlesticks and then we'll do candlestick patterns. And I think that's what's probably going to happen, because as I was going over it, I was getting overwhelmed because there are tons and tons of different candlesticks. But there are some really important ones that you ought to know when you see them. And so that's what I think I'm going to focus on for tomorrow. And Miss CAF, you were a teacher. You need to come on and join us, because, I mean, you know how it is. Once a teacher learns something, they can teach anything. Once a teacher, always a teacher. You should join us on our Wednesday Zoom. We only do it we do it twice a month for now. Every other Wednesday at 6 o'clock. So you should consider jumping in, because if you took the beginner's week, you know some things. Listen, they do a good job. Now, I'm not mad. They lay it out. As a student, though, I needed more support coming in so green. And I can only imagine that there were probably some other people there that felt the same way. Now, if I were to take that class now, I would be in there like, yeah, keep talking, sis. I would be like trying to take all the classes now. I promise you all, I was looking back at one of our study sessions and I could just feel my frustration then, because I knew and I think I could even hear myself making some comments, because I couldn't keep up. I could keep up, but barely. It was like piecing together meaning the whole time, piecing. So I wasn't really focused on the information. I was just trying to make these connections. So what I'm hoping is that get it here. Find out what candlesticks are. Find out what a MACD is. Find out what an RSI is. And I try to be careful so that I'm not saying things that you'll have to unlearn. So when I know that I'm a little shaky, or if I know that's not my area of expertise, I don't feel confident about talking about that, I'll say that. I'll say, I'll plant the seed. Here's the video. Let them tell you, because I don't want to send anybody. That's even worse than trying to drink water out of water hoses. Is when somebody gives you some tainted water. Poison water is worse. So I don't want to be that. I don't want to disseminate any misinformation. So I try to be careful about what I say. But candlesticks, I could totally do. Totally. That's not that big a deal. I can do candlesticks. Marilyn says, Miss CAF, join us. I continue to learn. I'm slow and have to understand everything. Ask my son. Yeah. but Marilyn, I think that's a positive. I really do. I think for this thing, there's no rush. The market isn't going anywhere, y'all. And for Marilyn, I guess it is a little different because we're retired. So that's what I have to remind myself. Sandra, you do not have to do this today. You don't have to trade today. I have to keep telling myself, you can go back to paper trading. You have all this time, but y'all, I get excited. Y'all already know. I get excited. I'm so glad when y'all come. I'll be so glad. It's like, you know how you feel like your cousins will come and your girls will come and y'all gonna chat it up. I don't feel alone when I'm doing it. Frank and I were trading together. Oh, come on, y'all. Don't be trying to do that. Get yourself back up there. Frank and I were trading together. Me, Frank, Tara, and Sonia. We all started out together. Sonia recognized immediately. She was like, nope, not for me. Me and Tara looked at each other like, what? Scoot over. We'll take her space. So some people are either in it, either this is your thing or it isn't. And, Happens to be my thing. Yeah. It had to be fun. Yes. It has to be. Because other than that, you're not going to do it. If it's stressful, nobody's going to, why would you sign up for that? Nobody signs up for that. Or you'll do it for a little while. And so I could totally understand why Sonia was like, nope, I don't want to do that. And you should be free to pursue. She is such a creative. Y'all know Sonia is a movie maker. She oh, and by the way, if you're new, if you haven't heard Miss CAF, Sonia from Sonia Unapologetic, she has trading journals and all kinds of journals and all kinds of cute what do you want to call it? She's got t-shirt, everything, merchandise. She's got everything. So check her out too. Sonia Unapologetic. Check out her Amazon page. Get yourself a trading journal so that when you do get started, you are ready. You're ready to go. You'll notice I jot down the price. I jot down like the opening price, like the high, the low, when I got out, if I'm thinking. Sometimes I have to go back and look at my order to see exactly when I got out because I don't always write that down. I know where and about what time, but I don't always know the exact dollar amount. So, yes, you definitely want to have a trading journal. And so those are some of the things I learned, some great foundational things with Modern Black Girl. I did. They laid it out. My only thing was as a learner, it was quick. I didn't and I needed some front loading. I needed that kind of to make sure that the precursors or the prerequisites were in place. That would have been very helpful for me. And there's another, I'm sure everybody knows Terry Ijuwuma. I hope I say her name right because I'm a stickler. I don't mind if people mess up my name. That doesn't bother me, but I don't like to mess up somebody else's name. But Terry, I want to say is Trade and Travel or either Travel and Trade. She does good work too. Her course is a little pricey. So before you go plopping down, this is my whole point. Before you go plopping down tons and tons and tons of money, front load. Still go get your class. I mean, still go get your, I would never tell anybody don't invest. I'm a teacher. Of course, invest in your education, but be wise about how you spend your money. And I would hate for somebody to get in there like Sonia. I have talked up trading, and then she goes and pays for the class, and then discovers 2 weeks in she hates it. Is it Trade and Travel? Yes. And it's Terry Ijuwuma. I believe that's how you pronounce her name. She was on Good Morning America, first of all, both of those women. Um, Terry was on Good Morning America looking like $1,000,000. And Tiffany, who does Modern Black Girl, I want to say she was on the cover of Forbes. Can you believe that? And she's under 30, under or close to 30, somewhere around there. She's so young. I found out about Modern Black Girl through my daughter. She was originally in their Clubhouse group. They moved from Clubhouse and she started this business teaching Black people to trade, or Black women predominantly, but it's everybody in there now. So teaching them to trade. And wouldn't you know, I promise you, I don't think that young lady is 30 and she was on the cover of Forbes, just all kinds of accolades. Business Week. I don't want to misquote anything, but yes, those ladies are doing the thing. So before you go there, though, before you make that initial investment, this is just wise. And to me, I say this is like junior college. And if our kids were really smart, they would take advantage of free junior college. You really could. You could save yourself, your parents some money. Because here's one thing I do know. We all know somebody who started and they might have finished the first year, or maybe they didn't make it out the first year and discovered this is not for me. And now you've spent $80,000 of your parents' money, or you've gotten into student loan debt, or whatever the case may be. Where had you gone to free junior college? That's a win-win. So I consider this forum where we can get together and talk and do this thing kind of like junior college, y'all. It's the junior college. Is free. You just come over here. You come when you want. It's no big deal. Nobody's going to be bothering you like, why weren't you here? We don't know. And you just get what you need. You take it with you. Pull that stuff. Go look at the community tab. Go look at the playlist because I promise you, most everything on that page, almost everything, 95% of it is about trading. There's a little bit of stuff on there about traveling and moving to Playa, but for the most part, it's all trading stuff. So, and please do yourself a favor. If you don't watch any videos but these, watch the ones where I show you how to access TD Ameritrade and Fidelity, the OCC and the OIC. They're two videos, two separates. They lay out everything. They tell you everything that's free. I'm telling you, y'all, there are totally free from start to finish options trading programs. TD Ameritrade has one, Fidelity has one, the OCC. And when I tell you everything. There wasn't anything that I had seen or heard in any of my classes that they did not offer for free. I wish I had known that. I would have gone over there first. I wouldn't have struggled. So I would have went over there and I would have studied. Or even as they were teaching it to me, when I had questions, I could have just flipped right over to the OCC. So I think there's room for both of these things to exist so that the learner really gets the most, gets what they need. Marilyn says, it's so true. Junior college is a start and it's free. Yep. I wish it was available 100 years ago. Marilyn is so funny. Marilyn and I are both retired. We are out here living our best lives. So yes, we can hang out here. We can chat it up. Marilyn and I can be up at 3 a.m. We could be up 4 a.m. We can chat it up, go back, take a nap, make coffee. It is a beautiful thing. And so even to be able to play like this, to learn a new skill in retirement, to start a YouTube after you retire, it's all the fun stuff because I don't have to do it. I like to do it. And that's even better. I don't have to do a YouTube channel. I enjoy it. It was always one of those things I wanted to do. I don't have to trade. I do not have to trade. It was a skill. And I just wanted to do it. I saw my daughter doing it. And I'm telling you, it's a challenge too. So it helps keep my brain active and engaged. I think as educators, we know that if you continue to stay engaged, in connecting with others, learning a new skill, reading, singing, all of those things help keep your brain functioning. You don't want to start to see that slide. And I'm going to tell you, y'all, that's what touched me so about watching this older lady do this YouTube channel, y'all. You got to see it because it is so heartfelt. It's so touching. When I tell you her speech isn't the best, you can tell. I don't know if she had a stroke. I can't tell, and I don't know enough, so I don't want to speculate. I don't want to put anything out there. But what a genius idea to have her have her own YouTube channel. And I'm telling y'all, I want to say, I think she may even have thumbnails on her videos. It was beautiful. It did my heart good. And I sat there for about 15, 20 minutes and I made comments. I don't know if she'll read the comments. I don't know. But I knew what that was about. There's a caring adult somewhere who understands that engagement is good for her brain. Whether she's just talking, whether she sets it up, whether she types, it's just something about that engagement that is ultimately, I'm sure, pretty good for her brain. Mhm. Yeah, we are having fun. Marilyn and I don't know. That's why I think, and Marilyn comes over to remind me, like she kind of bops me over my head, like, girl, stop stressing. Because the truth is, I raised my children, y'all. I did all the things. I've not had one husband, I had two. It was a good life. So now I've given to everybody. Now it's time for me and all my retired sisters to be doing what we want to do. Marilyn don't never sound stressed to me. Marilyn is at home chilling, picking this up. And I love what Marilyn says. She says, I'm slow. I want to know it all. I want to go slow. Yes, absolutely. That's the best way to do it. And we have the ability to do that. We have the space to do that. So, you know, it is what it is. So if there's anybody else out there that's retired, feel free to. I don't know, I think Johnny might be retired too. Several of us. Bumpy may be coming sometime. He might have a few more years, but yeah, y'all. And so this is what we do. And it's almost my lunchtime. It's 11:30. I'm starving too. And she isn't doing anything. So let me peek in. I'm gonna peek and see. Well, I don't know. Come on now. We don't need this kind of stress. Get back up above that. Did you all see how it came back down underneath the SMAs? And you can see that the price is going back down. So I'm not so thrilled about that. I thought we were going to cross over and bounce our way on up, but we'll see what happens. We'll see. So while she's just sitting there not doing much of anything, what's that? Marilyn says, during my years in the airline industry, one of my positions was an instructor and quality control instructor. I taught adults. I know, mercy, mercy. You think adults? No, 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 no. Children are, because children come attached to other adults. At least when you're dealing with the adult, you don't have to worry about their parent coming up. If you're teaching an adult and it's a difficult day, at least when you walk away, Marilyn, you're done. You probably don't carry grown people around in your heart. You know what I'm saying? But teaching is giving and pouring, and oh yeah, it's not for the it's not it requires some parts of you. Yes, and it's a sacrifice, totally. So I hope they appreciated what you were trying to give them, Marilyn, because nothing's worse than pouring yourself out and you don't feel appreciated. I hope they appreciated you. Okay, I'm gonna put this thing on autopilot, y'all, and I'm gonna go grab me something to eat. I got some tacos left over. Oh yeah, Marilyn, I loved it. You know I did. I loved teaching right up to those last few years when it got dicey. You know, with the pandemonium, that wasn't gonna work. I watched that from both sides of the coin. I watched my poor grandson and his wonderful teacher. Oh, did he have a wonderful teacher? I watched that poor teacher struggle to keep those kids engaged. I was watching it. My grandson was doing everything under the sun. I can't, and there were adults, we were present. We were making sure he had a great breakfast. You know, somebody was there with him. I can't imagine the kids that didn't have that support. How do you do this with an 8-year-old? We can do it because we can get up and walk and go and do whatever we need to do. But could you imagine? That was their day, literally, just like the day we're doing. Sun from, what was it, 8:30, 9 o'clock till almost 3? That's a trading day. And you got little kids sitting on the other side of a computer and you think they're going to stay. It was tough. So I knew that was my time. It was like, oh, deuces, time for me to roll. This is not what I signed up for. So it was a perfect time for me to break. Like, this is a perfect time for me to break. Yeah. I'm glad, Marilyn, because sometimes that's not the case. You know, you can teach and pour yourself out and it goes totally unnoticed. Former co-workers, yes. Yep, I continue to laugh. Joy, they missed that. Of course, they had a few bad apples, but that's life. Yep, that's life. Okay, I'm gonna go fix me something to eat, fix me some more tea. I'm gonna turn the TV up so you guys, in case anybody comes, they won't think that we totally just skipped out.
Nice. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks for having
And
me.
I'll keep this up.
As we had to break, check out
Sure.
shares of Amazon and Roblox last year. They
I hope
got
that's
hit
not too
very
loud.
hard. This morning, though, both stocks getting named as top picks. Head over to CNBC.com.
making a new 52-week low today, which is worth mentioning.
Hey, Sonia, I
Now,
hope I didn't
among
miss
analysts,
you.
over
She might be
80%
gone.
do still lean at
Hey,
least
Sonia.
somewhat bullish or bullish in conviction, with an
Yes,
average
we need all of
outperform
that
rating
good
and price targets
goodwill.
ranging from 118 to $210 a share. So the analyst community is still fairly upbeat on this name. Makes sense. Apple's one of the more consistent and heavily traded names really throughout the market. But Apple's also raising its services charges for its battery replacement of out of warranty iPhones, iPads, and MacBooks starting in March of 2023. That was a separate news item we got this morning.
I'm
The
back.
price
I'm back.
hikes
I'm
ranging
back.
about $20
So
to
I'm not sure if
$50 for
anybody's
different
actively
devices per
watching or
reports
not, but this
out
thing
of
is just
TechCrunch.
basically
But some
cooking.
positive
So I'm just going
news
to
we
be
got from
peeking
Bloomberg is
in and
that
out. You
Foxconn,
guys
the
will be able to
largest
see. I'm just
iPhone
peeking in and out. I'm
plant
going to
in
make me some
China, is also
tea.
now nearing 100%
Relax.
production capacity again, after, of course, we saw those protests that were facing the plant as well as COVID cases rising. So that has been a point of contention for Apple for several months now, back to 100% capacity, or nearing at least, which was expected for December or January. So they are on target with what they had originally said. I think that's definitely a positive, considering really the exposure Apple has to China. Getting back up to production in that region, I think, is critical going into this new year.
Jenny, some of the exposure that Apple had to China, and they alluded or rumored or talked about moving some of their production out of China, that made China do a 180 in terms of closures and overall production. Jenny, the demand issues that are out there, the worry that are out there, it's discretionary spending that people seem to worry about. But Jenny, aren't problems with Apple usually just temporary? Isn't this a problem that's most destined to turn around at some point? And this 125 level, if you look on the 3-year chart, pretty significant area here, Jenny.
Yeah, absolutely, Kevin. I think you make a really good point, because I was reading all the analyst notes on this name back when we initially heard that we'd hear some iPhone production snags into this peak holiday season and how that was going to be terrible for their fourth quarter, et cetera. And I thought, I was reading a lot of analysts actually think it's not that we're not going to see people still buying iPhones. It's just that if they can't get an iPhone in December, they'll wait until perhaps the spring. They'll push out that purchase. It doesn't mean that necessarily everyone's going to now an Android device. It just means we might see the cycle elongated and not perhaps on the same year-over-year historical pattern it once was. So I think that's a really interesting point. Demand is not necessarily dissipating. It's just changing and evolving with the changing consumer. So perhaps we could see iPhone 14 sales pick up now into the spring months, which I think is worth noting. You know, we're always so down on sometimes these companies like Apple that are so influential. I mean, just based on what I saw, it doesn't seem like people were slowing their Apple spending this holiday season.
Yeah, and then they had some of their iPhone store sales in December up only 1%. That's not big growth for them. They typically see bigger numbers on that also. 1.5 lows today for Apple, weighing on the overall market. Thanks to Jenny Horn here, markets correspondent on the network, breaking down the Apple story for us today. But now let's bring in Randy Frederick, Managing Director of Trading and Derivatives at the Schwab Center for Financial Research. Randy, as I mentioned to Kevin, not a good start to the year after the worst year for the major indices since 2008. What's your take here on the weakness to kick off 2023?
Well, that little bounce that we got at the open wasn't a big surprise, because as of last week Friday, all the tax loss harvesting opportunities went away, and markets down. You expect people to step in and do a little bargaining, but as Kevin mentioned, it only lasted about 20 minutes. Not a lot has changed other than that, other than the ability to get the benefit of selling at a loss, which is gone. Nothing else has really changed. Now, we do have the potential for some catalysts here coming up that could make a big difference. The most important one, of course, is on Friday. We get the December payroll reports. If that happens to be a weak report, that could spark a potential rally. At some point, stock prices are going to get cheap enough and not be too worried. If you're a short-term trader, on the other hand, it's tough. There's not a whole lot right now to get too excited about. Now, obviously, traders can trade the short side and the long side of the market both, but it's very difficult to be bullish near term without any catalyst. Earnings season is going to start in about 2 weeks. The estimates now are for negative year-over-year earnings growth and very low single digits revenue growth. So that's not too exciting. We don't have a Fed meeting for an entire month, so that's not anything to get too excited about. So again, what we can hope for, if there's a positive here, would be a weak payroll report. And then, of course, the following week on Wednesday, we're going to get the CPI, which is also very important. And again, we want to see inflation coming down. Those are two potential catalysts on the horizon that might get people excited. But in between now and then, it's very, very tough market right now.
It definitely is. And Randy mentioned the jobs report that's due on Friday, Kev. That's going to be a big number.
Marilyn, Sonia's
even though
doing
weekly jobless claims
journaling. She
ticking
is
up a little bit, but not that
I think
much.
she's going to
When
do
you
like
look at,
co-working, co-journaling.
The statements from Randy here about
I
eventually
wanna say
there
it's
might
7
be some buying
o'clock
opportunities
at
inside.
night.
Are people waiting for that capitulation that has not fully happened yet, where we're just grinding
It's
lower
nice
over
and
the last
warm.
month or so, where hey, we don't know where the bottom is yet because the uncertainty out there and the Fed's still hiking rates.
How many times have you asked yourself in your career, Tom, either when standing in a trading pit or laying wide awake at night?
Yeah.
How many times have you asked yourself when?
Yeah.
When and from what level? We're pretty sure that Apple's going to turn around. We're pretty sure that Tesla's probably going to turn around at some point. And NASDAQ in general, we don't know for sure, but some of these stocks are still pretty attractive, but when and from what level?
Right.
That is the question that people don't know the answer to yet. A lot of good quality stocks that make a lot of money here in this market, but this market is still under pressure.
Yeah, and Randy, do you to Kevin's point here, when you look at this from a macro scale and, maybe people want to get into names, is there too much uncertainty out there with the Fed hiking rates and the fact that a lot of these companies haven't pulled back their forward guidance? I've been saying that for the last several months, that might be one of the last shoes to drop where, hey, these companies better rip the Band-Aid off if they haven't already moving into earnings season, which, as you mentioned, starts in a couple weeks.
Well, that certainly could be a catalyst. What we don't know is if they're actually going to do that. They may very well be constructive long term. I think most of the consensus is that things are pretty negative for the first half of the year and then are likely to look better in the second half of the year. Now, that's all, of course, contingent upon the fact that the Fed stops hiking rates. We know we're going to get a rate hike on February 1st. The odds of that being above 25 basis points is pretty low still, only about 30% chance that it'll be a half a point. So we're winding down, and that could very well be the last one. So if that happens, and if the weakening the labor market, lower CPIs support that, then there is the potential for things to turn around in the second half of the year. And if the market even sniffs that out, they'll start buying because again, everything is down. In general, across the board, the S&P 500 is down 20% on the tech side, and in the growth names, it's a whole lot more than that. So yes, at some point, the bargain hunters are going to step in, but everyone's a little bit hesitant to do that too soon. They did that like 5 or 6 times throughout 2022, and they got spanked every single time. So people are a little bit gun shy. We've got to see. I would say don't try to pick the bottom because it's very hard to do that anyway. And in this market, it's better to wait until we see a nice, several day uptick, and then that will be a signal that maybe it's time to do a little nibbling. But I'd be cautious about trying to pick the bottom because every time people have done that in the last 12 months, it has not worked out all that well.
No, not at all. And dollar cost average term comes up quite a bit, Kev. But go ahead.
One of the questions is that Randy started to bring up is stopping rate hikes enough?
Right.
Is that enough to turn the market? Does it have to be a reduction in rates? Because I don't see Jerome Powell reducing rates in any time. And here's one last thing for our viewers to think about. It was late August when the government spent money, and then Jerome Powell went to Jackson Hole and scolded the markets. Well, we've got more spending at the end of this year, and we've got Davos coming up.
Right.
Could it be another Jerome Powell short 8-minute harsh speech talking about pain that we get? That's coming up, I think, about 2 weeks. That's coming up.
Yeah. And, I don't think the market wants to hear that, but Jerome Powell's got a mandate to get inflation down to 2%. And we're nowhere near there, but we have seen some, green shoots, as you call them sometimes, to the upside.
Oh, Elle, you think Sonia's? I think you're right. I think you're right.
From
I was hoping she would do it in the morning.
Randy, real quick here, on that note, like when you look at sectors here, should investors, as an overall market theme, start
and
thinking
she's doing
about,
it Wednesday?
Maybe average gains instead of like the gains that we saw over the last 3 years for the major indices, that, hey, 2022 was a warning sign that,
Yeah.
hey, maybe a 7-8% return per year isn't a bad thing.
I might not be able to journal
You
this
absolutely
week.
have to readjust
Yeah.
your expectations.
But I need
mean,
to. I
we
need to give
went
me a
literally
for
12,
real, like a
almost
personal
13
journal.
years in a virtual zero
Oh,
interest rate
Lord, that's
environment.
a whole nother
Of course,
story.
stocks went up. 2021 was an unbelievable year. You had that, and then you added fiscal stimulus on top of that. It was remarkable. I mean, you just don't get years like that all that often. Last year, for many people, was the very first bear market of any duration that they've experienced. I mean, yeah, we had a 1-month bear market in early 2020, but it's even pretty astounding how many people have gotten into the market since that time. It's a pretty huge number. But that 1 month was a very short duration. It wasn't, it was painful, but it went away so quickly that we forgot about it. But this is more typical. I saw some notes today that were talking about how long this bear market is. It's actually not that long. If you look at all the bear markets since World War II, this is the weakest one in terms of how far it's gone down since 1966. And at 12 months, it's not even reached the average length. The average length is about 16 months. So we're not even quite there yet. So it's difficult to imagine that if this is your garden variety bear market, which for the most part, it feels that way, that it's actually over yet. We probably do have another 3, 4, 5, 6 months of it before it even gets to average. But in terms of how far down it's gone, it really has not been that severe. Sure, it's been the worst one, since early 2020, but honestly, we haven't gone down literally in 12 months, even as much as we went down 1 month in early 2020. So it may just feel it's more like a death by 1,000 paper cuts than one of those smack you in the face and knock you off a cliff kind of bear markets.
Right, in which we had at the start of the pandemic. People were used to that, where they got the opportunity to buy when the market sold off so firmly on that start of the pandemic anyway. All right, guys, let's take a quick break here. And after that break, we're going to discuss Tesla, which is down again after reporting weaker than expected December deliveries. Fast market's coming right back with the market to the downside.
It says 1-4-23. Is ours at 6? We're at 6, right? So she's at 7.
Let's walk through charts. One of the most commonly used features on
I think I saw hers.
Start by going to the charts tab and entering a ticker symbol.
She's at 7 o'clock.
Select
is that right,
frame
Elle?
to
Because we're at
adjust time
6. Is that
intervals
right?
or to
I'm pretty
favorite time.
sure.
Select style to change the appearance
I
of
was
the
trying
chart.
to find out the name of those 3
You can
green
add
candles I
drawings
saw
by selecting
together.
drawings, drawing tools, and then type of drawing. For symbol
Hey,
comparisons,
love.
select studies.
Sonia, what time is
This also gives you
your
access to
live
hundreds of pre-bid
tomorrow?
studies,
Because we have a
including a number of
Zoom
classic
call
patterns.
at 6.
The grid icon lets you view
It's
multiple charts
usually
at
supposed
once.
to be an hour, but
You
it
can
may
even
run a
initiate
little
trade from the
longer.
charts tab. Just
So what
right-click anywhere on
time
the
do
chart and
you
select either
is
buy or
your
sell.
live at 7
For
tomorrow?
more demos
Your
on how to think or
journaling
swim,
live?
head to the Education Center on tdameritrade.com.
Don't forget, everybody, if you're here, even if you're just listening, don't forget hit the like and the like button. Let me see where we are.
When
Oh,
traders tell us how to make
we're
think or
doing
swim
pretty
even
good.
better,
Oh, we got 22
listen.
likes. Okay, I can live with
because
that.
platforms this innovative
I'm going
aren't
to
just made
change
for
my live.
traders.
Okay, what time? Are you going to
They're
change the
made by
date?
them. Think or
Because
swim
of course
trading
we would love
from
to
TD
come.
Ameritrade. It's a 13-hour flight.
But
That's
we
not a
would,
weekend
I
trip.
don't know that we would have been done
You
today.
downloaded the TD
I mean,
Ameritrade mobile
tomorrow
app so you can
by
quickly check the markets.
7.
Yeah, actually,
Even
I'm
though we
taking
say it's
one
an
last
hour,
look
I
at my
think this one's
dashboard
going to
before
go a
we
little
board.
longer.
Excellent. And you have Thinkorswim mobile?
Okay, cool. She's going to change it to
You two are all
Thursday.
set.
So anybody
Have a
who
great flight.
wanted to go
We'll see ya.
to Sonia's live, it won't be tomorrow, so it's no conflict.
Choose the app that fits
It'll
your
be
investing style.
Thursday. That's perfect. And that way, anybody who wants to go to Sonia's live after, you won't have to worry about it conflicting with the Zoom call. So good. I'm glad you poked your head in because I didn't even pay attention to that. I would have missed it. I didn't even, I saw you scheduled it, but I didn't see the time. So, okay, that's cool. Okay, so prices averted. I'm going to change the date in a moment. Okay, cool. It's when you do, we'll check it. I'll post it here too. Do you mind posting it in here too? So anybody who wants to come from here can roll over there.
Maybe they're
I'm sure we probably have our notifications set. Does everybody have their notifications turned on? That's how come I was missing the lives, y'all, with Stephanie, because I ain't have notifications on, and I know y'all was over there yucking it up and having such a good time every week on Saturdays. I did not know that. Did y'all notice that I wasn't coming to lives?
Like you mentioned, Tom,
I think I knew, but I didn't know like the good. Thank you, please.
Units this time around for 2022.
Yes.
They actually
I'm such a live head now on Saturday, but guess what? And then too, you all, this is what I was thinking. You got to be engaged. No, you don't. I put my phone down. I could just, I bop in and out. It's the same as this. Duh, y'all are teaching me. It's the same thing. So I sat in on Stephanie's live for a good portion. But when I had to step away, I just put my phone down. I could still listen, even though I wasn't in the chat. So y'all are schooling me on a whole new way to be with your friends. This was exactly what I was missing when I was in Spain. Had I had this, y'all, I might still be in Spain.
So things are changing for the company, but you could also say
I thought ours is at 6:30. Thanks. I changed the time in my planner. I think we're always 6 o'clock. Please, but y'all follow up with me because Lord knows I could be posted anything, anywhere. But I think I want to keep it the same. I think we said 6 o'clock on Wednesdays, every other Wednesday. But somebody check. Yeah, is it 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time? Every other Wednesday, we'll have a study session. So twice a month, we'll do it. And I think, yep, that's what I'm going to do. But see, y'all are schooling me. Because I could just put it on my TV too and still just walk around. But I like having my phone in my hand because every now and then I can chime into the chat and still feel like I'm a part. Okay, it is 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That should be our time always, just to keep it easy. And if that is a problem for anybody, let me know. So if there's anyone in the chat and you would like to sit in on our Zoom call, which is this week, we're going to be talking about two things. I had 3 things listed, but I think I'm gonna have to table the candlestick patterns. It's too much. When I was going over it, it's like, oh, that's gonna be a lot. You'll get confused. So I think we should just talk about candlesticks. And to be honest with you, candlesticks could take more than a half an hour. I gotta ask Johnny how much time he needs. Yep. Okay. So cool. But it is 6 o'clock. I want to make sure. But you all check behind me because I'm moving fast. And sometimes I get it right, y'all. Sometimes I don't. But I think that's our standing time. So if you're joining us now, live in the chat, hello, welcome. I see we have a couple more people have joined us, 18 now. My name is Sandra, and welcome to my channel From Lack to Legacy. On this channel, we're all things money, investing, and mindset, particularly how to go from a scarcity mindset to a mindset of abundance. If that sounds like something that you're interested in or something you need to work on or you want to be a part of, you have found your people. We are here. We hang out here together. Some of us are trading. Some of us are learning to trade. Some of us are fumbling through it, like myself. I started a little while ago. I haven't been doing it not even a year. And so I'm learning. I'm learning a lot about myself. I'm learning so much, y'all. It's not even funny. And I say this every time, but I have to do it. And I'm watching myself too. Ooh, it's such a good way to study yourself. Oh. So feel free to join us. We're a learning community. I'm a new trader. I just happened to decide I didn't want to do it by myself anymore. And everybody can't stop what they're doing to join you in your physical space, but we can all bop in and out of a live. I don't know why I didn't think of this sooner. And so what happened is once I opened up my kitchen, y'all in grandma's kitchen, once I opened it up, experienced traders start to chime in, or more experienced traders than me started to chime in, and they're so helpful. Everybody in this community is helpful. I mean, and what I love about it is it's no stress. There's no judgment. Nobody, it's not like it's not that nobody cares. We care, but we're not sweating anybody. Come and hang out with us. Watch the trades go down. Share what you're trading. If you're not trading, if you got a question, drop it in the chat. If I can't answer it, there's someone. Miss Vice has been doing it a while. Elle acts like she doesn't know, but Elle knows more than she says. So you could get your questions answered here too. And again, it's all free. We don't charge for anything. The only thing that I charge for is if you need a one-on-one session where, let's say, you really want to start paper trading, because that's what I would suggest everybody do. Please don't do what I did. I did not have someone to say to me, do it this way. I was learning for real, out here on my own. But what I would say to anybody is paper trade, paper trade, paper trade. And I have to put my ego aside, and I have to put my greed aside, my FOMO aside. Marilyn reminds me of that all the time. I think you could just see it. You can see the things that could get you caught up. And I have to go back to paper trading. I have to. That's the practice. No athlete just shows up to the game because he's a, good athlete. No, they practice. People who trade practice. They back test. They do all of that stuff. And I would encourage anybody who's starting out, do that. So if you're interested and you want to get started, but you don't want to, pay for a really expensive class right up front, you want to kind of dip your toe in to see, hang out with us, because you'll get a chance to learn some of the vocabulary. You'll get a chance to see how the chart works. You'll be picking up little things think through swim as you just sit and listen. You'll pick up, of course, if you come to the study sessions, you'll be picking up even more information. So do yourself a favor. I love the way Marilyn's approach is this. I am not in a hurry. I want to know everything. I like that, because the other way you can get yourself in trouble. This is not the kind of investing is really, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. So many people defer their investing to others because they don't want to take the time to learn. And I'm okay with that, because if you're busy, you don't have time. But I'm retired. I got nothing but time. I always wanted to know what they were doing with my money. I always wanted to know. And that's how I started investing, because I started just watching the stocks. I started looking into what's in because back in the day, y'all, I had a mutual fund. Now you've got mutual funds and ETFs. And ETFs are similar to mutual funds in that they are a group of companies all rolled up together. And so the ETF that I trade is QQQ. And the top 10 holders or the top 9 holders in QQQ are tech companies. Well, back in the day, you would have basically the same setup, but it was called a mutual fund. And you may still be able to find mutual funds. But one of the biggest differences is mutual funds generally tended to be manned by a human being. There were really people actually trading for, doing that, the behind the scenes, the actual trading and making the decisions. And you have to pay them. So mutual funds came with a fee. Well, ETFs are a little different. QQQ, SPY, IWM, those are a little different in that they are not necessarily managed by a human being, but AI, artificial intelligence. There's an algorithm that does a lot of that money managing, which means that ETFs don't have as many fees associated with them as mutual funds used to have, and probably still do, because I don't know anybody who has a mutual fund anymore, but they still exist, I'm pretty sure. But they had fees that were associated with them that were oftentimes more than the fees in ETFs. So that's why people, I think, may gravitate toward ETFs. It's certainly why I like to trade ETFs. Plus, I like the fact that exposure to any kind of volatility is spread out. You got, I forgot how many companies. I want to say it's less than 100 companies in QQQ. So, yeah, I mean, we need to know. We need to ask questions. And I think just by sitting here, so if you didn't know that an ETF and a mutual fund were similar, and the only real difference is the fees associated with them. You just got that for free. You just got that. And what I always say is check behind me. I like to plant the seed. I lead with, I'm not an expert. So don't go taking financial advice or anything from somebody on the internet that tells you right out their mouth, I'm not an expert. That's not good. I wouldn't take financial advice, to be perfectly honest with you, from anybody without double checking it or validating it. The things that I share with you guys here, I'm very careful about what I say. Even though I'm a teacher, I am not trying to teach people to trade. Stephanie said that on her live, and I was like, no, I'm not trying to teach people to trade. I just want to share what I know. I want to share what I know. I want to be careful. What I can do is, for sure, if you need to have your Thinkorswim platform set up, I'm your girl. If you don't know how to get the right account set up with TD Ameritrade or Fidelity, I'm your girl. Because there's a particular account that you have to have. You don't want a margin account. You don't want they ask you a lot of questions like, are you a broker? Blah, blah, blah. A bunch of questions in the beginning. So if you don't feel comfortable doing that process, setting that account up and setting your Thinkorswim up alone, call me. Use the link in the chat. Just schedule yourself a time. You can call me. We'll do our Zoom call. And y'all, I have come such a long way. Y'all have no idea. In the beginning, when I first started, y'all, I didn't even know how to share a screen. I said it. But you all have been so patient with me and so kind. And so that's why I do not mind telling you and giving you everything that I have. I think that's just the way it is. You guys have been so kind and supportive of me that when we get on the phone, I know we say it's an hour, but it takes more than an hour. So if you want someone to walk with you step by step and hold your hand, literally, I hold your hand. You can read the question to me. I will help you work your way through the answer. The session is $59.99 and it's an hour. So usually in that hour, most people have already set up their account. They don't need that. But what you would need is for somebody to help you set up all of your indicators and all that stuff on Thinkorswim so that you can get started paper trading. And you want it to feel as real as possible. So you want your indicators because you need those. You need to understand how they work. You need to understand volume and where that is. And so yeah, I do that. That's the only thing that I do charge for, that one-on-one time, because I can't do that during trading time. I have to do those on the weekend. And so if I'm going to give up some weekend time, I have to make it worth my while. And I still think that 59 is pretty reasonable for what you're getting, because hopefully we can get you through a paper trade before the end of that call. That's my goal, is to get you set up. But you have to have already opened up your account. So if we do our Zoom call and you haven't opened up your account, that's going to take a very long time. That's going to require a double session. If you need me to be with you and just kind of hold your hand while you open the account, I'll do that too. Then we need to schedule 2 sessions because it's going to take time for us to get your account set up. And then we'll move into setting up your Thinkorswim. They're 2 different things. Most people do not need help setting up their account online, but most people do need help setting up their Thinkorswim. Because you could do it by yourself, but I promise you it's so much easier when somebody can tell you where all those little ticky buttons are and get your watch list set up, get all your indicators put on, show you how to toggle back and forth between those things, show you all the little time and everything. We can go through that. So that's the service that I offer. And I do that primarily on Saturday and Sunday. But I'll do them in the evening too. I don't like to though, because after I'm done trading, y'all, you know what I want to do. I just want to go outside. I want to go get some sun. So if you need help with that, feel free, reach out. There's no shame. All of us started at ground zero. And I'm telling you, if somebody had done that for me, who knows? I'd probably be making a whole lot more money by now. Who else does this on YouTube? Share this platform, which is a gift. We must uplift our Black communities. Yes, especially trading stocks. We need this. Please share, talk to others. I'm telling you all, finances, I hope you are listening to these people talking. That's why I keep the news on. They are telling us This stuff is on sale. I have never with my two eyes seen Tesla that low. Never. I have to look over at Amazon. Let me look at them because I've never seen them that low. I have not. And I own Amazon. Let's see, where is it on here? That might be the one I'm missing. There's Meta, Google. Meta is Facebook. I didn't fool with Facebook too much, but Google is under $100. Y'all, let me show you. I can show you better than I can tell you. So let's take Google, for example. And we're going to look at Google over a 20-year period so you can see how on sale. Let's see. Okay, this is monthly. Oh, this is daily for 20 years. That's a lot. Okay. So at its height, Google sold at $151 a share, and that was that was March of 2022, you all. Look at that. And from there, it has gone, it's almost half price. Are you kidding me? 80 and 80 is 160. Google is about 40% off. Now, I'm sorry. If somebody said we got an iPhone for you and it's 40% off, I'm buying it. Because if I don't do nothing else, I'm going to buy it and sell it to somebody else. And that's all stocks are. That's all we're doing, people. So yes, get on this train. You don't have to trade options. Let me help you out with this. You don't have to trade options. The skill that I'm trying to get people to buy into is what you want, because you can trade stocks. You just need the skill of learning how to read the market. You can trade Forex, crypto, futures, anything with that one skill. I don't care if you don't do anything with it, but learn it, teach it to your children. You don't have to trade options. I like options. The only reason I like options is because you can catch them going up or down. That's the only reason. But normally my real jam is stocks. I understand that. You don't have to worry about a theta. You don't have to worry about all these behind the scenes tricky things that come up with options. I'm just out here, I got some time on my hands. I figured I'd learn this skill. But the truth is, the skill is valuable because you can trade anything. You don't have to trade options. I think some people trade futures because I think it's less risky. They trade Forex, which is currency. I don't know because I've never traded those, but I'm gonna have to talk to some of my friends because I know someone who trades Forex. I know someone who trades futures. And I want to say that they feel like they're less risky than options. So who knows? You don't have to trade options. I am not pushing options trading. That's what I do. I happen to do that. I know more about that. But what I'm really pushing at the core is learning to read a stock chart, learning to trade, period. Because once you learn it, you can trade anything. Stock market could close up. Not a problem for you because you have this skill. So Tesla, Google is hot. Yep. Thumb up. Hey, James. Oh, wow. James helps people build up their channel. Wow. Thank you for stopping in here, James. I wonder if he's gone. He probably has something to do. But he has this great concept where you come to his channel and everybody just pubs up their YouTube channel. You want to talk about community? That's community, because we're all trying to get our numbers up. And so if you go to James, is it Guide? I don't even know what that means, but I know he's a cool dude. You go over and everybody is dropping like in the chat their channel. So everyone is going to the other people's channel. You can like, subscribe, share. It's a great idea. We should all be doing it. We should all probably host one once a week where you invite all your YouTube friends and just open it up to the public, and you get more subscribers. You can get more views. It's a great idea. James, you're a genius for doing it. Thank you too. Thanks for stopping by. I stopped by his chat too, because that's where I go. You can drop your stuff. I have gotten some subscribers from him too. And I just came across James, I don't know, maybe a week or so ago. I don't even know what was that. Maybe 2 weeks. Gonna take our Uncle S 2022, get him out of my business for 20. You mean for 2023? Gonna take. Yeah. So James, thanks for stopping by. I'll probably be by your page the next time you have I don't even know what you call it. Shoot, a subscriber roundup. But it's a genius idea. And I'm telling you all, I need to tell Stephanie, she needs to do that too. Everybody that has I know some people say that you don't want to exchange subscribers for subscriber if the people aren't really going to watch your channel. But sometimes people don't know that you have a channel. You know what I'm saying? They don't even know what the topic is. So I get it. You don't want to do anything to jeopardize, the algorithm and how that works and flows. But exposure is exposure. And when you have like 100, 500 YouTubers in one place, you're bound to find something that you're interested in. I know I did. I'm trying to think, who else did I come out with? I picked up a couple of sites from that meetup. It's like a little virtual meetup. So yeah, I met quite a few people and friended some folks, subscribed, and I got some subscribers too. So I think I am going to mention that to Stephanie because she has like the biggest roundup of YouTubers. I mean, come on. So if you're here and you're new, don't forget like, and please don't forget to subscribe. 2/3 of my viewers, 2/3 of the people, can you believe it? 2/3, over 60% of the people who watch videos don't subscribe. I don't understand it. It's just hit the button. Bing, bing, bing. Cost you nothing. So yeah. It's just been a good all-around deal for me, you guys. If anybody's thinking about doing it, please do it. Let me get back over here and see what QQQ is doing while I'm running off at the mouth. Oh, that's what I wanted to show you guys. Look, QQQ traded at one time at over $400. QQQ is barely she can get down to 250. That's a sale. That's what they mean. And I don't think that we're done hitting the bottom. I don't, unfortunately, I don't. I wish we were. I wish we would just, get it together, but I don't think we're done. Let's see who else. Meta is Facebook. I'm not into Facebook, but I mean, but look at Facebook was at $384 a share. Facebook is down to $124 a share. Now, if you believe in that company, if you believe in the leadership, if you think that company is got good value still left in it, and you can see it, I guess pivoting and moving forward, that's a bargain. That's a bargain. Let's see. Tesla, we don't even need to discuss because I got a feeling Tesla's gonna go under 100. Yeah, if she hasn't already been under 100. Let me look. I'm gonna look at it on the 15-minute. But at any rate, it's really, 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 whoa, look at that. 106. Wow. That's hurtful. It opened up at 118. That's like, oh Lord, Tesla's down $17. That's why QQQ can't catch her breath. Because Tesla is over here clowning. QQQ can't catch up. No. At any rate, so you can see, let's go back to the 20-year. So you can see why folks are excited. And I won't even say excited. So here's Tesla. Tesla at the height was $414. It is now barely scraping $100. That's 75% off, y'all. I'm sorry. Now, unless you think Tesla as a company is dead and it's not going anywhere, these are potential long holds. So you have to decide. I don't give stock advice. I am not. Read the description. The description says, I'm not qualified to give any stock advice, but we can talk about these things together and you can make up your own mind. You can talk to your own advisors, but you should at least know what you're talking about. Tesla is genuinely on sale. Let's look at Apple. We can look at all of them. I would think Apple was the one that probably retained more value. Yeah. Apple was at 182 at its height, and now it's let's say 122, it's down $60. That's 6 times 3, that's a third. So it's down maybe 30%. I don't know. I'm just doing the math in my head. Yeah. It's 6666, that's 333, about 33% down. That's not bad. What is something else I might consider? Pepsi. Now, see, Pepsi is the one bright light because at Pepsi's high, look at this, you all. Pepsi's high was 186. I need to look at this. This is over 20. Is that the 20 year? Yeah, this is over 20 years. So I am not mad at Pepsi. Pepsi has done well. And in light of the fact that so many have lost so much, so Pepsi is now at 177. You come on. That's no contest. No contest. Let's look at it. Let me pull it in so you can kind of see. I want this. Nope. I want this. Yeah, so that was what it was 20 years ago. It was 147. Wow, Pepsi has retained its value. 137. I don't know. No. Let's go. I'm sorry. What am I talking about? Please forgive me. Let's go all the way back. I thought that was kind of high. Yeah, Pepsi started at $36. Forgive me. The low was $36, and that was back in, it looks like it might have been in 2003. And then fast forward, you see that big old thing. And now this is when everybody else was losing, Pepsi was gaining. Guess folks gonna always drink cola. 186 at the high and 177. And that high was just that was like on December 1st or somewhere around there. December 2nd. Let's see, something else you guys might know. Microsoft. I'm sure it's on sale too. Microsoft at its high was like 350. It's under 250. Can you imagine? You could have bought 2 shares for $700. Now you can buy nearly 3, 2, 4, 6. Yep. Now you can buy 3. It's like buy 2, get 1 free. Yeah, that's going to make an impact on your bottom line. So I know there are lots of people who are long hold investors. I agree. The only reason I'm not in this mess now is because you see it's all bloody red. I don't want to be. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not interested in just tossing money away. So, and I think you heard someone earlier say, don't try to time the market. You can't time the bottom. Everybody's waiting. Well, I'll wait till it bottoms out. Then I'll start. Nope. I wouldn't do that. I think dollar cost averaging has a place. The only thing about it is I think it's when you get in. I still think there's more bottom side, more downside to come. So I'm just chilling on the sideline. Keep your cash. Hold your cash. Cash is king. We're just playing around because you can't the market isn't going up really every day consistently. So you can't make money with stocks, just playing stocks that way. There's some great, there's still some winners out there, but for the most part, I just showed you everybody. Let's look at Costco. Same thing. Costco on sale too. Costco used to be $612 a share. So for $1,200, you could get roughly 2 shares. Costco is $448 now. You could get just under 3 shares. It's almost like this buy 2, get 1, not quite free, but it's certainly discounted because 2, that would be 900, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, you can almost get 3 when you could have only purchased 2. And that wasn't that long ago. So let's check out Apple. Apple retains value too. We talked about Apple. We talked about Tesla, Costco, Pepsi. I don't do Microsoft really, but it was 350 and it's 237. So that's off $112. Google, we looked at that one. Wow, Google almost half price. And Meta, sheiks. Meta's a third of it's almost exactly a third. It's less than, because it's 123. So 123 times 3 is 369. Yep. Meta is more than, that's crazy to me. 2/3. Ooh, that hurt. That was a biggie. That was a biggie. So if you still believe in these companies, these are bargains. That's what they mean. And you're going to buy them, you're going to hold them for as long as you see fit in your portfolio and make money. That's how you make money. So while we're waiting for that, I figured I'd learn to trade options, and that's what I did. That percentage is across the board for all content creators. Oh, wait a minute. I'm back. Let me see. 2023 additional learning. How's Ford? Let's look at Ford. Ford is hanging. No. Yeah, Ford is more than half off too. It is high. Ford was $25 a share. Let's look at it over the course of time. Oh, wow. Let's go all the way back. Yep. So 20 years ago, because my chart goes back 20 years, it was, wow, that is not real. You all look, this was in April of like 04. Ford was trading at $10.90, $11 roughly 20 years ago. That's not, look at this. What is Ford trading at now? $11.58. Did you see that? This is like if you had bought into Ford 20 years ago. This is April, well, 04. It's 03. So yeah, 19 years ago, April, that was in 03. April 03. At the low, it was 677. That's incredible. Let's see what, and at its high, it was $25 a share. And now it is less than half price. Now you can buy twice as much Ford as you could have bought just right here, just back in, what is that, 22, October 22, no way. That is incredible. That is incredible. So that's how people, you hear people saying, this is how millionaires are made. This is how wealth is built. It's right here. Because yeah, nobody is building wealth without long holds. Trust me, ain't nobody building wealth on just trading options. That's not that. Options are just a portion, just like bonds are just, it's just an instrument. It's just another kind of instrument that you can use to invest. You've got stocks, bonds, options, all these things. So I think if you want to be a good investor, you're really talking about building wealth. We need to know these things. And I think this is a place where we can have those conversations. And are you all familiar with, who else is out here talking money? Adelia talks money. Rashida talks money. Halisi talks money. It's a lot of money talkers. I'm trying to think. Is somebody black, your Black Wealth? Yeah, we still going. We just chilling. We just talking, Frank. Come on. You know me, Marilyn L. Yeah. Sonia was here for a little bit too. So folks just been bouncing in and out. We still chatting it up. We were looking at what were some great long holds, some great buys. We were looking at the prices over the last 20 years. Ford is more than half off. It's less than half of its high, what it was at its height. So Ford would be a great, if you're so inclined. These are bargains. I can tell you they're bargains. I can't tell you what to buy. But you can find that all throughout the market. It won't be hard. So when you hold your cash, and when you're ready to purchase, when you feel froggy, jump in and you get them and you hold on. We're talking about long-term, 5 years, 10 years. If you're, and I'm up there. So I'm not talking about holding them for 20, 30 years. I'm just trying to make some profit. I just want some extra to generate some income. We also need to talk about dividend stocks. Y'all, I have a strategy I have got to share with you. I promise you. And it's in one of those videos that I did, 10 YouTubers you need to know. There's a guy in there. I think his name is Robert Hogg. Hage. Anyway, I'll post it. But he's done this several times where he will take dividend stocks and he'll find 11 or 12 dividend stocks and he puts them together in a way that you get a dividend check every week, because stocks that pay dividends pay out quarterly. And think about it. That means they pay out every 3 months. So all you need is 4 stocks with a different dividend payout week. So you've got 4. One pays the first week, the second week, the third week, the fourth week. They're going to keep doing that. Then you get another set of 4. You know, it's genius. The way he put this together, you have got to see it. This is the time to buy if you believe in the stock. Yeah, it's certainly the time to keep it on your radar for sure. It's certainly time to start making your list. I have my list. I kind of know. I know what I'm shopping for. I know companies I believe in. I know companies I don't want to fool with. And I would suggest that if you, or how about this? Here's another. This is just me. I don't know that I'm going to be buying so many individual stocks. This is my personal preference. I'm okay with these ETFs. Schwab has some great ones. QQQ, SPY, all of those are doable. Who else? I said Schwab. Vanguard has great ETFs where you don't even have to pick 1 or 2 stocks. You don't even have to pick. They do just like QQQ. They've got 100 stocks in there and they've picked good quality stocks. You just set it and forget it. I might go that route, y'all. I might. And I promise you, I might go that route just because I don't want to be picking individual stocks. I'm watching VOO. I think what's her name? Kathy Woods might run that. ARC. I'm looking at all of this stuff. I'm looking, because soon when I do get ready to buy, I'm not so sure that I'm going to be plucking single stocks. Of course, I have some favorites that I know will make money. I'll do some of those, but the bulk of my money will probably go into some ETFs. So check that out, you guys. I'll drop one of those videos too. So we need an ETF long-term investing video. I'll drop it on the community tab, and I want to drop that video of the guy who does the dividend stocks where you get paid a check every week of the year. VOO is Vanguard, yes. ARC is Kathy Wood. There you go. Yes. All of these are reputable ETFs. You go pick, go research. We just plant the seeds here. We just plant the seeds just so that we're talking about money. You all, nobody in my family talked about money or finance, and we didn't talk about how to balance a checkbook. We didn't talk about budgeting, none of that. So I had to come out in the world. And when I tell y'all, one day I'll really tell y'all, my financial life is a cautionary tale. I made it out by the hair of my chinny chin chin. I put enough things in place so that I wasn't in financial despair. But could I have done better? Yes, I did not have a clue. I had no clue. I spent frivolously. Luckily, I did some things right. I always invested. I didn't do options or any of that stuff, but I always invested. I purchased a home when they said, so I had that as an asset. And so I did those things, and then I always put money aside in like 5043B or whatever the heck those things were. And so that was good. But if I had it to do over again, oh my gosh, if I had it to do over again, I would certainly educate myself so much sooner, so much earlier. So we don't have to hash it all out here. But so take advantage of this. Take advantage of a space where you can ask questions. We can share knowledge. Let me go see what QQQ is doing. Maybe she on the upturn. Maybe, just maybe. Okay, so we don't need to see you on the 20-year. Let's see you on the 15. Oh, she's just gonna hang out at the bottom. I guess she said nope. We're just going to hang out right here. Let's see, 5 minutes.
Thinkorswim and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions.
Okay, I'm going to probably cut out a little early today because the market closes at 4. A friend of mine is in town. Well, it's really just, she's a travel friend. And I'm supposed to meet up with her today. So I will probably cut out today, you guys, at 3 o'clock. Yeah, by 3. So that gives us a couple more hours. By 3 o'clock, I'm probably going to be wrapping it up. What's happening with this here price? Are we going up 260, 275, 260? Do we get up to 263? Looks like we try to get back up to 263. 263. Okay, we'll see what happens. So about 3 o'clock, I'll probably cut out. We're going to meet up. Yeah, God only knows. Probably on a rooftop somewhere. Who knows what we're going to be doing. But yeah. We all. I feel the same way as you. So many things I should have done differently. Yup. But here we are. You know, I am such a firm believer in better late than never. And it's totally doable, but you have to be educated. Oh, I got to share this with you all too. What's the guy's name? Shetty, Shetty. Does anybody know who I'm talking about? He's the really positive self-talk. That's what I think he is. Like personal healing guru. I think his last name is spelled Shetty, and I don't know his first name. But anyway, I saw him do this. He suggested this, and you guys have probably all seen this. Oh, this is so funny. I can't wait till y'all see what I put in here. So he said, get a jar, and it's a practice for gratitude. It's a gratitude jar. And I think we all know that gratitude, Tracy and I talked about this just the other day, that gratitude really is the key to unlocking abundance. It's really not money, y'all. It's not the pursuit of any of those things. It's really for real, a mindset of being happy with what you have. Not content, but being okay right here, not settling. It's none of that, but it's being grateful. And so he suggested that every day you get a Post-it and write something on that Post-it note that you are grateful for, or something awesome that happened to you, but something positive. And you deposit it in the jar. And at the end of the year, then you've got 365 awesome things that happened in your life. And you all want to hear what my first one was? It's so hilarious. I woke up and my stock was up. What a difference 30 minutes makes. But it was, I woke up and my stock was up. I'm putting it back in there because it was still true. When I woke up, I looked at it, everything was green. It was such a good feeling. That's one thing about the stock market, man. You just can never tell. But I like that practice. And so probably each morning, like I know I put up the abundance affirmation, but maybe I'll share with you. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. I don't know. But I'll be putting it in my jar for sure, because I felt better just putting it in, even though in 20 minutes it was all red. And I'm talking about red in the worst way. But it didn't take away. And this is so good, y'all, because it didn't take away from my good feeling this morning. Legitimately, when I woke up and I saw all that green, I was like, oh, okay. For that moment, in that moment, I was like, okay. It felt like positivity. Now, this is in the middle of the day. It's 20 hours later. It's a hot mess, but I'm going to keep up with that practice, and maybe you guys can help me be accountable. So each morning I'll write down something I'm grateful for, or something really spectacular, or something special that happened. And then maybe you guys want to join in too. Yes, that's his name, Shetty, Shetty. What's his first name? I don't know his first name. Do you have limited number of community investors on your membership level now? Do you have limited number of community investors on your membership level? I didn't even know anybody even knew about the membership level. I set it up when I set up Buy Me a Coffee. It was just I was playing with it. It's just one of those things you could just toggle and put something in. I don't even check it, y'all. I haven't even been back over there. I need to go see. Didn't even know. I understand. I do the same thing. You know, I'll go check it out. I like that. I was on a live last night and the host said to write down 5 things you're grateful for on rising and before going to bed. I thought that was great. Yep. It helps me, y'all. It's so easy for me to get in my head. Oh my gosh. It is so easy. And I don't do a lot of negative self-talk, but I can be harsh. I call things the way I see them. And sometimes you don't have to do all of that. If you can be honest with yourself, but you should also be loving with yourself. And I think this is such a loving thing to do because up until about 8:50, no, because the market opens at 9. Up until it opens at 9:30. What time the market open? 9:30. Up until about 9:50, I was having a great day. And I'm still having a great day. Y'all know that this isn't no, this isn't the kind of thing. I will not allow trading to mess with me like that. Nope. Because at any point I can pull the plug. At any moment I could say, you know what, I'm gonna go over here. I'm not gonna trade today. Or so I don't let the wins or the losses really get to me too much. Let me plug this up. Uh-oh, we gotta get some juice. Got a low battery. Hold tight, y'all.
For IMAX and counting through Monday. Prices will also just stand right now to the highest grossing film of all time in IMAX. So we were down on the release of Avatar, and it's looking like it's doing quite okay.
Elle, I like this idea too. I'm telling you, because the more the merrier. It makes a difference. It makes me feel better, y'all. I really did feel my mood was lifted this morning. Not even because I couldn't see anything that was happening in the market. All I could see was that it was green. And I heard, from the futures report that they expected it to start. And it did. It did just what they said. But that little boost helped. That little boost helped. And the downturn didn't bother me. Probably would have. I probably really would have been agitated, maybe. But I had kind of buoyed myself up with, just that positivity, being grateful. That's where it's at for me. I'm sorry. I could think of 1,000 things to complain about. I could think of 1,000 things that didn't go my way. I really could. But for what? To what end? To what end? So, I'm going to roll with that. I'm going to do it. So I'll keep my jar up here each day. Marilyn says, I set to join your membership level for community investors. It indicated at its maximum. Really? That's crazy. Okay, let me go check. Wow. So you got it from the you must have gotten it from my page. Let me go check and see. I don't know, because I was really kind of playing around with it. But Marilyn, I think I'm gonna have to, you guys, listen, because here's the real truth. If we're gonna start teaching, and I don't mind teaching, I kind of want that for my family. You know what I'm saying? Free teaching. I want that for us. I know that sounds. Does that sound weird? I'll hash it out because I know what I want to say. I know what I'm trying to say. Anybody can pop in. They don't even have to be a subscriber. Anybody can pop in and get this, and that's great. It doesn't matter. Anybody can do that. But for people who subscribe, I get it now, y'all. I'm learning. I did not know what all that Patreon stuff was about. I didn't know what any of that. How would I know? I wasn't coming to the lives and I didn't have a YouTube channel. I didn't know. I had just gone to the summits. I was happy to be with you guys. So, but I'm learning. And here's what I learned. And this makes sense to me. Some of your stuff that you're sharing and giving away. You want it for like your family and your friends. So I get Patreon now. That's like, wait a minute. I want to save these special things. Like I want to do a vision board thing. Was it me and you, Elle? Were we talking about that? I started mine on Canva. And I might not want to do that with the world. I might just want to do that with us, because we have this kind of shared thing. And so maybe, I don't know. I can't take on another thing right now, though, y'all. Okay, check it out on About. I will. I'll check it out, Marilyn, because I don't even know that I really completely set it up. I set up the buy me a coffee because that was easy. That kind of set itself up. All you had to do was click a couple buttons, and Sonia was here. We did that together. But the other one, you had to go deeper into the platform to set it up. And I know I started. I may not have finished, but I will look for it. I'll be more than happy. Our family trading monitor. Yes, yes, please. Marilyn, we need to talk about moderators too, y'all, because I think that would be helpful. I know at one time we had some little, trolls. Marilyn was swapped. I'm like, troll alert. So yeah, that would be helpful too. Marilyn says, yeah, I'll be more than happy. Our family trading monitor. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, I did mine on New Year's Day. I read everything. You do. But Marilyn, come on, that's because we got time now, man. We can be as thorough as we want. I think there's some joy too in just having time. Because I can remember being in the work world. I didn't have time. I just won't even tell the story. I had time. I did not have time most of the time to even be human. It was just my shell kind of coursing through, trying to on autopilot, trying to get it done. There's so much joy now I have, y'all. I swear. Because if I get tired, just like now today, Marilyn, at 3:00, I'm kicking off at 3. I'm at 3:00. I'm going to have some cocktails. I'm going to a rooftop pool. To heck with this stuff. It's beautiful when you can create that for yourself. So, we can make our money work for us so that we don't have to be tied to a job. I don't have to have a job where you breathing down my back telling me I can't leave at 3. I'm leaving at 3. I'm shutting this computer off at 3:00. I'm going on about my business. I'm gonna go get some sun and visit with my girlfriend, and we're gonna talk and keep. I need that. So this is a great time, but we have, I had to put some things in place to get here. And so I want you to do better than I did. Please do better than I did, because it's possible. We have such an opportunity in front of us with this market, these prices being so low, y'all. Please don't miss this boat. That's all I really want to say. Don't miss this boat. I just showed you this stuff is like 50% off. Not Apple. Meta is 66% off. Really? 66%? Unless you think that company is washed up and they can't turn it around, they're not going to be able to regroup and pivot, you might want to stay away from it. But anything that's on sale and is half price or close to half price, I'm gonna have to at least peek at it. I'm gonna just have to at least look over there. But again, I told y'all what my strategy is going to be. My long holds will probably be ETFs, just, or index funds, and just set them and forget them. You still have to pick right. Another thing that we probably need to talk about is fundamental analysis. And fundamental analysis is, how do you assess whether or not a company, one single company, is a good investment or not? And you go through all of you check out the CEO, you check out the whole board of directors. There's a way you can do that. You can find out who they are, what schools they went to. Most of that stuff's public knowledge or public information. You can look at their profit and loss. There are so many places you can look to check or to double check on the health of a company. So that's called fundamental analysis, where you're looking at the company as a whole, not the stock chart, not the price. What we're doing every day is called technical analysis, where you look at your indicators. and you look at patterns and all. That's technical analysis. That's a skill. That's a valuable skill. It's transferable. You can teach it to somebody else. Fundamental analysis is more like research. It's not necessarily a skill. It's you gather enough information so that you can have a clear picture of how healthy this company is. Is it worthy of you investing your money? And there are all kinds of websites and all kinds of stuff. So if you all don't follow Market Watch, please check out Market Watch. I would say Bloomberg is certainly one you should have. Yahoo Finance, of course, should be somewhere like in your saved favorites or something, because those are all the things that you can find. Whale, what's the other one? You know this one. It's not Whale Watcher, but it's something whales. And I think it follows the big companies. It tells you what big companies are doing with their money. No, you have to tell me. You send me a message on the website. Oh, girl, I never go over to the website. Sonia got it up, but I need to go over and look at the website. Let me go look at it now. Have you all, anybody else been over to it? Let me go check out From Lack to Legacy, the website. FromLackToLegacy.com. Okay. So, did you all see that beautiful work? Sonia did that website. Isn't that amazing? She did that. And I'm now, and we started together. It is through, who is this through? I forgot. It's not Kicks. It's not, what's the other one? Anyway, it'll come to me. So let's see. Where would the doggone message go? Did you hit it, send it to me as an email? Whale Watchers, yes, Whale Watchers. Another resource, just jot it down. You may not, some of this is inevitably going to be like this. You'll write it down, you don't know what it is, and then 6 weeks later, it'll all make sense. You're like, oh yeah, Whale Watchers, or that's what it is, right? Whale Watchers. So jot that one down. It's just another resource. The Earnings Whisperer. Those are earnings reports. They come out generally weekly during earnings season. Why do you want to know that? If a company's having a great earnings season, it might impact trading. Or if they have a terrible earnings report, you want to know that too. So these are all little things you can do. I don't want anybody to get overwhelmed, because if you just stay the course and pick up these little pieces as you go, I promise you it'll all fall into place. Ask me how I know, because I didn't know any of that stuff. I did not know. But the more you sit with it and people talk and pass you off, that networking thing, I'm going to tell you something else. I think mainstream culture has us beat on that piece. They don't even have to like each other. They will share information. They will give to each other and hold the door and slide them under the table. They'll do all of that. I want to do the same thing. I want to scream to the top of my lungs, please, y'all, please. If you don't do anything, just buy something. Just put some money away. If you don't have to understand everything, just put something away. That's better than nothing. It's how we get started. It's how you get hooked. But most of us in here are serious about wanting to have some control over our finances. One Day My Soul just opened up by Iyanla Vanzant, published in 1998. 4 days, 4 nights towards spiritual and personal growth. You can write in book, or you can use Audible. I think I have that book. Of course, it's back in the States. I had all of her books. Did y'all have all of Iyanla's stuff? I did. Girl, Iyanla even had a CD out one time. It came with her book. Was it the one In the Valley? It was something. But I think she might even sang on the doggone CD. It was, or was it In the Meantime? It might have been In the Meantime. And the book came with a cassette. That's how old I am, y'all. It came with a cassette, I think. But I had all of her stuff. Yeah, still good stuff. Your IG link is to your personal page, also your Facebook link to my personal page, and also your Facebook link. Okay, so my IG link is to your whoa, let me okay, so I'm going back to that. Okay, so when I hit IG,
we're down about 1.3% now. So looking at the RSI following
the link. Okay. I'm gonna have to go back. Let's see what happens when I hit Facebook.
The resistance confluence near 33. That's still the point to watch to the upside.
Okay, yeah, Facebook goes to my personal page because I think when Sonia set it up at that time, I hadn't set up from lack to legacy. So I think that's an easy change. I might be able to do that one myself. Oh gosh, who is this? Y'all know who the website maker is, whoever it is. That's who our websites are through. Okay, so let me get back over here and see what happens when you hit YouTube. Okay, so the YouTube, Elle, I hope we're talking about the same thing. I'm on the From Lack to Legacy website, and when I hit the YouTube button, it goes to YouTube. When I hit the Facebook button, it doesn't go to the From Lack to Legacy Facebook page. It goes to my personal page. So I'll have to hook that one up to the other page. And then Instagram doesn't go anywhere. It just says, oh. I think I know what happened. I changed the name. Because when we set it up, my Instagram was probably still Sunny. Yep, it was. And I changed it to From Lack to Legacy. So not IG page, I'm incorrect, just the Facebook. Okay, yes, my Facebook. Okay, I reach out to you mostly on IG, not IG, I'm incorrect, just the Facebook. Okay. Well, let's do this. If you guys, I need to consolidate this. So what is probably going to be easier, and I'm going to make myself stick to this, is if you email me at fromlacktolegacy@gmail.com, because then that'll be one place where I know I can come to get it. Because I always check my personal Gmail. And so if you go there, and I'll be honest with y'all, I got to get somebody in here to understand cybersecurity. That was probably part of the reason why I was trying to move everything away from anything that has to do with me personally, because you just never know. You know, there's some really smart people out there, and I won't put anything out in the atmosphere, but yeah. So I'll look over it, and maybe Sonia can help me, because we need to fix that button so that it doesn't go to my personal page, but to the From Lack to Legacy page. In the meantime, I have that too. Yeah, we all had that. Did you all read that book? In the meantime, I read that book. I listened to the CD. I did the whole full.
It's going to kind of define that profitability of the upside.
No, y'all listen, please be patient. I'm gonna have to take on a stance like Stephanie, y'all. I promise you, because it's just, I know why she is that way with email and all. It's just too many outlets, because folks can communicate with you through YouTube, through comments, Facebook. In Facebook, they can hit you two ways. It could be a response, it could be a message. Instagram, oh my gosh. Now, another website is crazy. It's insane. I think an inventor needs to come up with all those things need to feed into one box. See, I just came up with $1 million idea. All of your platforms, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, any of those, Messenger, all of that. Anytime somebody is messaging you, it should all fall into one pot. Some developer, please make that, because this chasing and going from platform to platform is insane. I almost feel like, you guys, And listen to this. This is so crazy. I almost feel like I need a VA, a virtual assistant. Because between making videos and trading and trying to study and doing the rest of that stuff, y'all know I'm almost 60. Stop playing games. Stop it. Okay, Marilyn, you do IG. No, let's do it this way, you all. Do it on From Lack to Legacy, the Gmail. From Lack to Legacy Gmail. And I will just go there to those places. And I'm saying that because I established that one, and it's where all of our Zoom stuff comes from. I think I have almost everybody's email address located there. It's easier for me to kind of respond to you guys from that place. But of course, I'll try to respond to everybody's comments. I always try to do that. Marilyn says, I just created Facebook page a few days ago just because of my trading family. Now old acquaintances want to add me as a friend. Marilyn, I caught up with my 3rd grade jump rope partner on the doggone on Facebook. Even my kindergarten bestie and I reconnected, on Facebook. It's a powerful tool if it doesn't, if it doesn't overwhelm you, if it doesn't start to just creep in and take over, because it can creep in and take over. And so, yeah, we don't want that. We don't want any of that. So, yeah, Marilyn, I think with social media, you do have to sometimes take a social media diet. You just have to be careful, because I find myself, if I'm not making a video, a short, or editing something, or look, it's a lot. Sometimes I have to put my phone down because my brain is not wired for that. And I don't know how young people do it. I clearly am okay with being almost 60. I have done a great job of keeping my brain active, but I have to acknowledge too that it's a 60-year-old brain that is nowhere near ready for all of that constantly. Nope, I have to put it down sometimes, y'all. I do, just for my own. It's not even for my mental health, because it just gets to be too much. I just get numb. It's like, okay. So you all bear with me, be patient. I promise you, it's not personal. Y'all see me every morning. It's not personal. So it's nothing going on. It's just either fell through the cracks or it's in there somewhere. So I'll do my best. Oh yeah, I try to, but some of it is just going to get, one or two. If I found that if I don't do it for a day or two, oh Lord, it's just overwhelming. My emails, it just gets overwhelming. Maryland, oh my goodness, he's in cybersecurity. We all probably need to have a little brush up. And this is why I'm saying that, you guys, because we are sharing a lot of PDFs, and I don't know how that stuff works, but I don't know if you can pick up a virus, I don't know, but I don't want to be the catalyst for that. So I want us to be careful. And whenever you're downloading something to your computer, y'all take precautions. Know who you're downloading things from, because even I get things passed to me and I pass them on to you guys. That's why I need cybersecurity, some feedback. I need to understand how that works. Can we get a virus from something you download? My mind says yes. And so I want us to be mindful and be careful. And we're all adults here. Everybody has to, you got to mind your own computer, but don't fall asleep. Don't sleep it. Elle, where did you send it? Elle, because I'm right here now. Okay, that's that one. At this point in time, and if they do go down that route, obviously you see a contraction in margins, and obviously that would actually impact the bottom line for the company. So overall, we are seeing this shift. Okay, Elle, I don't see anything at my From Lack to Legacy email. Let me go to my Teach Abroad. Just the Twitter phenomenon. This is other factors that are in place right now that's impacting
impacting the stock. So overall, we're not seeing support yet. I know that we went over some support areas a couple of weeks ago.
Elle, where did you send it? Because it's not in From Lack to Legacy, and it's not in my personal email. I just clicked on the send message button. I don't know where it goes. And you did that on the From Lack to Legacy page? I just clicked on the send message button. I don't know where it goes. Okay, that must be on the From Lack to Legacy website. Thank you. I need to let Sonia know. You may need to ask Sonia, yep, how the messages work. No, that button might not be active. Literally, Sonia put that whole page together, everything you see, from the buttons and connecting them. I'm so glad you said that, Elle. So it's the email button. I'm going back over there right now. Okay, so let's see what happens. Facebook goes to my personal page. I need it to go to the Lack to Legacy page. And this is on the website. Thank you. Okay, let me go back. And we said the email button. Okay. So the YouTube button works. Instagram doesn't. Let's see, Insta. So she's got to look at these. Let me go find the email button. I might be able to do it myself. And their peers only trading at 5 to 6 multiples, so they're still trading at 5 times what their peers are doing. So that's why we bring. Okay, so you put. Let me see. I'm gonna try it myself. If they go down that route, then they just become another last name. Email. Overall, and obviously we have to see some other areas within Tesla's, not just EVs. We also have the battery segment as well, solar segment as well. Okay. Hola. I'm just sending. Let's see. Send message. Thank you for contacting us. We will be in touch with you shortly. Okay, so now I'm going to check all my emails. Let's see where it went. Didn't go to. As well, okay. Also impact EVs as a whole. So yes, at this point in time, we're still trying to find that bottom here. Valuation is going to be the key, and obviously we're going to. Where else would it be? Nope. Okay, so yeah, you're right, Elle. The reason I didn't answer you is because it's not coming through. I just emailed myself from there, and it's not going anywhere because it's only 2 places it could go to either one of those emails. So let me see. Wait a minute. Let me see. I got one more. From one mega cap to another, let's talk some Apple. Even Apple under pressure here. No. So I think it's the button. It's no longer the Carvanas of the world taking us down. It's no longer the PayPals of the world. Yeah. Okay. So, Elle, I went to the website. I tried to do it and email something to myself, and it didn't come through. See you in a little bit, Elle. Oh, we will be. Oh, my goodness. 2 meetings. It'll go fast. Okay, Marilyn, you went to the web page. Okay. See you, Elle. We'll see you. If we don't see you today, I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. Nope, I didn't get it. Let me see. Nope, nothing came through. So the button, it acts like it works, but it doesn't. I'm not getting anything. Because it should come either to Lack to Legacy or Teach Abroad. It should go to one of those. And it didn't go to either one. So I'll talk to Sonia about the email button. The Facebook page, that button needs to go to the Lack to Legacy page. It really does. And then Instagram button. Okay. Thank you guys, because I wouldn't have known. Because why would I ever send myself a message? I wouldn't. Thank you, Marilyn, for sending that. Elle, we got you. We holding you up. Okay, let me go see what QQQ is doing, which is nothing today. Just sitting at the bottom. Okay, well, maybe she's trying to crawl up, y'all. Maybe. 263. What was the last price I took down? Oh, Lord, nothing. We're just sitting here. This whole time, QQQ hasn't moved a penny. The last price I recorded was 263.22. It's 263.27. Whatever. I don't have the energy. I don't have the energy.
And also, of course, the market itself under pressure. So you know which one is leading the other. In many ways, there's overlap just because of the significant portion that Apple provides in terms of market cap to those market cap weighted indices. Even in the price weighted index,
We are doing a lot. L.
Of one of those 30 names too. So Apple just extremely influential on the overall market when it comes to the direction expected. But Jenny, this is I use the word MVP, but
let's see what they're talking about on the news, y'all.
Names, one that investors kind of perceive as a resilient, kind of trusting name.
Ooh, we did that thing go from red to from green to red. I never saw a change flip like that. Oh my gosh.
And there's this feeling of reliability.
Look at this.
So in a time of uncertainty, many times investors go to these
oh my
names
God, look at Tesla going to the dogs. That is not good.
As perceived as sort of
Lord.
taking risks,
Poor
but maybe taking
Tesla.
less risks than other names. Whether or not that ultimately proves true, only time will tell. And of course, historical.
That was a rough one. That was a rough way to come back.
Of the future. But when we look at this one and when we start
QQQ is down 1%.
There's not a lot of good going on now. But they didn't necessarily say that there was a ton of bad going on. They just kind of said, hey, things are fairly priced here. We're moving from outperform to neutral. Price target's still a higher level than it is now. You talked about the general consensus across Wall Street being a sort of neutral to bullish outlook. You combine that with the familiarity that many investors have with this name. I looked at a neutral to bullish strategy into the weakness here to start the new year in a name that many trade and watch and potentially even hold shares in retirement accounts and investing accounts here. So looking at a short put vertical or selling a put vertical in the January monthly. It's a risk-defying strategy, selling the 122, buying the 119, creating a structure in which our break-even is $3 lower than where we're currently trading. The break-even is at 121. We risk $200 to make $100, not accounting for transaction fees on this one. And it's one that really, the crux of this strategy is Apple needs to go lower for this one to lose money. If it stays where it is and time passes, that's a good outcome for this particular strategy.
I missed it. I was trying to get a picture of that play.
With the current stock price being in the max profitability zone. So you create a situation where several different outcomes are favorable and only one distinct outcome is not favorable. And even in that, we know our risk going in is defined at $200 plus the transaction fees associated with the trade.
And that's a really good point. I think to be omnidirectional aware is important here because obviously we're seeing things kick off on a negative note to start the year, but there's still, obviously there's still a whole year left. So we know that even though sentiment could completely change, it's important to be
that big old FOMO up there, Marilyn.
Alex,
can you all see the little TV screen?
That anyone who was interested in purchasing an AirPod or a different device might just not. I think they'll just probably hold off until things looks more stable or perhaps they have to save a little bit more.
That's okay, Elle. Just keep on picking them up and putting them down. You're going to be over here in the retired club in no time flat.
One of mine has water damage and I'm like, I might just have to wait a little bit longer to purchase that new set of AirPods, but we'll leave it there. Apple's still a very influential name and always important to
toast and elder, but not the jelly and the toast. You are living my life.
Next, we will discuss the outlook for semiconductors.
Come on, Marilyn. It don't get no better than this. Y'all, it's hard for me to be upset really about anything.
Semiconductor space now into the new
year.
Because
it is so good. Marilyn, we lived to the good part. We made it to the good part. The only thing I miss just slightly is seeing my grandbabies. No. Is it really? Elle. You ought to be quiet quitting. Girl, I would be quiet quitting left and right. I would be like, I'm not even here. What y'all see is a shell. all you're getting is this shell for these last 180 days. What? That's not even a whole year. Yes. Oh my God, that's not even a whole year. That's beautiful. I'm so happy for us. I'm so proud of us too, y'all. We made it. We really, really, really made it. Everybody didn't make it, y'all. Everybody didn't make it. Anybody heard from Lucille today? Who else is C-Bar didn't check in. We ain't heard from C-Bar. Lucille. Lady Vice was in, wasn't she? Yeah, she stopped in earlier today. I know that's right. What's that? It's not in your nature. Girl, I get it. Because trust me, I felt so guilty leaving that classroom, but it was time to go. I get it. But enjoy. We don't want to encourage you to be bad. It's only you could do that with your eyes closed, with your hands tied behind your back. That's like 6 months. Oh my gosh. I would be so excited. I remember how excited I was at the thought. I did not have to get up in the morning. I did not have to listen to anybody telling me to do crazy nonsense.
You downloaded the TD Ameritrade.
So now anybody get their ticket for Marrakesh? Or how about this, y'all? They're doing meetups in different cities. I want to try to catch a meetup somewhere too.
Every single market day. Tune in to the TD
Ameritrade. Okay, come on, QQQ. You can make your way back up the side. I'm still here washing dishes. Hey, Miss Vice, and cleaning up. Got you playing in the background like music. That's hilarious. I so appreciate y'all. I swear to goodness. Okay, so what are they talking about now? Did you hear that whole play they called out for the short put vertical?
We see it as almost a leading sector because of the components that they're making. Go into devices like AirPods and Apple Watches and iPhones, and I'm sure other companies make stuff too, but we were just talking Apple, so it's on my mind.
I know my AirPods are also on my mind because they are broken right now. But I have to say that in terms of the semiconductor space, there has not been one space that I was more wrong on back at the beginning of 2022. I was all set and all excited about NVIDIA, and anyone that paid attention to the stock for the last year knows it was not its banner year. However, Rosenblatt now expects some optimism here. So here to discuss the semiconductor stock outlook for the new year is Renita Young, Senior Markets Correspondent. So Renita, we're seeing some optimism, thank goodness, because I was optimistic last year and look at where it got me.
I know, sorry about that. But here's the deal.
I'm not a fan of
Chip
NVIDIA.
Stocks saw a tough last year. They went from seeing a weaker demand and a glut in inventory. And now Rosenblatt is saying that these are good stocks to look at and that they will likely rise. In the near term, Rosenblatt saying, take a look at fundamentals, and that right now is the time to start getting a little bit on the offense with these stocks now. They feel like this company or these companies, particularly Marvell, AMD, NVIDIA, Micron Technology, that those are specifically positioned within their own individual areas to do extremely well.
AMD
You know,
and
Renita,
NVIDIA.
one of the things that I kind of highlighted throughout the coverage in 2022, particularly within this space, was that maybe this shouldn't have been a big surprise. I mean, we saw a huge run up in many of these names because there was intense supply shortages and tremendous demand. As those normalize, it's only natural that we're going to overshoot on the production
if you're into tech and see, I don't think I'm doing that, y'all. I think I'm going ETFs. I think I'm going to do me some sedative. Forget it's an index funds. Does anybody here follow our rich journey? That's the young black couple that moved to Portugal.
What is kind of
and they have this fire movement. They did a lot of index funds, ETFs. They're a great resource too for financial, just some advice. I'm not even advice. But just financial literacy and knowledge. Fly out to Querétaro next week. They are having a meetup there on the 11th or the 12th. Ms. Vice, you coming? I'll meet y'all in Querétaro. Isn't that Angela Mark? Our Angela's there. Y'all better not act like y'all want to go. Oh yeah. Our Black Utopia is Halisi and Rick. Our Rich Journey is Armand, and I can't remember his wife's name, and they have two beautiful girls. They were in Portugal before any of us were talking about going to Portugal. They were the first couple, one of the first couples, them and Driven Spice. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Driven Spice, but she was also in Portugal, and she was day trading too for a while. Yep, our Black Utopia is in Lisbon. Okay, so that's where we'll be doing our meetup, hopefully. And Angela, see, I can make all of the meetups. I can get to the one in Querétaro because, and I've been wanting to go to Querétaro. Oh, Lord, when is it happening? I need to do that because I wanted to go to Querétaro, Guanajuato, and San Miguel. I could knock all of that out. Ooh, but y'all, that means I might have to take some time off from trading. Live trading, because internet out in the real world, that's aggravating. That thing would aggravate me to death. But I definitely want to see y'all. Ms. Weiss, let me know if you go. Yeah, Our Rich Journey has the family. Armand, and I don't know the wife's name. And they got two girls. And they bought a tiny house. They doing all kind of stuff. They doing all the YouTube stuff. They moved to Portugal. They did the FIRE, retire early, financial independence, retire early. They moved to Portugal. They did the nomad, not digital nomad, but they did the expat thing. They got a tiny house. They bought a house while they were in Portugal. They are busy. That's a busy little couple. God bless them. Take your time off. Yeah, I think I may have to because I don't want to miss them. I don't want to miss the ladies if they come this close because that's just a plane ride and it's not very expensive to leave from Cancun to go to Mexico City or anywhere. So I need to look into that. I'm so glad you said it, Ms. Weiss. I would love if you would come. I'm trying to think. There are a couple people that live in Querétaro. Angela isn't the only one there. There's somebody else there too.
The existing list is replaced by the new one. You can also create watch lists from the market watch.
Yeah. I think I may. I'll take all my stuff with me, but I'm going to look into that when we get off of here. Let's see. It's almost 2. This thing hasn't moved. Let me get back over here to QQQ. Wow, that is crazy. QQQ was over $400 a share. Sheiks. See, that's who you don't want to be. You got time to get yourself back up there. Just get on up there. You got plenty of time. You got 2 whole hours to work your way up. You see how she crossed over, Marilyn? You see how now instead of being underneath, you see? I hope you could see it. Let me do it. Yeah, I think you can see it on the 3 best. Like when it's going down, as in a decline, the price is declining. Look how it's always underneath. All the SMAs are up there. And this is where I bailed. I probably bailed too soon, but it crossed over. And once it crosses over and it starts hopping, it did that first little hop and it did that second little hop. I was like, yep, time to go. But she came right back down and just consolidated. And you can see this little crossover right here where, and I shouldn't say the word crossover, but it breaks this SMA and it goes on top. And then it goes on top. And I'm sure price was going up. Yep, it was 263.59 at that point and down. I just find that so interesting that when it crosses over those and it hops on top, you can see the increasing price. And so now we've got this blue. That's good. We'll see. She's got 2 hours. See what she could do. Got 2 hours, but boy, Tesla gave it up today. Gave it up. I don't know. I think maybe I do need to start looking at something else because Tesla, that was easy money. Marilyn says, you deserve it. Always, always enjoy. You'll be fine. No lives while you're while you're having fun. Yep. Marilyn, you know I know that. I'm going because if they come close, I wouldn't miss that. I don't want to miss it, because I don't know when the next time we'll all be together. That so I want to grab all of that stuff. I want to see Halisi. So I think I want to plan for that when we go because it's so close. And I think some people are planning like long layovers or their flights are going through Lisbon or going through Portugal. So a round trip ticket from Cancun to Mexico City was around $100. Yes. Ms. Vice, where would you be flying out of? Or how would you get there?
Unfortunately, it's not profitable yet, despite the fact that it is growing quite considerably. Now, if you look at the deliveries and do some comparisons to companies like Tesla for 2022, the company's total deliveries were higher by about 37%.
I'm glad you saw it, Marilyn. Yup. It's just it's just a characteristic, and I don't even think it's unique to QQQ, the way that moves. But those are the things that you can look at, learn patterns, learn all that stuff when it's low stakes. Merida to CDMX. Okay. And then from CDMX, do we have to take a bus or something? Because I thought Querétaro had an international airport, but I bet you it's expensive. I'll start looking. Oh, y'all, I need that. I promise you I do. I need a real life meet up where we could talk and key and see each other. I really do. I need that, y'all. It's been a while. Sonia's been gone, not even a month. Tyra left. It's been almost a month. So yeah, that's why I'm running out to go get me some hugs from my friend. She and her family are here visiting. She comes down quite often, so we'll hang out tonight. But yes, I need my sister friends. Okay, you coming from Merida. Miss Vice, do you know? I know you probably do. Jackie, my friend Jackie, Jacqueline, she's there. Who else is in Merida? It's so many people. It's so many folks in Merida. Because we know Rashida's mom is there. And it's a slew of Black people. Okay. She says, yes, the bus is 3 hours from CDMX. There is an airport there, but it is more expensive and has a long layover. No, we don't need all of that. Nope. Okay. So then I'll start looking for my ticket today. You would know this Jackie. She always keeps her hair colored. She's so lively and so colorful. She's from St. Louis. And she was here in Playa, I don't know, less than a week or so. We got to spend so much time. When I tell y'all, remember I told you all, we talked about it. She might have even came on. We keyed y'all and laughed. We swam with the dolphins. Think about this. I'm almost 60. She over 60. We out there swimming with the dolphins, not the dolphins, but the turtles, like children. It's good. It's good, y'all. It's good. So I had promised her I was going to get down there to Merida to see her. She has a beautiful place. So I might be down there to see y'all, Ms. Vice. I was there in October and November. I had to get my I had to go to Progresso for some residency stuff. And so I was in Merida. Ooh, the best sushi I ever ate in my life is at Caro Umo. Over by one of those malls. I forgot which mall, but I like sushi. Not everybody does. But when I tell you it's some of the best sushi I had in my life, right there in Merida, Mexico. Who would have ever thought it? Wow, that guy is really good. So I don't know if you like sushi. Check out Kura. It's Kura Uma. UMA. Kuro. Kuro Uma. UMA. Something like that. Get it. If you like it, if you find yourself in that part of the world, do not miss it. Don't miss. I know there are a couple of Jackies. Maryland, I'm telling you, the fish was so fresh. We got pictures. I need to do something with those pictures. But now that I'm doing finance stuff, y'all, I rarely post anything else. I probably should, just for some balance. I used to post all kind of stuff. My grandbabies, all kind of stuff. Okay, look at Q trying to do a little something. Get yourself up there. Let's see. 263.69. We back on the move. 263.74. And thank you all for giving me that feedback on the website, because I wouldn't have known that the buttons were fully functioning. And I'm telling you, before Sonia left, she showed me, she shared with me how to get in. So I'll see if I can't fix it, because it should be something pretty simple. And if not, then I'll hit her up. But I like to try it for myself first. I at least like to try, because I think I can get it. If all you gotta do is show me a couple times, not once. I need to see it a couple times.
As well as the fact that NIO is also an in-house battery maker, much like Tesla is. Super interesting.
I'm trying to think, who else do I know? Oh, I met the nicest lady this time last year, I was in Merida. No, it was in November. Might have been November going into December, maybe. And I met the nicest lady. She rented a sister. She had a beautiful place. She actually had two. And we rented her smaller apartment from her for a while, but we couldn't get internet. So we couldn't really do anything. Yes, that's the one. It's across the street from a Super Aki. Yes. And there's a hot girl. Yes, I stayed in that building. That building is cute too. It's called Bunyan, Buyan, Banyan. I don't know how you pronounce it. If you like sushi, I would not steer you wrong. I wouldn't do it to you. It's good. It's I haven't had anything in Playa that even comes close. Playa doesn't do good sushi though. Playa does. I think Playa is just a good food city. It's not an excellent food city. Nobody comes here for like an Epicurious tour, but it's good. You can find a lot of everything. I finally found some decent pizza. You can get good seafood. And then, I have not found like the best Asian food. It's good, but that's how Playa is. You got good food. Nobody says, oh, that's great. But I'm telling you, that sushi was great. And Mexico City has great food. They got great food. Don't do too much. Continue with you. Yes, continue what you love. Check out your community investor. I will. Thank you for having me put that on my list. Oh, look at it now. That's what I should have been doing. I got to tell Sonia too, because I think we set up our buy me a coffee at the same time. And Sonia is a wealth of information about YouTube pages, y'all. Seriously. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for her and Stephanie being so kind. And, I wouldn't have been able to do it. It is such a small world. I stayed there. It's cute too. It was just perfect for me. It was a 1 bedroom. It was not very big, but it was clean and the view was beautiful. But y'all, the elevator, I got in. First of all, the apartment was on like the 6th or 7th floor. And you got to take the elevator. Did you know the elevator power went out when I was in the elevator? Y'all should have seen me hit my knees. I was on my knees in that elevator praying. I dropped those bags. I promise you. This is how, what people say, when something squeezes you, you'll know what's inside of you because it'll come out. That elevator went, the lights went out. It was pitch black. I dropped all the groceries, everything. I dropped all the groceries everywhere. I fell to my knees and started praying. You couldn't even tell me. Nobody could tell me anything. I didn't look for the bell. I didn't look for the button. I didn't look for any of that stuff. I was like, nope, we going straight to Jesus on this one. Oh, I was scared. I was so scared. You hear Thank you, love. We were just saying some of the buttons on we got to go back and look at them. And maybe I'll try it and maybe you can help walk me through. But the email button, the Facebook, and the Instagram button, those need to be, I got to go look at them because they're not functioning. And then I got to look at the community investor thing. I don't know if you put that one on your page, Sonia. So we'll check it out. Oh, is Living My Dream here? Hey, Living My Dream Trading. How are you? I sent you an email. I was wondering if, check your email. Thank you for stopping by. I'm telling you, this community is great. Great, great, great. Happy New Year to you. How was your trading day today? We're just sitting here chilling. QQQ did the exact opposite of what I thought it was going to do today. So I'm really just chilling on the sideline. I didn't even sweat it today. It was just one of those days. But I sure appreciate this little rally at the end of the day. I hope she rallies right on up to 4 o'clock. Just keep on shimmying right back and give it all back, please. That would be great. That would be beautiful. Mm-hmm. So I know we said Ms. Vice. Anybody else going to Ms. Vice? Let me know. You and I need to talk offline so we can coordinate this Quietro move because it is on my list and I need to do it. I'm ready too. I'm ready to go. I'm ready for a little road trip, and that's a perfect little throw. A little overnight bag, go key, eat good, laugh and talk, and get on right back home. Offer pennies on the dollar. I'll let you know once I get my airfare. Once I get my ticket, I'll let you know, Miss Vice. Okay, so what's happening over here? Let's see. Okay. So Marilyn, here's our hoppy pattern. It's our happy pattern, but it's the hoppy thing too. It cut up over these. Now it's above all three. But see, this concerns me. If it doesn't go way up, it could be more consolidation. Because once it gets in all three of them, it's just sitting there. But sometimes it will seek out this 200. It'll try to get to it. I sure hope it does. Please get to the 200. Just go ahead on and do that. 263.60, and we need to go to 266.60. So we need $3 up $3. We needed to get to zero because that's what she lost today, $3. So if she could get that back, that'd be perfect. Yeah. Okay. And see, look, this is some other sisters hitting me up on Messenger. Y'all know I can't keep all that stuff straight, right? Do you really know? We got Messenger. It's a message part for Instagram. Facebook has a messenger thing. You can message me on YouTube, email. That's a lot. These young people, I don't know how they keep up with all that crazy. Marilyn says that happened to us in Punta Cana at the festival in the hotel lobby. Lord, that is no fun. Marilyn, I'm telling you, had I been whatever kind of person you are, it's going to show up. I promise you. I didn't even think twice. I did not think like push the emergency button, turn on your cell phone. I did none of that. I hit my knees so fast. I was like, yep, your grandmama raised you. Your grandmama raised you. All is well. I have to see what email I have listed. Spy calls off. Open paid. And that was it. Yeah. I know. It was one of those days. I'm okay with that. It was the first day. Sounds like y'all are some travelers. Yes. That's what we do. That's what we do. we do a little something. That's a part of our group. From lack to let, not Lord help me. Exodus Summit. That's how most of us kind of connected. So looking to get to Sao Paulo. Oh yeah, and back to London tomorrow. Really? Ooh, nice. Must be nice. See, yeah. I've never been to either of those places. London's on my list. But I'd have to go when it's warm. I heard it could be pretty chilly and gray and wet, and I'm not into that. That's not, do not approve. I don't ever want to be any place where the temperature dips below 60 degrees. If it goes below 60, I'm not going to be happy there. Nope, 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 nope. Cancun is, yes. Oh, what's not to love? Beach, margaritas, tacos. And if you come outside of Cancun and just come down the road to Playa, Tulum, Acoma, all these little beautiful beach towns in between Puerto Morales, Puerto Aventuras. I think that's how you say it. Aventura. It might be Aventura, Aventuras. I'm not sure. But it's just a beautiful, the Riviera Maya is beautiful. You can't beat the blue water and the blue skies and the palm trees. It's a whole vibe. It's a whole vibe. I promise I'm not gonna do too much. I promise. No, ma'am. I'm not gonna do too much today. And so, Marilyn, I'm not gonna even change clothes. I'm gonna put me some shoes on and I'm gonna roll over here and we're just gonna hang out for a little while and I'm coming back. When I hit Kietro, I'm not doing too much. No, no, no. I'm gonna be laying low. First of all, I can't. Mm-mm. I have never been to London. I need to get there. Yeah. See, that's my thing with London is it's cold. I don't never want to go to a place cold.
Everybody's talking about interest rates. And number two, the way we kind of read the tea leaves here.
Yep, I don't want to go if it's too chilly. That's not my idea of fun. I don't want to put on a coat. That's my issue with Mexico City. Mexico City is beautiful. Let me tell you all. Barcelona used to be my favorite city in the whole wide world. I love Barcelona, y'all. Barcelona is beautiful. The food is good. It's reasonably priced. It's on the Mediterranean Sea. It's got mountains. It's got palm trees and beaches. You can't beat it. Until I went to Mexico City. Mexico City, to me, is a world-class city, and it gave Barcelona a run for its money. Mexico City has the most beautiful architecture. I mean, because it's got the old and the new. It has beautiful parks. I never saw parks this beautiful. It reminds you of Central Park, but all their parks are beautiful. Every little neighborhood has a square. It feels very European in that way. And it's just, I love Mexico City. I'm sorry. Only thing I did not like is two things. Mexico City gets cold. They wear clothes there. What? They wear shoes like boots and jackets. We don't wear that in Playa. I had to put on shoes. I had a real attitude because we only wear flip-flops and sandals. At least I do. I don't even wear my gym shoes. I don't do any of that. And I definitely don't wear clothes. If y'all see me in something other and it's not cotton, you better check on me because all I'm wearing is cotton and flip-flops from here on out. What's not to love about Tulum? Yep, there's a Black and Tulum group. Sonia was a part of that group. We're everywhere, y'all. We're everywhere. I think Sonia's first time through, she spent some time in Tulum too. Tulum is beautiful. It's touristy and it can be expensive. But if you go to like the ruins, that beach, oh my gosh, it's beautiful. Tulum is beautiful. I like to just roll through Tulum though, because it is so pricey. I forgot what I was supposed to be doing. Looking at y'all, what was I supposed to be doing on the YouTube page? What was I supposed to be looking at? Messages or something? I forgot what I was supposed to be doing over here. I was supposed to be checking. Oh, the community tab. Okay, okay, okay. There we go. I got it. I got it, Marilyn. I know what I'm doing. Buenos Aires, the same European influence. Yeah. I like that, y'all. I like that, I have mixed emotions. I'll be honest with you. I really do. I have mixed emotions about that whole thing. But in terms of how beautiful the whole lifestyle is so different from America, you know, where we rush, go. In Spain, that was the first time I saw people really close up their shops in the middle of the day. Those people mean that. They take a for real, I don't know if they go home and sleep, but they take a siesta. They don't have breakfast is not a thing. Like, you know how we get up early morning breakfast? No, they have a little something. They start their day late. They take a siesta in the middle of the day. They might not sleep, but they close most of the small mom and pop shops. They close that business up. And y'all, dinner doesn't get served until like 8, 9 o'clock at night. I love it. And you walk all night. It was so dreamy for me and my grandboy. We would have late dinner and walk and eat gelato. It'd be 1 o'clock midnight. We would be walking and felt so safe. It was a beautiful thing. Work a couple days a week for an airline just to get on their plane whenever I want to. I know. We all need that little hustle. That's something I would totally do because I don't want to spend a lot of time, but I would do that. I would work for travel. And could you see pairing that with some house sitting? Marilyn says, I stayed in London and Paris in June a few years ago. It rained in London. That didn't stop me. I was all over the place, had all essentials I needed, hopped on and off. Fun. I'm going to have fun no matter what. I agree. You get one time through this joint, you might as well enjoy it. I never saw a tango show. Okay, so let me get over here and see what we got going.
I think there's a tremendous opportunity. Again, for conservative investors that are not used to investment statements going down.
Okay, membership. I didn't finish setting that up. I already know what that was. Okay, I see. So shout out to the members behind the scenes. Okay, Marilyn, I can already tell you what that is with the community investors. I don't think I ever finished it. I don't think I did. I have to go look at it. And I think I have to go in through. I think I have to go in through buy me a cup of coffee. I don't think I can get it from there. I have to go to their site.
Let's walk through charts, one of the most commonly used features on Thinkorswim. Start by going to the Charts tab and entering a ticker symbol.
London was the same when you were there last month. I still loved it. I was in Paris. Oh, you were in Paris around Valentine's Day. Just got out of there before COVID locked the world down. I guess if you got to be locked away in some place, you know, Paris is probably worst places you could be locked in. Okay, I'm going to set it up now. I'm in there right this minute. I'm looking at it now. Okay, so let's see. Continue with Google. What time is it? Okay, y'all know I'm cutting out at 3 in about 45 minutes. I'm gonna shut it down. Yeah, it's about the same. She ain't making no big moves. I don't see anything exciting happening today. Maybe she can get herself up there to that 266. What are we? 263.52. That's a little bit. 263.51. We'll see. Thank you all for watching my back too, because I would never know. Marilyn, complete your page. I don't know about that. I'm gonna go back. Nope, I don't want that. I'm going to another browser. QQQ is on steady. Yep, you already know. She already did. I think she came and spilled her guts. She's like, It's a wrap. Okay, I will. I'll let you know as soon as I get it done. I'll shoot you the link. I'll email you the link. It shouldn't take long. I'm sure I probably got distracted. I started it because I wasn't really sure where I was going to go with it. But now I do see the need because there's some things I do want to share privately. You know what I'm saying? There are some things that I might not want to say in front of the whole world. So I think there might be a place for that. I'm just checking over on this other computer. Let's see what we got. Man, even the Watchman Jiggy went quiet. Even let's see what we got going here. Let's get us some TV. Let's see what they saying on CNBC. Okay, let's see. Oh, okay. I got it. I think I got it. Rewards. Give members access to selected da-da-da-da-da. I'm still with y'all. Okay, here we're back.
Today following some disappointing delivery numbers for Wall Street analysts. Q4 deliveries totaling just 405,000. That compares with the average.
Hey, Elle, you finished your meetings that quick?
Despite the miss, those numbers
Girl, those kind of meetings I like.
40% growth year over year. Sounds decent, but it's clearly not enough for investors. Since the overall for the year, the company delivered 1.31 million vehicles or thereabouts, just missing the estimates of 1.3.
Okay, I'm looking at this thing. This
One
is not
issue affecting
required.
those numbers, record high
Send me
lithium prices.
shout
Pippa
out.
Stevens has more on that.
Behind the
Pippa?
scenes.
That's right,
Limit.
Kelly. Raw material costs
Oh,
surged in 2022.
Maryland. It was simple. I had
getting
the
a lot of attention.
box
The number
checked. It
more
said
than
limit the
doubled
number of
last year, even
members.
150%. According to
Don't
data
ask
from
me
Benchmark
why.
Mineral
Give members
Intelligence,
access to
over the last
select
3 years, it's now up more
Discord.
than 800%.
I'm gonna have to maybe do a
Now, prices
Discord.
have eased
Welcome.
slightly in recent weeks, notably
Okay,
in China,
update.
as consumers run down inventories. But the slight
I think
downturn
we're
is within the
done.
backdrop of what some say is still a very tight
I
market.
did it. Maryland,
that's
when you get a
struggling to
chance,
keep
check
pace
it
with
out. I
surging
think I
demand
got
for
it.
EVs.
It was
And it's not
simply,
just
they
lithium
look, trust me,
prices.
they make
Other
this
raw
stuff
materials
simple.
like cobalt,
Because they know
graphite, and
everybody
nickel
is
are
not
facing their
techno
own
savvy. It was a
challenges.
box
This
that was
price spike has
checked.
impacted automakers, prompting them to raise vehicle prices for consumers. Companies are also looking to ink deals with upstream suppliers in an effort to
Maryland,
secure
where's
materials.
OU? Is
Today,
that what
Tesla announced
university
an
is that?
enhancing agreement with Piedmont Lithium, which will see the miner provide Tesla
Wow.
with lithium sourced in Quebec. Starting in the second half
Grand
of this year, both
twins.
stocks down sharply.
Now, are those your grandbabies,
Okay,
Maryland, the
thank you very much. On
twins?
the other side of the Musk ecosystem, SpaceX may be getting some good news. The rocket maker raising $750 million, according to correspondence obtained by CNBC. CNBC.
What time is it now? Elle, you got to go back? You got to go back to another meeting?
What have we learned?
What we know so far is that SpaceX is currently raising $750
Okay,
million
Oklahoma.
at a valuation around
Okay, cool.
$137 billion.
I know
And
where
a recent
Norman
oil wave
is. Wait a
between most
minute.
influential firms in Silicon Valley is expected to be either leading
What
or
else
at
is
least
in
involved in the
Norman?
deal.
So, what does this mean in terms of
its growth of the SpaceX.
Did you get the message
this
setting updated?
Well,
I'm not
SpaceX hasn't
sure.
commented
Oh,
on
no,
the
because that
funding,
button,
but we know
no,
that they're working
it's not
on
as simple
extending
as this one.
Starlink
The
satellite internet coverage. And we know that
membership
they've
thing
been
was simple
delayed
as
and
me
still are developing their
unchecking a
Starship Super Heavy
box.
program, which is part of NASA's efforts to
That other
get astronauts
thing,
back to
let
the
me
moon.
see,
And of course,
update.
Elon Musk has this
Let me do
dream
that.
of putting man on
Okay.
Mars.
The
So you
web
can imagine
page,
where
I
some of
have
the
to go
capital
in.
will
There's
go to
you
make
have
that
it's like
Starship
code.
program,
Who does that web
ahead,
page? You all
and
know who
Starlink
does
is
who
gonna
does all the web
It's
pages for
fascinating,
everybody.
especially at a time like this, Laura. Thank
That
you.
one, it'll take
As
some time.
Musk's
I have to come off the
ecosystem
phone to
grows,
do
his
that one
actions can
because I
have
may
ripple
have
effects. Let's bring in
to
Steve Wesley for more. He's former Tesla board
do some
member, founder, and
reading
managing
to
partner
make
of the
sure I get
Wesley
it
Group.
right.
Steve, it's good to have
Sonia
you.
could
How does
probably
the
go in
Starlink
there
report
and
just
chink
report it
real
is
quick, but I'll
pretty
have to
astonishing
read
that
how to
SpaceX
get
hasn't suffered the same
those
fate as
three
Tesla
buttons in
itself on
order.
Twitter.
But it
What does
must
it
be
tell you about the
something
Elon
just
Musk
there because it's those buttons together.
Look,
Okay,
a
so I
lot of
did get
people
the
are saying they
community
barely missed numbers for this
thing
week.
taken
The fact
care of
remains
while
they
we were
sold
together.
405,000
The
units.
email
That's
button,
an enormous
Facebook,
number.
and the
Heading to
Instagram buttons, I'm gonna have to
1.31
talk to
million. That is
Sonia
40%
about.
growth. No other auto company in the
And
world
I
is growing
think
that
that's
quickly.
it.
They additionally, they're the
Anything
most
else I need to
profitable
check
auto
out
company
today,
out
y'all?
there with
Anything?
16%
Oklahoma
gross margins.
Sooners.
That compares to about 5 or
Go
6%
Sooners.
for
Woo-hoo.
Volkswagen, General Motors, or Ford. They're doing pretty darn well. But
Okay, let's go
make
back
no
over
mistake,
here and peek and
share
see.
price off 65% for the year. That's
Oh
not good.
goodness, she
Right?
has
A lot of
stalled
that is due
out.
to two things. One,
Get
all
yourself
of
up
the
there.
havoc with Twitter, and also the fact that Elon himself sold $23 billion of shares this year alone. That put downward pressure on. But if you look forward to next year, put some of the
Did
intrigue
y'all
behind
hear
it. So
him say
Tesla's looking at a
billion?
strong 2023.
So let me ask you, Steve, I don't know whether
That's a
you
lot of
continue to
money.
speak with Elon Musk privately, but if you were to talk to him privately right now about Tesla and what he needs to do to right the stock, what would you tell him?
Well, first, I don't speak with Elon, so I have no inside information here.
Mm-hmm.
But here's what I've said. I've known Elon for 25 years. You are a brilliant innovator. You have literally helped create the electric vehicle industry. Virtually every company in the world is going all electric. Stay focused. You're the king of the hill now. Don't let anybody take that away from you. Here are the three things investors need to look at. One, Tesla needs to continue to grow internationally. Already, they're doing a great job of that. They've surpassed the Volkswagen Golf as the #1 selling vehicle in Europe, gas or electric. International growth has been stunning. Keep the profitability lead. Tesla's doing two things none of the other automakers have been able to do. One is drive the cost down, cost of batteries faster than anybody else. They were the first to take battery production in-house. It's given them a real cost advantage. Second, nobody is driving more revenues from what's called over-the-air software. That's 95% gross margins. That's great news. They also need to win the trucking wars. They're bringing the Tesla Semi to market now. Tesla Cybertruck comes out in July, sometime in early Q3. If they do well there at all, that's going to be a spectacular year for 2023. Real advice is stay focused, continue to bring in top management. The move that was announced this week, bringing
Marilyn, I got
Tom Julian,
grandkids too. I got
the
4.
best operating executives from the country, the person
They're
who
all
really made
under
Tesla China
13
hum
or
into the
14.
U.S. He
The
may be
oldest
the
is
heir apparent to be the new
14.
CEO of Tesla.
Yeah.
Will
2 8-year-old boys and then a little baby
So
girl.
that kind of answers the second
She's
question,
5.
Steve, about whether he needs to bring in new management. I guess the first question I was going to ask, if you know him personally, is do you think he's the kind of person who's
And I
simply
miss them
uncomfortable
so
with
terribly.
success? And if
Some
he
are in,
feels
they're
like he
all
has to be
over,
kind of
so.
like close to the edge to really get going on something. And we've seen this, you know, the really dark days of Tesla when it was almost like he was his most alive. And now here he is in this kind of kamikaze run with Twitter. And is it just his personality?
It's just his personality. He's a surging person. He is driven. He is irascible. He is volatile, but he also gets stuff done, and he's a visionary. He's probably not a lot different than Steve Jobs or a lot of others. But the real issue here is he's done something to basically create the EV industry that nobody else had done before. People said it was impossible. 1.31 million units sold this year is a huge number. Just to put that in context, General Motors will sell barely 50,000 EV
See, you
units this year.
blessed.
$4
You got
company,
5, I got 4.
70,000. So you've got Tesla sitting on top.
Yeah, you got
1.3 million
grown-ups.
units sold. BYD out of China at 1 million. So Chinese in second place and Volkswagen down at 500,000. They are running away with it. They just need to stay on top. That requires focus. Even Elon has said he's stretched. That's why they're starting to bring in senior.
So the obvious question here, as you said a moment ago, Tesla is the fastest growing, most profitable automaker in the world. If the company is so good, why is the stock so bad?
Look at 3 reasons. One, Elon has sold $23 billion worth of his own shares. That puts huge downward pressure on the stock price, but that's not going to continue on into 2023. Second, there's been just too much turmoil at Twitter. I think they'll turn that down quite a bit in 2023. Third, softening in general. But when the market softens, what do you look to? You look for the best brand, the most profitable company that's growing fastest. There's going to be huge consolidation in the industry. And I think people will flock to the blue chip names. Tesla is king of the hill. We'll see if they can stay that way.
Steve, thank you for your insights.
hope.
Really helpful today. We appreciate it greatly. Steve
I just
Wesley,
can't
happy New
believe
Year, my
how
friend.
much money. They said billion
And so
with
to
a
come,
B.
the 2023 Power Playbook.
You know it does.
There was a lot
It
that
takes a
didn't
community,
work
it takes a
last year,
village,
to
a
put it
community.
bluntly. But could some beaten
All
up
hands on
consumer-related
deck.
names be set to bounce? We'll examine
I'm just
that.
glad
Plus,
that it's somebody
Wall
else's
Street
job
back in
and
the
it is not
office,
my
and
job
it's naming a ton
anymore.
of
I love
top
the
picks,
visits. I
biotech,
love the kiss, kiss,
restaurants,
kiss, and send you
fintech.
back to your
The
mama.
apparent focus
It's
here,
a beautiful
we will
thing.
trade some
It's
of
a
those
beautiful
calls in
thing.
today's free stock lunch. There you got them.
But I could not imagine doing that thing full time. You all, when my grandboy was, you know, doing the homeschooling thing, during the panorama, whoo, when his mama would get there, I would be like, "Whoo, Lord, how do you do it?" I got a grandboy that loves to talk. He flips. He does all the boy things. He does all the boy things. By the time 3 o'clock would roll around, y'all, I would be so ready for a nap. I was like, "Please, ma'am, come get your package," because I'm sleepy. I'm just plain flat out sleepy. That's all. I would have to take a nap. I just, there was a time when I didn't need a nap, but y'all, I seriously take a nap for real. It's a part of my routine. I'm sorry. I don't, Marilyn talking about don't do too much. Have no fear. Listen, y'all, if I wasn't live trading with y'all, I would have took a nap by now. I promise you. When I was on lunch break, Marilyn, I was so sleepy. I took about a half hour for lunch, you all. I went and sat on the couch. I was like, listen, I could genuinely just go to sleep. I could have took just a little cat nap. I know. See, we did good. I know. They thought I was going to be the field trip grandma too. And I do. I love those things. But I want to get some, I want to see some of the world too. What would make my absolute day is if I could take my grandkids with me. Particularly, I want to take the boys. I just, they're so easy. They're so easy. Nana don't play. Is that what they call you? They call me Nene. Nana and Nene. I love it. I love it. It's my joy. It's my straight joy. It is. Yes, that's the best of both worlds. See, I've been trying to get my daughter to come, and for whatever reason, she just has not made her way here, but I cannot wait for you. I'm gonna have to be moving on to other parts of the world because I wanted my grandboy, to come and swim with the dolphins and all that other stuff too. But listen, they got way more money than me. They can go swim with the for real dolphins. They don't have to come swim with these little turtles. They can go swim any place they want. So I just stopped sweating it, They have lives, they have their own agendas, they got things going on. So just because I want you to come down here and swim with the turtles, I'm accepting. I am very accepting. Did she make any moves, y'all? Did QQQ make any move?
Pele to his final resting place.
Did
The
y'all
procession
know
follows a
this?
24-hour wake that drew thousands more mourners,
didn't know
including
Pele.
the country's president. The three-time World Cup winner died last week at the age of 82 following a long battle with cancer. From one soccer great to another, Cristiano Ronaldo, officially introduced by Al Nassr after the Portugal star transferred to play in the Saudi Pro League. Now, get this. This will certainly salve his wounds from not winning the World Cup. New details confirm that Ronaldo will be guaranteed $75 million per year with the chance to make over $200 million through commercial agreements with the club. And the London Zoo is counting more than 14,000 animals in its annual stock take. Keepers count every single animal in residence and note down any new additions. After about a week, the information is shared with zoos around the world to help manage worldwide conservation breeding programs for endangered species. That, as Tyler, they are counting the birds in Central Park. 123
How do you
years
count
the
the
Audubon
birds?
Society has been doing that.
The number of birds or the number of species?
The number of birds and species in Central Park goes on every year at holiday time.
Wow. I wonder what the margin of error is on the number of birds in Central Park. Bertha, thank you. Ahead on Power Lunch, folks, do investors dream of electric deer ending 2022?
I haven't traveled with both of the boys.
The
Kobe and I did
autonomous farming. The details on that story.
We did
plus Shopify defying the corporate norm, banning
did.
nearly
We did
all
a
meetings
camping trip.
within the company.
But no,
And
ma'am.
Ackman's food fight. The
No, I
controversial
talk a
fund
good
manager
game.
picking a fight with one of Warren
I'm just
Buffett's
waiting for them to
favorite
get
companies.
just a little
We'll
bit
be right
bigger.
back with the details.
Just a little bit. I'm thinking 10, 12. That could be, that's ideal. Because everybody can go to the bathroom. You can even fix your own cereal. So I'm waiting on that day. Thank you all for all the feedback too. I tidied up some of the stuff while we were sitting here. This is what I wanted to say. Did everybody check if there's anybody in here right now that needs access to the Google Drive with the resources, please email me at fromlack2legacy@gmail.com. If you need the Zoom link for tomorrow's study session, send me an email and I will send you both the Zoom link and access to the resource drive. But in there, you guys, I'm telling you, it's a copy of the Candlestick Bible. That's the best one. And there's also a video that I put on the community tab. If you all want to do yourselves a favor, look at that. The Bible is big and thick. So, it's a lot of pages, but it's a good resource. But the real winner chicken dinner is this video. And I'm going to pull it up right now and I'll tell you. It's the ultimate beginner's guide to candlestick patterns. Is that it? Let me make sure. Let me go to the playlist because I put it in the playlist. Candlestick resources. Let's see what's in here. Oh, I want to view the playlist. The guy, yep, that's it. The guy's voice is I got to tell you all this. His voice is terrible. It sounds like monotone all the way through. But when I tell you it's the best information, he has two. It's from Fractal Flow, the ultimate beginner's guide to candlestick patterns. Please, it is as dry as toast because he doesn't do anything with his voice. Oh my goodness. But when I tell you all that is the best video, that video coupled with the
dollars a month.
The Candlestick Trading Bible. Those two together.
A little less than 90 minutes left in the trading day. This first trading day of the new year. We want to get
If
you caught
you
up on the
wanna
markets, the stocks, the bonds, the commodities.
Give yourself a heads up. Just check those two resources out. The video is in the playlist. The name of that folder, that playlist folder, I want to say, I'll tell you in a second.
But when you've got Tesla and Apple, you put these two together, this is 9% of the market capitalization of the S&P 500, about 6% for Apple, 3% or so for Tesla. You put that together, and you have these stocks down like this. You're not going to have the
The
stock.
playlist is Candlestick Resources. There are 4 videos in there. The one that you should look at is the one about the ultimate candlestick patterns. And it's fractal flow, something like that. But there are 2 videos in there because one of them is patterns and the other one
today. So United Health is a big drag on the Dow Jones
there are
Industrial
2 in
Average.
there
Lilly is also a drag. Pharma
by the same
has had
person.
Generally a good year comparatively, and consumer staples.
Oh, the other one is chart patterns. One is candlestick patterns, and then one is chart patterns. So I would say check out candlesticks first. And that video is pretty long. It's like an hour. I'm going to use part of that for the presentation tomorrow, only because his explanations are so concise and spot on. I'm going to use that in conjunction with the candlestick trading Bible. So those are the 2 resources I'll be using tomorrow. So if you want to just kind of familiarize yourself with those, you won't be sorry.
20 or something like that. Beginning of December, now it's 330 billion. We're talking, Tyler, about $300 billion in wealth lost in 1 month. I don't think anything's ever come close to that one.
Tyler, and as we were just talking, Bob, the company performing reasonably well, missing estimates by a bit, but nothing, but still very, very profitable.
We have a member.
That's enough to sell off.
Marilyn, thank you.
Yeah,
you
look
are
at
a
that. That tells you something.
member.
It really does.
Y'all I'm gonna have to do something, Marilyn, because I think that we need that. I do. Because there's some things like,
tracking the action force.
y'all, I think there's some value here.
What did you learn from the
Like
bond market
in
last
our
year?
teaching, in our sharing, this is free. I think anybody should be able to come in and sit in the community like this. This is totally free. But I think when we start talking about teaching and sharing resources and materials and all that stuff, that feels like a value to me. And that might be something we can talk about it. I want to talk about it with you guys because y'all the people. I want to see if maybe we should move some of the things behind the curtain so we can talk freely. I get it now. I did not get it. I'm like, I just, you all know I'm new to this. I did not get it. Y'all, it's $5 to join as a community member. And as a community member, it's listed there. You get discounts if you're doing a one-on-one. It's all listed out, but we can make that thing anything we want. I do think that some of this stuff needs to be pulled back in. I think we're giving out something of value, you all, that these Zooms and all those resources, and then being able to talk freely, like we're not just out here in the world. I know Rashida does it. I didn't know why though. I'm like, why does she have a Patreon? Oh, everybody does. But I see why now, because everything is not for everybody to consume. I know I have to be very guarded. I try to be. I have to be very guarded. And then I think, you guys, there's some things I want to show you on my Thinkorswim that I don't feel comfortable showing to the whole wide world, So I think those maybe the deeper lessons where we're really sharing and talking. Like, I never talk money in the open. Nope. Because you just never know who out there listening. I don't need no smoke. I don't need none of that. I have nothing. I really don't. I don't want anybody to think I got nothing. Please don't come see me. Don't try to bob me over my head. I promise you I have nothing. So I never do that. I'm guarded about some of that stuff, and then I think just to be safe, that's why, Marilyn, I think I probably need to talk to your son about cybersecurity, because I don't know what, I need to talk to somebody. There needs to be a consultant, because I feel wide open. I'll tell y'all, see, this is the kind of stuff I want to tell you behind closed doors too, but we'll talk maybe in Stephanie's thing. We'll figure it out. Because there's some things about, like I said, sharing resources, email addresses, and all that stuff. We have to be careful. And I don't know what to be careful of.
A lot of expenses are going to be cut, and they're actually going to be up. That'll be a big positive as people realize that throughout the year. And then finally, sentiment coming into 23 is about as negative.
Cash out is better. YouTube takes a percentage from Patreon. Really? I heard Stephanie mention it. She knows. Yeah.
I think that's going to be a big sentiment changer.
I don't know. I'll figure it out though. We'll talk about it because I would like a space where it could be us and we know who everybody is in the room. And we can talk about all kind of things. You know, we can even talk about our Exodus stuff. Everybody don't want to hear that.
Still does not have the
But
votes he
yeah.
needs to
Okay.
become
So
Speaker
I'll
of
be
the House.
thinking,
He needs
but y'all know we're gonna
218
settle
votes
in
order
right
to
here,
that
get this
title.
thing
That means he could only
together. I
lose
think we
4
finally got a
Republican
rhythm.
votes,
I
and
like how
currently there
informal
are
we have
7
everything set
Republicans
up.
who are voting
Well, I'll
for
keep
Ohio
working on it.
Republican Jim Jordan
It'll
to
get
become
better as
Speaker
time goes.
instead.
Hopefully by
Jordan has been a
what's
staunch
today,
ally of
Tuesday?
Kevin McCarthy.
Hopefully by
even going
Thursday
so
I
far
can
as
get
to say
these
that he is a
buttons
fighter and that he's
situated. What time
with
is
Kevin.
it?
However,
We got
right
about
now,
20 more minutes.
Kevin McCarthy
And
does not have the
QQQ
votes he
isn't
needs to
doing
become Speaker of the
anything.
House. The vote is still ongoing. We will
And let's
update you
look at
when we find out
Tesla.
what
I just
happens
want
after
to see
this
for
vote is over
kicks.
and what will happen next.
So Elon,
Does anybody know what these little fan things are? I think I added them, but I can't remember what they are. I don't know if it's news or what are they?
Yeah, that's actually what he's trying to do, Tyler. In fact, he gave the nominating speech for Kevin McCarthy during the second round.
I can't remember, and I know I put them on there, but I forgot what they are.
Between Republicans are not as great as the divisions between Republicans and Democrats. He said that Kevin McCarthy, along with himself, would ensure
and it doesn't make
that
sense to
another
me why they would be
$1.7
just
trillion
there.
omnibus spending bill would not be passed.
Does anybody know
again.
what those
That's
are?
been a big concern of conservatives here. What they see as wasteful
That's
government
on
spending.
Tesla.
But again, those few Republicans still holding fast and saying that they will not vote for Kevin McCarthy and looking for anybody else.
The Democrat Hakeem Jeffries, the leader of the Democrats in the House, got more votes on the first ballot than Mr. McCarthy did. How big an embarrassment is this for the GOP in the House?
Well, certainly this is not how Kevin McCarthy would like to start what he hopes will be his term as Speaker. This is the first time in 100 years they've had to go to a second ballot. It was expected that this would happen, but the question was whether or not some of these hardline conservatives would make good on their threats. It seems as if they are, at least at this point. And the question will be that even if he does become Speaker, how will he be able to work with these Republicans who stood so firmly against him to get anything passed, especially must-pass legislation such as a bill to increase the debt ceiling?
You already know. I'm gonna check the cash out thing out too. You all are really schooling me. By the time anybody else who wants to do their YouTube channel, by the time you get ready to do yours, we will have it all figured out. I'm telling you, we'll have it all figured out between the things that Stephanie taught me and I learned on my own with Sonia. You all, the next person shouldn't have as hard a time. That's what I like about the whole sisterhood. It's kind of like that get under, catch the wind. The next person who decides to do it, you won't have to go through all that. We can tell you about all of the little add-ons and all of that stuff because we had to do it and how to batch create so that you aren't getting stressed out.
Corporations like
and don't spend money trying to get this thing done because it doesn't take you. You can do all of it with your cell phone. Can you believe it? You can post, you can shoot the video, edit it, and post it all from your cell phone. And it doesn't even have to be like a big fancy. All of that stuff is doable. So I think Ms. Vice says she might want to do one. If anybody decides that they want to, let us know. Let me and Sonia know. Because I'd be more than happy to tell you everything I know.
Is next on Power Lunch for the new year.
Oh, looks like we got 18 people in the chat. Hey, y'all. Hey, if you're new, welcome. My name is Sandra. Welcome to my channel, From Lack to Legacy. On this channel, we're all things money, investing, and mindset. Particularly how to go from a scarcity mindset to a mindset of abundance. If that sounds like something that might appeal to you, you have found your people. We are a group of day traders, swing traders, scalpers, just investors, and we're everywhere on the spectrum. Some people have done, minimal investing, and some people are really, I would say, at an expert level. They know a lot about how to get in and out of contracts. They know a lot about technical analysis. And so we're every rung of the ladder. So feel free, feel comfortable. This is a place you can come. We ask questions. We have a bi-monthly, every 2 weeks, Zoom meeting where we share out information. Our last one, we learned about how to put on OCO orders and some other things, I'm sure, but that was the big takeaway that I took. Our next one is tomorrow at 6 o'clock. We'll be talking about candlesticks and an RSI setup that Johnny has found very lucrative. So those are the two things. And then our following one, I think, is going to take another meeting, the next meeting, the following 2 weeks, to go over candlestick patterns. Because as I was going over it yesterday, it was too much. I was like, I started getting overwhelmed and a little, not confused, but it was starting to bleed together. I've got to find a way to break this down. And I think just talking about candlesticks, let's just keep it simple. I know. Marilyn, look at that. Won't he do it? Won't he do it at the end of the day? This is why I stopped panicking. I just stopped. QQQ does what she wants to do. And you know what? I've seen this thing kick up like this and kick up like that all the way out the door and reclaim all those losses. So I used to get upset. I'm telling you, that's the beauty of a swing trade. You just give yourself time for the trade to work itself out. And I know people have questioned me, and I know they look at me with side eye because I spend more on my contracts because I always buy extra time. And if I haven't explained it, I always buy way up in the money. Those contracts are more expensive, but they're safer. They have a higher percentage of expiring in the money. So I always go at a 70%. I'll go up to 80% to make sure that I give myself time. I will also buy up to 2 weeks of time because you saw what happened. I would be in a hot horror of a mess if I had not bought enough time, on those contracts. You would make yourself anxious. So nope, I don't like to swing trade because I don't like to hold things overnight. But if you got it for 2 weeks, trust me, one of those mornings you're gonna wake up and it's gonna be totally green and it'll be a good day. And it might do what it did and then reclaim the positive gains at the end of the day. That's just QQQ. I've seen this so many times. And she's going to retrace right back on up. I'm telling you, she'll seek out that 200. I don't know if she's going to make it up there, but I've seen it. Well, she'll shoot right back to that 200-day moving average. We've seen them. I could probably, let me see if I could roll back and see. Let's go for, we would have to see it.
From the field into the cloud where they can
10 days, 20 days. Let's see if we could.
But a shrinking rural population. And so we have
30 days on 15 minutes. That's the one where she did that full day swing. Here's one. Well, no, that she was down, but that's what I'm talking about. Let's see. I want to find an example of where she gave it up in the morning and went right back. This is kind of like that, but it's really like no gain, no loss for the day. I've seen that. Here's one. This was a beautiful day of a whole morning of this and then an afternoon of give back. Me and Johnny both traded that day. I got this. He got some of the back. He didn't trade QQQ, but I remember that day because his stock, I think, correlates.
How China's doing this.
Let's see.
Along with many others, say that the reopening in China will be good for the agriculture equipment space. He says they're a big buyer of corn.
Almost kind of one of those little bowls. It makes like a whole bowl.
But they're also a big seller as well. The big concern for John Deere.
But I've seen this too, where it just floats right on up and out, right out the door.
As China reopens, that will actually normalize some of the supply chain issues that they've been dealing with. So that actually could be.
I was trying to find a perfect bowl day.
For the company over time.
Would be nice. Maybe a little deflationary after it's inflationary anyway. Seema, thank you very much. Yeah.
Happy New Year, Seema.
That was basically a wash of a day right there.
Betting big on biotech shouldn't take
Ooh, but these are the days we live for. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. Sweet, sweet, sweet. There's one. All the way down, all the way back up. She does a lot of retracing. This one looks more like today. This looks almost exactly like today. Big old loss in the morning. And then she tries to make her way back up to the 200, you all see? Up to the 200. I don't see how many times she does that. Okay, that must have been our days. So yeah, no math, no calculators to trade. You just don't need all that stuff. You need to be an observer. You need to be disciplined. You probably need, I like trading with the trading community because it does keep you on track. Marilyn, look at that price going up, 264.87. Waited all day. Waited all day. Q. That dot at the bottom, that dot at the top, now at top. I'll call it a dot. Bearish and bullish. Let's look at it. Let's talk about it. Because what time is it? Oh, we got about 10 more minutes before I'm going to cut out. Yeah, you already know what these things are. I don't think there's anybody in here who hasn't heard me talk about the simple moving averages and how it clocks the time, the amount, or the, let me take my time. The price. This is just a reflection of price. And this is the 200 days. So over the course of 200 days, this just shows the average price. This is the 50-day moving average. It tracks the price over the last 50 days. So every 50 days, that last number will fall off and the new day will go on. And then the 9 and the 13, these are our short-term moving averages. And so, yeah. You all know what candlesticks are. You know, these are volume bars. Our RSI is our relative strength indicator. We know up here, sell, buy is overbought. We know down here is oversold. The value that makes this thing overbought is 70. And you can see right here where it's really going up green. I'm telling y'all, this is patterns. Get in, get out. And then you can see how low it got. And here it's overbought. And you can see it taking off this afternoon. So I'm hoping that she'll get all the way back up to 70. Right now it's at 49. And this is the RSI value. And 70 is overbought. Buyers, yes, overbought. So we're hoping for it to get up to 70. And right now it's at 48.3. It looks like it's dropping. We want to see more of these big old green candles come in nice and tall. And this can reset. We'll take some more. I need somebody to help me understand the difference between these green balls at the bottom. You all see that in the red ones? I think these red ones kind of signal that the trend is about to change maybe, or is weaker, is weakening. I don't know what that means. I have to go back and find it somewhere and see what was happening. I don't know. Looks like it went up. Where are the yellow ones with the reds at the bottom?
As its top pick for the year.
Yellow with a red.
Pipeline could support shares breaking out even more. And in fintech, Truist.
I'm sure there's some really smart person. Okay, here's a yellow, red, yellow, red, yellow, red. I think maybe that indicates it's about to do some switching up. I don't know. I'm gonna have to read up on the TTM squeeze. 264.29. Yeah, I think that's right because look, you see how the price is coming down a little, maybe? I don't know. That'll be interesting. I'll find something on this just for my own knowledge and edification, the TTM. I can read the big swoop. I know what that means, but what do these little nuances mean? Why are these green and those red?
So I think that will compress the multiple a little bit, so you'll be buying a little bit better there if you're buying during the year. I think the risk on this trade is inflation, labor costs.
Maybe somebody you know.
So far,
green means strong, red means don't touch. Thank you. Yes, but you know what? Let me show you what I'm really talking about because I need a little bit more. This means okay. This means the trend is dying. Does it? What does? I want you to look right down here at this because it's clear that as long as it's going down, it's red. We get that. That's a downward trend. And I can see right here is this yellow one, this green one's coming in. I can see where the trend is changing. And these are yellow with green at the bottom. I get it. I see all of that. But somehow we get these two red candles in here, and these still have green balls. And then we get these green candles here, and now they've got these red little dots at the bottom. I need to understand what these mean. I can see, you know, I know when it's blue, that's green, is going up. I know when it's red and yellow, that's the downtime. But I'm not so sure about these dots. They have to mean something. I don't think they would put them there if they didn't mean something. Is that right? Okay, become an exclusive member, pay for it. Oh, yeah. Become a member. Yes. The green means strong and the red means don't touch. Okay. Jay Wright, thank you. Okay. It picks up on trend volume. See, this is what you need to know. It picks up on volume. Say no mas. Below, I love this. Below green line is bearish downtrend. Above green line is bullish. Oh, shoot. Let me get over there and see what you're saying. Hold tight. Below the green line. Which green line? This is not this green line. This is my SMA. This is my 50-day moving average. I'm really just concerned with this down here, these little beady balls. I want to know, why are these yellow? They're all yellow, but why do these have green and why do those have red? What does that red indicate? And I think you said to me that it has something to do with volume. But that's what I'm talking about. That's how you plant the seed and then you go do the research. So I will definitely, those green dots. C-bar, yay, thank you, C-bar. Help me understand this. Okay. C-bar, I'm going to pull it up right here so we can look at it. You're not talking about my moving averages up here in the chart, are you? Because I'm talking about just my TTM squeeze. I'm just trying to figure out why, like the last two to come in are yellow. It looks like they're getting smaller, as in signaling that the trend, you know, something's going on, something's diminishing. But why are those two red and the other one's green? Oh, I see. Does it have to do with volume? Look, because look at this red and look at the green volume. Look at this red and look at that volume. Let's see about it here. I want to find that again where I see these yellows with the reds and see if it correlates to increased volume. Hold on. That's what I call dots. Yes, the green dots. Okay. I'm with you. Below green line is bearish downtrend. Yep. Above green line is bullish. But C-bar, I want to make sure that's, yeah, I'm only talking about the TTM squeeze. Squeeze dots indicate momentum and volatility. Look at this. See? Thank you. Learn something new every day. Okay, so those dots, momentum and volatility.
Catching our eye. Human resources at Shopify may
Okay, I got it. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Okay, thank you, C-bar.
Meeting with more than 2 people. Big meetings, 50 or more people, can only be once a week and only on Thursday. The thinking here is that a meeting with 10 people, say, eliminates the productivity they could be doing in the same amount of time on pre and
Thank you. That makes so much sense to me.
I think we are.
That makes perfect sense to me. Okay. All right.
They're as many as there used to be.
Well, I got to get myself up out of here, y'all. I'm going outside to play.
They're becoming, too set in their ways and their
Let's see.
calendars
Did
are
she
filled with
call
meetings.
me
But sometimes,
back?
I don't know, I'm coming around to this idea that maybe that's what running a company is at a certain point.
Yeah.
It's all just meetings about what to do, about this. I mean, how can you deputize any individual to do that much?
Yeah, I used to hate the meetings that prepared for the meeting.
Yeah.
You know, the ones that really, we need a meeting to get ready for the meeting in 2 days. I get it, but it just kind of seems.
I've had a few of those.
Yeah, I've had a few of those. So off to a sort of limping start in the market
Okay.
today on the Dow.
Thank you, guys. Marilyn, thank you so much. C-Bar, you always come through and save the day with some great information. Jay Wright, thank you, thank you, thank you. Y'all are the best. It's always a good day here. Always, always, always. So we'll be back here tomorrow for sure. Oh, will I do it tomorrow? I may not trade in the morning because we're going to do our thing in the evening. So I will see everybody. I want to prep for tomorrow, for our class tomorrow. So tomorrow at 6 o'clock, if you didn't know, and I don't know if this is for everybody because some of our more experienced traders probably don't need to sit in on the candlestick presentation, but Johnny is going to also be doing his RSI setup. So I was trying to figure out if maybe we could break into rooms and maybe just switch, because I could do a half an hour. Johnny could do a half an hour with one group, and then I could switch and do a half an hour and half an hour. Because if somebody doesn't want to sit through candlesticks because they already know it, then you could just do Johnny's portion and then be gone. But whatever, we'll have both of those things ready for you guys tomorrow. And I'll be studying and trying to get all my resources together like any good teacher, get my props together so that it'll be a smooth class for tomorrow. All right, Miss Vice, thank you for everything. See you guys. Elle's going to come back. I didn't get a chance to say bye to Elle. Okay, well, I'll catch her. All right, see you guys. Talk to y'all tomorrow night, 6 o'clock, Zoom. If you need the link, email me. Adios, folks.
Losers getting a bit